first matches of the day here, and I know we touched upon who we're rooting for, what do we think is going to happen, but yeah, what are you looking to have happen here in these matches?
I mean, I'm just excited for some comps other than this Hazard meta comp. I think, especially when teams get desperate, they'll look to take the map pick somewhere a little bit unconventional. Maybe we'll see Gibraltar for dive, things like that, just to shake up the meta a little bit. You
Yeah,
know.
definitely don't want to stick to the same trick twice. I'm sure it'll be a very exciting match with multiple things here as we are still prepping and getting ready. But yeah, overall, I mean, for yourself, what team composition do you like to play? For like, queuing up a game of Overwatch on yourself.
I think the best metas are Winston on a Brig. Those are my favorite.
Ooh.
I think Winston is a very interesting character. Not super mechanically intensive other than the ultimate.
Mm.
So it's very, very high level decision making, very high level gameplay, not super reliant on mechanics.
Absolutely, and I think
Stay
here
on
now
site.
as we are
I'll
jumping
keep you
into
safe.
the first match of the day, preparing on attack. Here we have UCI with Hazard, with Genji, with Symmetra, and the Kiriko Lucio that we mentioned earlier.
Actually, San Diego here opting for Juno. Oh, no, switching over to the Kiri. Just the Juno for the speed ring out of
All
spawn.
of
Yeah,
us.
both teams running the mirror composition, trying to take bridge here, taking space early.
We're already going to see here Hazard, Romani taking a fair bit of damage here as they straight it back, looking to take a fight.
Yeah.
Very interesting as the control point is lost in seconds here. As Ashiro is losing the fight here. Going on with Hazard. Looking against 1v1 here. Ashiro getting very low, but
Our objective now.
Vermont actually finds two there, really securing the fight after Otters falls early.
and that'll be the points secured for UCI.
Not much ultimate charge built for either side. KHD getting close to that Kitsune Rush, but this will be another neutral fight. It'll be tough for Irvine or San Diego to push over this bridge with Irvine holding tight. Looks like they might opt to go around the long way.
Yeah, have to go around the long way here as UCI is not letting go of this control as the wall is coming up from Hazard here. And yeah, no, they're just going to go straight right into it here. Hazard going all the way deep in here with the spike guard here. Going to leap back to safety here as they retreat back towards the bridge.
Yeah.
Solid control coming over here from UCI.
Romani playing so aggressive there, and the wall comes out from Moosh, but it's just not enough to stop. Romani's already in the back line getting kills.
Yeah, no. And we see here UCSD is starting to make a push up here, but it's fighting for control over this bridge as both walls are starting to come out here. Spike guard coming through, and here we go, Lucio with a flank, but not going to find much here. At the back line here, Romani is just going to have his Ren free here as he goes in, tries to come back and towards his team here. Continue Rush is actually going to go out here, and yeah, oh my goodness.
KHD off the map.
And here, yeah, no,
This fight might
Romani's
be
about to get
turning.
knocked off, but managed to climb his way back here. Let's see.
Yeah, you see kind of a staple of this composition is the Genji, Lucio roaming on their own. Reaps and Gloomy trying to make something happen. They do get one, but not before Irvine's able to take down members of San Diego and dismantle that attack.
Yeah, and we see here that actually KHD using the Kitsune Rush and ends up falling off of the map here. And now UCSD is going to respond with a Kitsune Rush of their own. Dragon Blade is going to come out here, but he gets super low. Needs to make a dash out here as Romani is him against the world here as USD is going to make a push onto the match as the downpour is going to come out from UCSD here, but it's going to be quickly get shut down here as Sojourn goes down as well, and is just a nightmare for SD here as multiple elims are going to go onto the board here going into overtime, and that just might be the first round for UCI as Team Kill comes through.
Yeah, San Diego really tried to explode on the point there last fight, but they saved both DPS ults. I think a lot of the times you like to see the Sojourn open with Overclock to trade out the beat, but San Diego went first with the Kitsune, so they're forced to, use Overclock second, and they didn't have an opportunity for that, so they were not able to capitalize off of the beat being wasted.
Very well played on the side of UCI, bringing it 1-0 on map number 1 here. And yeah, no, as we going into the next round here, not much of a switch up here, except UCI is electing for the Junker Queen instead of the Hazard here, and we're actually going to see Venture come out as well.
Yeah, Junker Queen's really Romani's signature pick, so we'll see if he sticks on this or swaps out a second before spawn. It looks like they're going to stick on this comp, actually. Very close quarters on Control Center. Venture is very, very strong.
Yep, and we're going to see UCSD consider the Juno here, but going to end up going with here to go here as he's already with the fast-paced action, and White's going to be taken out here. Both teams trading damage back and forth here. Xera, the Genji, is going to take a fair bit of damage here, but Venture just drilling on through here.
The key to these team fights will be to see if Zinnia can get a good angle here, and Moosh actually finds one onto Mashiro.
Yeah, Romani getting very low here, but the Genji's going to Reap Xera gonna go down here. And UCSD has to retreat back here. And actually, Xcal actually goes down. Wow. Xcal overstaying his welcome a little bit here as UCI has to let go of a little bit of pressure here as both Mashiro and KHD get low.
Yeah, not able to clean that up on San Diego. It's such a slippery comp, and Otters finds the take on to Gloomy.
Yeah, Romani here with on the Junker Queen, playing little bit of aggressive here, going in, getting actually the kill onto Sojourn here, and now Hazard is next on the menu, but actually...
Great wall there to
yeah,
split off
Romani
Romani
goes down.
Team. And this fight is actually turning towards San Diego, although Irvine does get the cap off. Reap's falling very, very low, has to back off to Mega. Kitsune drops the Fangblade.
Yeah, as Kitsune is going onto here, UCSD is making the push onto the point here. UCI is forced to fall back here, and I believe that as Venture goes down, this will be the point for UCSD here. Exactly what they need, but now UCI is quick to turn it around with the senior rush of their own here. Yeah, Moose is going to go back in, and it'll be UCI getting a kill, or Xcal falling down here. And the dive does not go well for UCI as they are forced to push back here and wait for Xcal to make his return.
San Diego's first fight win of the series. They did have to use downpour and rush, but they still have a healthy ultimate economy. They're just going to be very, very careful of Romani's rampage. They have to save funds for that.
Yeah, both Dragon Blades up here, and we're going to see the charge incoming from Romani here, the Junker Queen here, and the Overclock coming in from Zinna, and yeah, absolutely tearing through. Dragon Blade is now going to come out here, but not going to find too much here, but as Xcal goes down himself here, and multiple boops coming in from the Lucios.
Both Genjis traded out, but Irvine is taking control of the point, forcing them to back off, but Gloomy picks off Mashiro again.
Absolutely chaos here as UCI just goes back in, or UCSD goes back in here. Romani's going to get the kill onto Gloomy, and this is just absolute chaos here.
Another huge knife from Romani. He's found 2 picks to turn this fight around. Fangblade does use the Kitsune and finds the pick onto Romani with the help of Reaps. And it looks like they're going to hang on to point control here. Moosh falling very, very low, but San Diego does still have 3 up just against that Xcal on cast.
Yeah, as Fangblade goes down, so does Moosh and
gets
Gloomy.
A second somehow.
And it's Xcal absolutely tearing through here with a double kill on Cassidy. And it'll be UCI maintaining control on the point here. Solid 38, 40%, and rising versus 55.
Yeah, that was San Diego's fight to win with Moosh up, but they just could not collapse on Xcal, hitting the double dink onto Gloomy, securing the fight for Irvine.
Yeah, and now as they try to make their retake onto the point here, let's see, as Gloomy goes down, and almost immediately, Mashiro is absolutely tearing through with his comp. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and UCSD is immediately team killed the moment they even try.
Irvine's not even giving San Diego a chance to set up here. You know, San Diego just wanted to poke up their downpour. They have no ultimates to engage other than that. But Mashiro doesn't give him a chance. Instantly pops the Tectonic Shock and gets one.
Absolutely torn through. But actually, Xcal is going to be picked off here as UCSD goes for the flank here. And Zinna on the Sojourn is proving to be a deadly as they just burst their way right onto the point here. The Kitsune Rush is going to be popped out here. And UCSD trying to make their stand onto here as the point goes on.
Rampage coming up for Romani, finds 2 antis. Moosh and Reaps falling very, very low. KHD finishes Moosh.
And it'll be the Hazard being shut down here. Zinna is booped off by Otters here. The Genji's going to try and use the Dragon Blade to make something happen here, dashing in, but it looks like he may not be long for this as they try, and UCI just going to absolutely decimate them and secure that first map.
Yeah, San Diego did get the mid-fight control, or mid-round control of point there, but once Irvine got the pace of play back under control, it was really just a snowball from there.
Absolutely, as with the play of the game here on Romani.
Wow. Dodge onto the downpour there.
What a performance here, getting a double onto the Sojourn and the Hazard. And wow, what a game.
Yeah, very strong look from Irvine in the mirror like we expected.
Yeah.
We'll see. It's now going to be San Diego's map pick, so I wouldn't be surprised if they take us somewhere You know, they're a little bit snowbally, like a Clash or a Flashpoint, or somewhere just completely different compositions. Gibraltar, something dive heavy, something where you can make something other than this hazard comp work.
Yeah, and credit to UCSD as well. We saw some moments there where they were actually able to take control, especially towards the end there. They all made a break for the point there, and they actually were all able to get on. And
Hmm.
we see moments like that where there's so much going on. It's like flips back and forth. Who's going to win? Who's going to take this? And I think even though it was a 2-0 sweep for that first map, I think it was still very well played from SD.
Yeah, the only thing though is, whenever they won fights, they just had to use a little bit more than Irvine. Put Irvine in a great position to close out the map with a much stronger ultimate economy.
Absolutely. How do you think things are going to shape up here for going into map number 2?
Yeah, it really depends. I'd be very surprised if San Diego wants to play a hard mirror map. Irvine is solid on dive comps too, but they did look a little bit shaky on Monkey back in the online qualifiers. So maybe there's a chance they take us to a Monkey map. I know Moosh really likes to play the Diva, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a Diva on Gibraltar.
Absolutely. I think they would be more than happy to switch things up here and keep things interesting, a little bit of hero diversity here. And how do you think will we see more similar picks here from SD, or do you think they're gonna switch it up?
I think Zinnia is a very, very good Sojourn player.
Mm.
I would be surprised to see him off of Sojourn. But the tank in the backline really, really depends on the map. If
Mm.
they opt for Gibraltar, something like that, we could see Diva, Kiri, Lucio. No, a lot of teams like to run on a Brig on Gibraltar, but I believe San Diego sometimes opts for the Kiri Lucio with a Diva.
Mm.
You can see a Tracer there. I think it really, really depends on the map pick, and I think that's what San Diego's thinking about right now. How
Yeah.
do they want to shake this matchup?
And I'm sure here, as we're gearing up for map number 2, I'm sure we'll see how things begin to shape up here, especially as we go into the draft or into the hero select.
And yeah, if you're Irvine right here, you're just focusing, keeping the pace fast. It looks like San Diego couldn't handle with the aggressive engages, like on the first point there. Kitsune rush early onto the bridge, Romani just jumping into the back line. The fight's over before it starts. If they can keep that pace up, this should be an easy series for Irvine.
Absolutely, yeah. As we've seen so far, UCI with the death grip onto the control.
Hmm. So next map will actually be Watchpoint Gibraltar. So it looks like San Diego does want to switch things up. Be very surprised to see that on Monkey. Romani maybe subbed out a lot of the time. Irvine likes to put in Rhino for these dive maps, and yeah, we've just gotten confirmation that Rhino is coming in to play Winston on Gibraltar.
All right, here exactly what we were talking about here. Rhino coming out with possibly the Winston pick here, and I believe SD you mentioned with the Diva possibly.
Yeah, the teams like to run a really standard composition on Gibraltar. A Monkey on a Brig, usually a Tracer, and then an Ashe or a Widow, depending on the preference of the hit scan player and how the team wants to play it. But yeah, a lot of the time San Diego likes to shake this up. I'd be surprised if Irvine didn't prepare for this matchup on the Diva Kiri Lucio, because that it's a much more all-in type of dive composition, which San Diego is very good at. But I think Irvine will be prepared for something a little bit non-standard.
Absolutely. I'm sure they're gonna gear up as we saw in that first match there with the UCI and the death grip onto the objective here, maintaining control over those choke points, especially on the bridge, and relaying so much pressure that UCSD, it'll be up to them of whether they can turn it back.
And Gibraltar is a map with such important point control, more so than other maps. You really need to control point while not investing all your resources onto point. Most of the time a team will just send a Tracer out onto point. The Tracers kind of have a little duel, but whoever can, even if you lose fights, you can still win the map overall by maintaining point control, preventing teams from pushing during fights, only letting them push after fights end.
Okay, and I think as we are gearing up for number 2 game or map number 2, we're gonna throw it to the break here. We'll see you right back once we're back in the game. Welcome back here as we are gearing up for game number 2 here. I believe, look at the crowd there. They are ready for another game.
Yeah, I think super fast-paced first map. We'll see things slow down a little bit on Gibraltar, but if San Diego does opt for the Diva, it will be a little bit faster than a typical Gibraltar map.
Absolutely here, as we saw fast-paced action here. No need to let the foot off the gas here, and I might need to take a sip of Red Bull there. I can barely even keep up.
Yeah, got to keep the energy high. I think the Kiri Lucio with Diva on Gibraltar really lends itself to all-in fights versus the Monkey playing split from his Ana Brig. So we will see a lot more brawly than you would typically on Gibraltar.
Absolutely, no shortage of action here. And man, I believe that they are still gearing up here. Yeah, in the meantime, as we are waiting, what would you say your favorite maps are?
I really like Gibraltar. Gibraltar is one of my favorites, both to play and to watch. And yeah, it looks like teams have loaded in. And actually, Moosh on the Monkey, a little bit unexpected. I've seen him play a lot of Diva, but, it looks like they just want to run something standard here, against such a good team.
Yep, we're going to see the mirror matchup of Tracer, Ana, Brig coming in from both sides here. Xcal on the Widowmaker, Rhino, of course, on the Winston.
Widowmaker can definitely be challenging here on defense, but yeah, Zinnia actually swapping over to the Widowmaker, and we'll see a little duel here. It's all about map control for the Widowmakers and how many sightlines you can take control of, prevent the enemy team from playing where you want to play.
And Zinna looking for another opportunity here as we're going to get the first bit of damage here. Rhino taking quite a bit of damage here, forced to back around the corner.
Is able to block the nade there, though. That's a big resource gone for San Diego. Both teams looking to just fight over the cart. Great nade from KHT, lands onto Reaps, but he'll have that recall if he needs it.
Yeah, and absolutely a fair bit of damage being traded back here as Rhino is going to retreat, taking quite a bit of damage himself here. Widowmine is going to come out, Barrier's going to pop out.
Great shot there from Zinnia, slowly working his way up the map, finds the pick onto Xcom. This will open up first point. Very wide for San Diego.
And wow, here as Rhino goes in, he is getting dangerously low here. Moose is going to follow up here, try to finish off the kill, but Rhino will live. And here, this is just more point range for UCSD.
That's a little bit of a Tracer duel, very standard on this map, and Reaps actually wins it. Shiro opts not to use the recall, very fast execute from Reaps. Xcal comes back from spawn though, finds an easy pick on the Gloomy, not expecting Xcal to be there so quickly.
Fair bit of trades, or a fair bit of duels going over to UCSD here, which is exactly what they want as they keep pushing up here.
Early Nina coming out from KHD there onto Rhino. Built so fast just because of how much damage Rhino's been taking in. Rhino's able to find an easy kill onto Fangblade. It'll have to be a reset for San Diego.
Yeah, no, UCSD pushing up a little bit too far up there, and UCI, credits to them, quick on the draw with the nano boost here, going on to Rhino, and fair bit of dive.
And yeah, it's kind of a rinse and repeat here. Zinnia just once again has to slowly take map control. Can't get too aggressive, otherwise he'll get caught out by Xcal. Grapple coming in, almost finds a shot onto Zinnia. Zinnia playing a little bit safe.
A little bit of Winston duel coming on here as Rhino is going to go up against Moose here. Both Primal Rages online there. We're going to see if it gets used up here.
Nano engage from Fangblade onto Moosh. Moosh also has the Primal available. Let's see if he can get anything with the...
Reaps are going to use the Pulse Bomb, but it's going to go wide here as the Ana going to get caught out in the corner. Primal Rage is going to come out as KHD goes down there, and that'll be the score down for UCI here. But Otter's going to try and turn it back with the rally.
Rally just a little bit too late. Otter is falling very low, has no support. But Mashiro comes back just in time, trying to fend off Moosh, but Moosh will find the kill on the Mashiro. Rhino trading out Gloomy.
And UCI going to get pushed back just like that.
Great shot from Zinnia there, closing out the fight. Oh, or maybe not. Xcal trades out Zinnia. It is still looking good for San Diego. KHD having to play in a very bad spot against Reaps on the Tracer. Moosh is falling low though, and he's going to put it back all the way up, but Mashiro is able to clean up that kill.
Absolutely, UCI gonna fall back a little bit, but immediately about to turn it back around and prevent that first point cap.
Yeah, Xcal really turned that fight around for San Diego after Zinnia finds the pick onto Otters. If the Widow if both Widows are up, it's very, very difficult for Irvine to play, but Irvine is able to shut down.
Xcal actually getting a pick onto Reap Zera. The Tracer immediately goes down. Beautiful shot here, as now Xcal is able to take the top side and look for another pick.
We've only seen 2 real fights, but the clock's already below a minute. These fights are so long and drawn out. You know, Irvine doesn't need to do much to win this. They just need to play slow. Even if they lose fights, they can still full hold San Diego.
30 seconds on the clock here as Tracer's pulse bomb for UCI is going to be up and online. Actually going to get used there, and it's going to find Fangblade. And as the Ana goes down, that would be another pushback for UCSD, not being able to make a step forward.
Yeah, this will be a hard touch for San Diego, especially considering that Nano Boost coming along online for KHD. The Nano Monkey engage is so devastating because it does so much damage, and also it'll build up Rhino's ultimate so fast.
Yeah, 10 seconds, 5 seconds here on the clock here. UCSD has to make a move here. Tracer is has Pulse Bomb here, trying to make a move. And actually, Xcal is not going to get the grapple, and he's going to go down here.
Perfect timing there from the zap on Moosh to distract Xcal's attention. Pulse Bomb comes out from Reaps, doesn't find anything. And Mashiro and Rhino are able to do work in the San Diego backline.
Yep, Nano Boost going to come out here, as so does the Primal Rage. And absolutely, Rhino decimating the Brita. And now can UCI just hold on to this point?
Yeah, it looks like they'll secure it here. Fantastic primal mechanics there from Rhino. I mean, even when Irvine was down, they seem to have control at all points in this map.
Beautifully well played by UCI here, not letting UCSD take another step forward. Not even towards first point. They gave it a little space, but they're like, go no further.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that the San Diego opted for the mirror. You know, I think everyone would agree Irvine kind of outmatches everyone in this tournament in the mirror, so it's up to these teams to play something a little bit conventional and catch them off guard. But it looks like San Diego just wants to stick to their guns, play their, you know, a typical composition, and we'll see if they want to keep that here. It's still possible for San Diego to win this map. Gibraltar can be a very, very difficult map to push.
And as we are switching sides here, what do you think SD is going to run on defense?
I mean, looks like they want to run the same thing. And it doesn't surprise me. You know, if they ran it on attack, they're probably going to want to run it on defense. That's just what they've been practicing. It's very standard. But yeah, I'm not sure exactly what they're going to do here to come back against Irvine. You know, Zinnia was doing a great job there taking map control, but whenever he struck, you know, Xcal came back and hit harder.
Yeah, we're actually going to see Mashiro on the Bastion.
Maybe a little bit of spawn room trolling.
Possibly.
Yeah,
And here it is.
Back over to the Tracer, you know.
Back over to the Tracer. A little bit of fun here.
And, you know, it'll be very difficult for San Diego here because they have to contest cart constantly. They can't just give Mashiro free cart progress because they only got it to first point. They don't have much room to work with here. Looks like Mashiro is going to go into Symmetra for the out-of-spawn TP. And they, you know.
Rhino going to get him, Nano going to get anti-healed immediately, going down to half HP. A little bit of aggressive opening there coming from UCI there.
Irvine taking early control of the card here. San Diego is trying to contest on the ground. KHD falling very low, actually. Forced to nade. But San Diego is not going to be able to convert that kill. And Xcal finds a nice shot onto Reaps, and that'll be instantly this defense dismantled for the first little bit.
Beautiful shot, but Xcal is actually going to get picked off by Zina himself there. The Widow trade coming through. And Mashiro is going to go down from the Brita here. And UCI's opening actually is in shambles as both DPS are down.
Yeah, it's been a pattern on this map, you know, great opening picks when the enemy Widow just shuts down the push. So Irvine will really have to shut down Zinnia before they can make any real progress on this map. I don't think that's necessarily impossible for them to do. The team is playing a little bit split, and Zinnia forced to back off.
Yeah, we see that Rhino going on to the, Rhino going on there, but Moosh actually finds a pick onto Mashiro. And yeah, this Winston absolutely tearing through there, but Moosh is going to overstay his welcome and get knocked down there.
Great nade there from Fangblade, but Moosh isn't quite able to finish off Xcal, who's actually swapped over to the Cassidy, you know, saying, like, we're just going to ignore this Widow, or at least the Widow duel, and focus on bursting this tank.
Yeah, we see Xcal actually going on to the Cassidy pick, switching it up there. And yeah, a lot of ultimates online as the Primal Rage is available for Rhino there.
Rhino free to play super aggressive here. He's in Primal, yep, he goes for the Primal on the grapple-less Widow. Oh, does have grapple, but misses it. Grapple's on the ground. Zinnia's falling very low, getting a lot of care from his supports though. Looks like Rhino's not going to be able to convert that kill. Nano comes out from Fangblade.
And not able to get a kill there, but more than happy to provide space for UCI as they get a little bit more distance onto the point there. Moosh is going to respond with a Primal Rage himself as Brigida getting dangerously low there. Actually, might go down, but the Nano Boost is going to save Otters.
Great trade there, though, from Moosh. Getting the nano boost out and not able to go into the enemy Winston is
Yeah,
fantastic.
but the pulse bomb here is actually going to shut down the rally, and beautiful play from Rizera here as Moosh is going to finalize the kill here, and UCI forced to push back.
Yeah, San Diego's putting on a very, very strong defense here. You know, Reap's finding the finisher on Demashiro. Looks like they're going to get a stagger on XCal. Nice shot there from Zinnia. The ultimate economy looking a little bit bleak for both sides, but San Diego does have the advantage with Rally up compared to nothing other than Pulse Bomb and Deadeye from Irvine. Not great ults usually. They can find a pick off, but they're very hit or miss.
Absolutely. UCSD with a very strong defense here. Moosh getting a fair bit of damage there.
And Irvine just trying to take high ground, commit to this high ground. But Moosh is playing a solid defense here, alternating between his two high grounds available, letting his team back up to safety.
Oh, and the pulse bomb.
Oh, but Zinnia is able to walk back into Mashiro. Great sleep from Fangblade. Potentially can stabilize this fight.
Yeah, Tracer's able to get the pulse bomb there, but great play from Zinnia, able to trade that back and at very least take them down with them. And as we see more fights being picked off here, XCal trying to find a big damage, but Moosh is not going to find any pressure or going to keep pressuring XCal. Deadeye is going to pop out, but not going to find anything, as Moosh is just relentless with his defense there. But he's actually going to go low. Rhino's going to go with the primal rage up himself as Moosh goes down, and so does Zinnia. A 2-for-1, as actually the rally's going to come out from Gumi.
And Nano Boost came online just a second too late, and UCI is able to close out the map.
Absolutely well played towards the end there. UCSD with a very strong defense, but not enough as UCI is able to break through.
Yeah, you know, that was a winning defense there, but just because the UCI was so strong on defense, you know, normally you watch that and you think, oh, San Diego wins this map, but no, their attack just wasn't strong enough. Zinnia really put on a great performance there in the second half of the map.
Yep, and absolutely same thing with Rhino on that play of the game. Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, Rhino with the Winston pick there, absolutely tearing it through. This man loves playing monkey.
And yeah, it'll be the third and possibly final map pick for San Diego. So I'm curious where they'll take us. You know, do they want to play Hazard matchup again? Do they want to try something, you know, a little bit not normal, a little bit not standard?
Yeah, I know. I mean, backs against the wall, 2-0. Let's see if they can bring it back there. I mean, if you were to switch it up, how would you go about it?
I think there are two options. You know, you play another map where the meta is a little bit different. You know, Gibraltar is a great example. You know, no team will run Hazard on Gibraltar. At least most teams won't. So you either choose a map where, you know, maybe Dive is viable, or you choose a Brawl map and try something weird. Maybe try Zarya, maybe try Junker Queen, and just try and shake things up. Because I don't think they can really hang in the mirror match. UCI just plays so much faster and so much stronger in Brawl. They've really got to try something different.
Absolutely. Got to switch things up here as we see the mirror matchups just not going through here as we are cutting back to a replay. Yeah, we're going to see this pick. Great pick from Xcal.
Yeah, this really shut down the San Diego push. Finds another great one on Zinnia. Yeah, Xcal really kind of stabilized the defense here for Irvine. You know, I think without Xcal not getting those picks, San Diego might be able to count first point and take a lot more of this map.
Yeah, no, beautifully played from both Rhino and Xcal here. The Winston and the Primal Rage combined with that Nano Boost just tearing through SD and making so much space there, and combined with Xcal's impeccable accuracy, making quick work of UCSD.
Yeah, just an Irvine highlight reel on this map. You know, it was a little bit shaky. You know, towards the end of that map, I think we were all doubting. You know, is Irvine really going to be able to close this out? They did secure it, but it was a little bit closer than I think they'd like.
Absolutely, but still beautifully well played here. No shortage of, you know, holding back here as both teams giving it all they got.
And yeah, I think, you know, San Diego, obviously they want to win this series. Is again, not the end of the world for them. If they lose, they still have another chance to play either LA or Santa Cruz. And it looks like teams are still, or San Diego is still deciding on next map. So we're going to go to a break. Welcome back from the break. UCSD has selected Saravasa as the third map, and Irvine has subbed back in Romani for Rhino. I think we're going to see a very similar brawl matchup here. I'm really hoping San Diego tries something a little bit creative here to try and break through the Irvine brawl, but Irvine's pace of play is just so fast. I think they'll be ready for whatever San Diego has to throw at them.
Absolutely. Irvine has been setting the tone this entire match. We see them with hard control on objectives and playing fast, playing quick with dives and doing whatever they please there. And the mirror matchup's just not going well in the favor of SD there.
And especially on Saravasa, it's such a fast-paced map. It's going to be great for Irvine. And oh, looks like, yeah. Well, we'll not see. We'll see how much of this they want to keep and how much is just, you know, little spawn room shenanigans. But San Diego's on a very odd comp here. I don't think they'll be staying on the Mercy Lifeweaver, but they could try Malga. Malga, you know, he's not necessarily meta, but he is in a strong state still.
Absolutely. I mean, SD with the Malga, the Sojourn Reaper, and yep, here we go with the Kyoko Lucio. And it'll
okay,
actually...
they are switching back to the mirror. You know, I was excited for the potential counter comp attempts, but...
Oh man, and here I thought we were gonna have a little bit of a diversity here, but no matter. Back with the hazard here. Mirror matchup, always a fun time.
Yeah, it looks like both teams just playing passive, trying to get a little bit of control of the map. San Diego rotating onto point first, but Romani is looking for an engage onto the backline here with the help of Mashiro. Yep, looks like they're trying to drop on that Sojourn.
Yep, and both Hazard and Genji both climbed off the call, and the Sojourn just absolutely ripping and tearing with the railgun there, and both Hazards in a duel, and actually it'll be Moosh that goes down.
Great pinch there from Irvine. You saw Romani and Mashiro going around to the left while XCal stayed up on the high ground, pinching from the right. And San Diego really just gave them all the time in the world to make that play. They really need to be more decisive if they want to get a fight win here. And Xenia finds a great opener onto XCal, though. This takes away a lot of Irvine's map control on this point.
Yeah, absolutely. That Sojourn being a lot of trouble for UCSD, so they're more than happy to take that out there as a brawl breaks out. And Romani's going to go down there, and UCSD making their push forward there onto the point there.
Yeah, a little bit of a desperate play there from Irvine. They're down. Their big source of damage is they have to go quick, try and find an easy pick, but San Diego's ready for it.
Absolutely there. And Al, as SD secures the point there, need to come back from a 50% deficit. And yeah, no, absolutely. A lot of ults are starting to come online too. KHD 80%, almost getting towards the Spirit Rush.
Both teams looking to Kitsune rush this fight, but I doubt Irvine will give San Diego time to get that off. They like to play fast. I'm hoping we'll see that here. And
yeah,
Reaps actually is able to collapse onto Otters, finding a great opening pick.
And Zena actually dealing out a fair bit of damage themselves, as going onto the wall is going to come up as UCEI is going to back up and wait for Otters to make his return.
Yeah, they have to kite. Without speed, you just can't engage fast like UCEI likes to.
Absolutely. And yeah, no, SD a little bit in control, holding onto there at 7%, but Kitsune Rush is going to come through.
Very, very aggressive from San Diego. Moosh is actually traded out first. KHD, Kitsune rushing second, and Irvine cleans this up very fast.
Very fast, very quick, and that'll be the team kill going over to UCI. Very quick, very clean, and they just absolutely run them down.
Yeah, I like the idea there from San Diego, trying to take initiative, make a play, but they just waited a little bit too long. You know, you wait a couple seconds so that Otters is gone, or can't get, you know, you wait not long enough that Otters can get back, but long enough just to take some time off the clock, but they waited a little bit too long. Otters came back. Irvine was able to clean that up. Absolutely,
and now with almost four ultimates up on the side of UCI there, as we see Bruce coming down there, and the Dragon Blade come in from Mashiro there, but the Sound Barrier comes through from both teams there, but so does the downpour there, and actually UCSD is going to fall, and UCI just runs them down and into the ground there. Kiriko, can you be the hero? And the answer is no.
Yeah, Irvine, you know, the Sound Barrier comes out first from them, but they're still able to get a lot more value. They just cut through San Diego's Sound Barrier like it's nothing. Reap still has the blade available, and XCal having the overclock. I'm guessing XCal will go first here, just trying to close out an early fight to secure point here.
Absolutely, as first point goes over to UCI, more than happy to try and fight for the second one there. As XCal trying to get a cheeky bit of damage there, very good overclock coming out.
Engages with the overclock like expected. Trying to put San Diego on the back foot already. Moosh falling very low, but looks like they'll be able to stabilize. And now San Diego is kited successfully. They'll be able to counter engage with the blade here. Yep, looks like Reaps goes for it. Looking for Otters, not able to find it. Great feel there for Romani, but he does fall very low, and Zinnia is able to clean up the kill.
But Romani being actually picked off, and that is huge for SD as they're able to make their way onto the point. UCI without their tank.
Yeah, Irvine will have to give this up. They do get 20% actually, which is quite a bit. But, you know, not much you can do. No resources in the Blade against you.
Absolutely. I mean, hey, Blade to your throat, I would back off as well there. And they making their way back to the point. Finally, Romani making their way back. Kitsune Rush available, and actually he's going to come through here.
Reeps is able to find Mushroom with the Kitsune, but XCal trades out too. San Diego was able to come with the Kitsune there first, but UCI going harder with their Kitsune, beating as well and able to close out this fight.
Absolutely massive for UCI. They're tearing through UCSD, and that'll be the next flashpoint, going back over to UCI.
Yeah, if San Diego wants to win these fights, they need to go even faster. I like the initiative there. They go first with the Kitsune, but by very, very little. They need to go faster before Irvine has time to get in position and counterattack.
And it just seems that every time USD turn out the pace, and UCI is like, hey, we can do that too, turns up even faster, and they meet that head on.
Moosh coming very close to the downpour there, but Romani has it already online. I wouldn't be surprised to see that engage from Romani.
Wall's going to come through from Hazard here. Moosh and Romani just fighting for control there, taking the brunt of the damage.
San Diego actually moving on to point, having a little bit better point control here. Downpour online for both teams, and Gloomy has the beat available.
Yeah, Downpour is actually going to come through there, and actually Reap Zero is going to fall. And Romani's Downpour is actually going to get a kill onto Zinna.
And the beat is just too late. Both DPS have already fallen for San Diego. That is a lost cause. A little bit of a misplay there from Gloomy. You know, these past few fights, Irvine has just been, I think they're tracking these ultimates perfectly from San Diego. They wait for Moosh to downpour, and the second that comes through, Romani pops his up.
Absolutely. Very well played from UCI. That'll be the second flashpoint going over to them there. And UCSD have to bring it back somehow. Backs are against the wall here.
Yeah, DPS ults coming online for both teams. I think, I'm guessing UCI would like to go first here with their DPS ults.
Absolutely. We see them setting the pace, and I believe it'll be the same here. Mashiro trying to find a good angle there, but gonna get a little bit picked out, or a little bit damage poked out.
Irvine taking early control at this point. Zinnia finds a great kill on the Xcal, popping the overclock. I'm not sure if Irvine will be able to do anything against this. Looks like they just have to back off. Zinnia isn't able to find much else. With the ult before KHD gets the Kitsune rush off. Counter Kitsune comes from Fangblade. Moosh falling very low. Romani picks up Reaps.
And it'll be the Dragon Blade that's absolutely ripping and tearing through SD there. Another fight going over to UCI, and that is 4 down.
UCSD is just not playing decisive enough.
Is not going well. Every time they try an ult, it's just a counter immediately from UCI.
Yeah, perfect kite there as well, you know. San Diego's been getting accustomed to UCI just instantly counter ulting, but there they actually kite and re-engage a couple seconds after and completely wipe.
Overclock's going to come out from Xcal there, and yeah, going to push back, create even more pressure as Gloomy goes down there. Haas is going to push onto the Kiriko.
Romani is so low, but there's not enough focus to take him down, and Odd is actually able to kill Moosh. Xcal finding the kill onto Zinnia. And yeah, Irvine will clean that up. This is going to be very, very difficult for San Diego to recontest. They have Blade, but that's just about it. And
back to spawn as well. It is absolute massacre for SD.
Yeah, Romani is coming close to that downpour. Looks like he's playing in a little bit of an aggressive spot, trying to prevent San Diego from getting even a good one.
With the flank here, Achi's going to get a very good dash. Violent leaping into the action there, but it takes way too much damage and goes down.
Way too aggressive there. San Diego will have plenty of time to touch this point. They should comfortably win this fight.
Yeah,
the question is, can they pick off these members of Irvine, or will they get out and just be able to kite?
Absolutely, that is exactly what SD wanted as Reap Zera popping the Dragon Blade there. Going on to Xcal, but you know, Ashley's gonna opt out to try and secure the point instead.
A little bit of a zoning blade there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to see Fangblade here use an early Kitsune rush. They have the advantage in that ultimate. They need to increase the tempo here to have a chance. Downpour coming out from Moosh doesn't find anything. They're just reacting a little bit too late.
Too late there, as Romani with the downpour of their own there. UCSD is rooted to the ground there, and Kitsune rush is gonna come through.
Cuts through Gloomy even with the beat.
Absolutely, UCSD not willing to go down without a fight, but inevitably they will be going down. The Sojourn and the Genji are down, and that might just be it for this point.
Yeah, desperate ults coming out, or not from UCI actually. Just a little bit of taunt. They know they've won this map. They know they've won the series.
But Gloomy actually touching the point here, buying a little bit of time for SC there. Keep touching this Lucio.
Yeah, it's just not going to be enough.
Absolutely, and that'll be it. Point number 3, and that will be game.
Yeah, San Diego just could not adjust to the pace of play they needed to be at in order to really match Irvine. Irvine either kited their ultimates, went first, or instantly countered. There was no way for San Diego to really win that.
Absolutely. And we see Hazard and Romani, absolutely huge play here.
Yeah, that was a great counter ultimate. Romani just waited for Moosh to use that downpour so that he could counter downpour and easily catch the enemy Hazard.
Absolutely very well played by UCI. A quick 3-0, maybe not as clean. UCSD actually putting up a bit of a fight there, but a 3-0 in the end nonetheless.
And they will be moving on to the grand finals later tonight. But before that, we now will have the lower semi or lower quarterfinals, and then lower semis, followed by the upper bracket finals.
Yes, so it'll be coming up. Will be UC Santa Cruz versus UCLA. Your team. How are you feeling about that matchup?
I think LA is feeling very confident. You know, Santa Cruz is known for their Doomfist. Zebra is a very, very strong Doomfist player, but you know, either there are two options. They run Doomfist, and I'm sure LA has prepared extensively for that matchup, or you know, they try Hazard, and I think LA would be happy with that as well. You know, put the Doom player on an off roll. I think yeah, LA definitely has the advantage in terms of planning. I think every team does when coming up against Santa Cruz, but that doesn't mean you should count out Santa Cruz. Very talented players. And they also have a very fast pace of play, just like Irvine.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be a great match coming up there. We're actually going to cut to the break here as the teams are going to get ready to go on stage there. So that'll be it from us, but don't go anywhere just yet. Stick around for match number 2.
Welcome back to UCEI, presented by Xfinity. I'm Kimmy Alwyn, joined by the lovely
Renee Reju K-Ruz.
and we're here doing some interviews for UCI Overwatch.
Yay! Today here we have
Romani.
and
Mashiro.
Yay!
so I want to ask you guys, that was the first game of the day. It was an absolute blast to watch, but how do you guys feel about, winning the first game of the day and going straight into finals after?
I felt pretty confident in our team's abilities after winning that game. It was a very confident win and feel pretty good.
Yay! Oh yeah, okay. Anyways, how are you feeling going into the next games? I know you guys have quite a bit of time today. It was a pretty fast game, you guys would say. So how do you guys feel facing off the next opponent?
Oh, UCSD just said they're gonna see us in the finals. I guess we'll see them in the finals.
Wow,
Whoa.
spicy.
Damn, there's some back talk over here, but that's going to be, honestly, I think an exciting game to watch. Now we're just going to have you guys play a little fun game. We did this yesterday if you guys tuned in, but this is going to be Overwatch, kind of like guess the character or almost like a Pictionary. We gave Mashiro a random champion, and he's going to have 10 to 15 seconds to draw, and then Romani over here is just going to guess it. So just go super quickly,
Ready,
speed draw.
set, go.
And so it looks like right now we have Mashiro drawing a...
I'm keeping mental count.
What is
It's,
that? Wait, I'm literally so lost. Okay, you know what? I think you're good. Can you show the camera?
Wow.
Wow,
this is
so good. Oh,
this is amazing.
So, Romani, who is this?
It has to be like Torbjorn?
Yes, correct.
Oh my gosh! Wow, it's
That is
Torbjorn.
amazing.
I think you should put that. That is literally better than the Mona Lisa, honestly.
Yes, we'll auction it off to the crowd if anyone would like it.
Wow,
Put it on the fridge.
Maybe you should pursue an artist career.
you should.
Yeah, I think
Well,
so too.
that's all we have for you guys right now. We'll go straight to a break, and then we'll come back with some exciting more Overwatch gameplay.
Let's say you're deep in a show, or a game, or the game, on a train, at home, at work. Okay, maybe not at work. Point is, at Xfinity, we're constantly engineering new ways to get the entertainment you love to you faster and easier than ever. That's what I do. Is that Love Island? I got it, 10!
Check frag.
Hello and welcome to the UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. I'm Daniel Goldengad, joined by
Renee Reiju K-Ruz.
and we're ready to get into Game 2 of today for the Overwatch portion of UCEI. And of course, it's going to be UCLA versus UC Santa Cruz. I'm pretty excited to get into this one.
I'm super excited to get into it. We've been seeing a lot of I want to say the same characters over and over again, but I'm pretty sure Santa Cruz has a bit of maneuvering going on into their champ pool. We do have Zebra. He's a pretty popular Doomfist player, as some of you may know. He's going to be on the side of UCSC, but in addition to that, I think we might also see maybe more Hazard, of course. Probably going to see some more brawlier comps in these games. So I'm super excited to see how Doomfist fares.
Yeah, and here we have UCLA walking out right now. We got players like Xerxes, CC Geek, Lightspeed, Tropic Gem, Mojave Express, Paxton, and R Belly on their roster here.
Oh my gosh, look at them. They look so dapper. I'm so excited for them.
I know, they're going for the old school esports with the polo rather than the jersey. I like that.
But I'm not gonna lie, it is kind of clean. We can't lie over here.
I've never been a fan of the jersey, but it is very comfortable for the most part for esports, so I totally understand why that is the choice that people make for that one.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. And speaking of excited, I think we're going to be seeing UCSC coming up here with players such as Fox's Deluxe, Psych, Sandivistan, Krepfin, Zebra, and NVM.
Yep.
Super excited to see how they go and play it out. Oh my gosh, look at them. They look so ready.
And here we go, handshakes coming through. Obviously, this is going to be a banger of a match. This is the losers finals. Well, kind of losers finals, more like losers semis. Whoever wins this will be playing against UC San Diego, who fell earlier this morning to UCI. But whoever loses will be out of the tournament for the rest of the day. So this is definitely one of those matches that you need to keep your eyes out for.
Yeah, this is, I don't want to say it's like a all hands on deck type situation for some of these players, but for some of them it may be so. After they win this, just as Daniel Goldengad did say, they are going to go into the losers finals and face UC San Diego. We heard earlier that UC San Diego is pretty confident though that they are going to win that losers finals and go back for a revenge match on UCI. But you know what, I have complete faith in these players that whoever makes it, you never know. They have to combat that rivalry with more rivalry.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely been a lot of good runs through losers brackets and all of UCEI presented by Xfinity history. I feel like a lot of the time the extra matches really make a difference because, this is not the home setup for these players. This is not where they usually play. You have to kind of acclimatize to having a crowd in front of you. LAN is not so common anymore in collegiate esports. So having the experience of games in the day that maybe matter a little less. Maybe you're playing against an opponent that's not as good as normal, or what you think is like the peak. We have UCI waiting the grand final. That's obviously going to be a much more difficult match than some of the other teams in this bracket. So this is when you need to buckle down. You need to show, okay, this is where we've established that confidence to really snowball to maybe potentially pick up the trophy.
I definitely agree. Also, you talked earlier about LANs. There's so many people out here, right? But it's also so exciting. People have their friends in the audience. They have opposing teammates in the audience. They have so many people that are either looking at them, either looking at their strategies, looking at their gameplay, or cheering them on. It's a good ego boost, but sometimes it can get a bit detrimental when you're playing with so many people and maybe a bad play happens or a 5-man wombo combo happens, but it's on you.
Yeah.
But we already know. We've seen their sportsmanship. We've seen that these players can excel no matter what they do. So I'm super excited to see them going to their first map.
Yeah, and it will be. Once again, the meta is pretty laid out for us.
Yeah.
We don't have to do too much analysis on what's going to happen. There's generally one very strong comp, which involves the 4 characters that are the core. Well, I guess 5, technically. All 5 of them are pretty core. It's going to be Hazard, Lucio, Kiriko, Genji, and Sojourn. That's generally the most widely accepted very good comp. However, there are some flexible portions of that. The tank portion, obviously, you can actually flex out of that Hazard, but I mean, if you watch the clip that went super viral for Overwatch lately, the top 500 tank players, pretty much all of them have Hazard as their most played, and that's for good reason. This character is extremely powerful, and on top of that, there are some flexible portions. We do have Zebra in this match, so expect maybe Doomfist to come out, something like that. It is still part of that dive identity that comp loves to run.
Yeah, I agree. Speaking of our maps, right, you talked about how there can be tank variability. We do have a very, I want to say solidified order of maps, but the first map is going to be a control map, just as it is standardly going to be, and it's going to be on Lijiang Tower. This map, I think, most likely hovers more of, you said dive, but I want to kind of evolve on that and say it's going to counter more of a brawly-esque type of situation. Doomfist, I would say, is a certain type of brawler, but as we've been seeing, Hazard just stomps the meta. He's also so good, has pretty lower cooldowns as well.
Okay, pretty is an understatement. This guy has a 5-second dash that can carry momentum into like to flying into walls and stuff like that. I mean, this character is completely disgusting, to be honest. But
I definitely agree. But I can't lie. It's really cool to watch. You can't lie.
I mean, it is cool. You know, tanks don't usually get to have this much kill power, movement. It's basically the equivalent of, if you're a League of Legends fan, the Cassante.
Oh, wow! I didn't know we were
pivoting, right?
Unfamiliar territory.
I know.
I would love to, but I need to purely stick to what we are going to talk about, which is going to be Overwatch 2. So speaking of that, you know, you talked about, let's talk about Doomfist more, right? I want to see Doomfist. I really do. I want to see variability. I want to see Zebra go for what he's known for, right? How do you think Doomfist and Hazard are going to fare?
You know, if I had to think about it, it should be actually pretty even. I mean, both these characters pretty much excel at disrupting and potentially killing. I mean, the biggest thing about Hazard is obviously that wall that he does put up. It really does split up teams pretty hard and cut off a lot of choke points that you find yourselves in these maps. And Lijiang Tower especially has a lot of those choke points that just get completely blocked off by these walls, especially on some of the points, so those entrances. So that's kind of the main benefit I see for Hazard in this one, where, you know, Doomfist, you're just going to have to abuse the fact that you have a little bit more quick vertical mobility to actually be able to find the backline here for UCLA, I imagine.
Yeah, and you said it perfectly, as we said. Oh, and there's actually going to be the Doomfist pick. We see Lime. Right now he's hovering over this Reinhardt. I don't think he's actually going to full commit, because Reinhardt just unfortunately gets outmaneuvered, outmobility a lot in these maps. But I could see it work if, you know, they're thinking, okay, we see Doomfist, right? Let's go for this more like brawly, maybe kind of like an anti-brawlist type beat. We are going to be opting for the Lucio rather than the Kiriko here. Lucio is just more faster. You do get the early boops on this map. Juno, of course, is a classic with the orbital array doing such immense power in it.
Yeah, and they're going to actually be going for the Junker Queen here, plus the Pharah, so a little bit different of an identity here, while UCSC playing a little bit more traditional, swapping out that Lucio for the Juno. Actually, you know, you still get the speed benefit as well as a bit more healing on that side, but maybe the mobility not as fair here. Junker Queen a little bit more of a bunker style, kind of anti-dive a little bit, makes it very hard for people to walk through after your tank does dive, because of the kill threat that she does provide. As now Kenji getting forced out on the right side here, and main force of UCLA kind of getting forced out of this point here, as they're going to try and retake space here.
Kiriko doing her best to heal, but unfortunately Sojourn is just getting faced out by this Doomfist. Okamoto taking down Lime. That is no tank on the side of UCLA already, and I think they're crumbling.
Yeah, but NVM's going to go down now. Consta going to find one onto that Genji player here, as now no ultimate's coming up just yet, but they do have a nice foothold on the point so far here for UCSC, as they're going for a kill onto the Sojourn. Finds it. Obviously Zebra trying to do their best on this point, but maybe it's a little bit too little at this point. They do have the full force on the point here for UCLA.
I thought it was going really bad for UCLA. They lost their tank, and speaking of UCLA losing someone, they just lost their healer, which can provide to be pretty detrimental over here. You talked more about Lime. Junker Queen is a lot of this very brawling-esque type character. She has the shot that's able to give him the extra regen and extra shields in order to combat these types of dives. You see all the Pharah actually taking down the Sojourn, so now there's no one to take down the aerial damage.
Yeah, ults are coming online soon. We got Pharah with that Rocket Barrage coming on extremely soon, but Fox's Deluxe is going to get actually pushed off the map, I assume, maybe even just jumping off by accident, and that's going to kind of, you know, get rid of the advantage they found with a couple of those picks they found in the last fight. So a little bit unfortunate there for their tempo, and they're going to have to try and retake all that space they once had just a couple minutes ago.
Agreed. They don't want to stagger here. Staggering in Overwatch is probably one of the most detrimental things that can happen. They are going pretty split, though. When you see Genji on the map, Orbital Ray is activated and online.
Yeah, Blade coming out now. Courier going to actually take out Nevermind immediately as soon as that Blade comes out. Now Courier just going crazy, going forward, killing down Zebra as well. Courier finding Juno as well, and now Sojourn going down, and nice play there from UCLA, able to isolate the targets, and they didn't even have to commit any ultimates for that. That is a disaster.
Oh my goodness, I definitely thought she was going to commit the Orbital Ray there. She was taking very low, all of them were grouped, but she held on to it. I think, I'm not sure, but now they're all a pretty big ult disadvantage. We are going to go for the Tracer here to try and pick up any flanks, but I don't know if Tracer is going to help with that. Overclock is active.
Overclock on for Sojourn on UCSC side, gonna dash forward, gonna get immediately deleted by the overclock of Courier, and now the orbital rays are coming down from the sky. Zebra trying to finish the kill on Courier now. Nevermind, finding Consta on the backside. It's just 2v2 on the point here. Now Xerxes trying to get out. Lime able to secure the kill on Nevermind. And now Zebra and Tropic trying to find the damage to get Zebra off this point, and they actually will succeed. 97% on the board here. They're going to look for another pick here to maybe snowball it. Zebra not able to get the touch and going to secure that round here. UCLA finds it with a pretty clean performance.
Oh my goodness, clean indeed. UCLA held that like a beast, Daniel. That was insane. We saw a lot of ultimates come out there very last second. Unfortunately, they were just not able to touch in time. I think the fair pick here, honestly, was really good. They had no one to kind of combat that aerial's damage that was being put on them. We do see Zebra who is going. He is doing this in and out play style, but I don't really know. I think maybe the focus here is just a little bit off. I'm not seeing a lot of focus on either one character. I think it's a bit spread out. We do see the Tracer here, so Tracer is a flanker, but Tracer's there for disruption. Try to get out a lot of their utility. Maybe get out, although there is no Suzu on the side of UCLA, possibly get out the Boop, maybe the Juno right click, and possibly a shift from Sojourn, and try to fix them up.
Yeah, as now they're going to be in this first point here, trying to get the space using this Pharah. You know, obviously now UCLA back onto the Genji Sojourn core that we're so familiar with. Trying to kind of pick them apart. Tracer getting kind of isolated on the left side here. Zebra having to join up, and now they've actually gotten a reverse position here, but UCLA crucially has secured the point, so they have the advantage here as far as positioning goes. They want to play a bit hunkered down here. They don't want to have any isolated members that UCSC can possibly take advantage of.
UCLA getting the point once again more. Honestly, this Lucio pick is so slippery, but he's doing so much damage. Zebra, unfortunately, trying to get someone out, but it's just not going to be enough. Courier as well, taking down Psych. That's one healer off for UCSC. I don't know if they, but they do cap.
Yeah, they're actually going to grab the cap here. They're going to kind of flip it on their head. Zebra able to find Courier. That's a lot of your damage strike gone, but Lime, on the other hand, is going to take down Zebra. It's currently about 4v4 on this point, though, so never mind. Getting a little bit too close to Lime there, goes down immediately. Xerxes does go down in the process, though, which means you do lose one of your main healing forces for the side of UCLA. So they have to play this slow. They're looking for the damage now, and Courier finds it onto Psych immediately, and Consta with a nice follow-through, going to eliminate 3 and reclaim that point.
Oh my goodness, this Brawlius type comp is working so well for UCLA. Courier getting taken down very low, but they're not going to be able to finish him off. Zebra, unfortunately, getting taken down again, and they are just, unfortunately, kind of stuck in spawn here. Lime with the shout going able to just absolutely obliterate the front line of UCLA. It's looking pretty hard.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good so far for UCLA. UCSC does have a couple ultimates coming online a little bit earlier than UCLA does. Consta trying to find the damage, but getting isolated now. Zebra on his tail, trying to find the damage, able to grab the HP back, so that's going to mean a live Genji when it's just so unlikely. And never mind, getting picked on the right side, just overextended a little bit, and the pulse bomb is going to go wide here. They're trying to salvage the play. Kitsune Rush comes through. They're trying to find the damage. Here comes Beat for the side of UCLA. They're not able to find that much damage. Zebra finds 2, though, off the side of the map, I believe, onto Lime and Courier. Consta has the blade, but with no healing, it's a little bit hard to play this out. Lucio doing good disruption here. Tracer trying to get out, not able to get taken down. Zebra, last one on the point now. Finally getting rejoined with the Tracer as well, with the Pharah back in the pocket. Has the Rocket Barrage, but a little bit tepid to use it due to that Genji Reflect still in his pocket. And now a lot of pressure here onto Xerxes, trying to find it. The Rockets need to land direct, but instead the supports take out the combined force of Nevermind. And also the Junker Queen Rampage coming through, finding 2 on the backside. Zebra trying to salvage the play, but 95% on the board. I don't think they're going to be able to get a touch here, as now Zebra finally on point, but I mean, I just think it's too little too late.
He's gonna get it in 1 second. He's trying his best, but he is one alone man standing. The orbital ray does go out. Courier is taking down Nevermind. Unfortunately, getting picked off way too many times. Xerxes being an absolute demon over here, getting 1, getting 2. Oh my goodness, the support combatant is absolutely insane, and the map just goes to UCLA.
Yeah, very well played there. I feel like the big thing that really impressed me in this one is their ability to isolate targets here for UCLA. It feels like they're kind of outmaneuvering, and maybe UCSC is going a little bit too ahead of themselves. You know, they do have a bit more difficult of a kind of team fight to navigate with the Doomfist, just because they have to try and follow through. And I think UCLA has, you know, definitely studied this kind of play style. They're finding their windows onto the kind of side flanking threats, such as especially Farah in that last one. It felt like really got isolated a lot of time there for Nevermind. So, UCSC, not the best start, but, there were definitely some signs there. They really do need to take down Courier, though. I feel like Courier's doing a great job in that one. And sometimes, it just comes down to how you play on the day. And so far, Courier's really standing up to it.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think another person that really stands out to me is going to be Xerxes from UCLA. That support, they're outmaneuvering, first of all, a Farah that's on them, like swimwear. They also have really good teamwork synergy. We're seeing them. They're not getting taken down, but they have really good peel. There is always someone who's helping either the support or either their brawler brawl. They're never, I see, really getting taken down enough. I believe we saw the anti go onto the Genji in a very split second, but the beat happens, and that very moment of time where you have no supports, they're already beated, you have barely an ultimate to try and cap the point, it's just not going to be enough. I agree with especially what you said about, unfortunately, Nevermind is getting taken down a lot. They're getting isolated, they're not also able to get their picks. I like the aerial support. I like the idea that, you see Sojourn, you see Genji, you see Junker Queen. Maybe you try going aerial support, trying to go over flank, a bit more disruption. I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, but here comes the next map. Obviously, it's going to be Escort, so a little bit more of a front-to-back style you can play. You're not playing around these control points where you have to find the side angles. So maybe that's the kind of angle and map choice that UCSC will prefer. So definitely a bit different on the play style for those kinds of maps compared to control, where it's scrappy. You're trying to touch the point as often as possible. Try and get that percentage when you can. But in the meantime, a lot of the time the map's a bit more streamlined. You're not having to deal with as many kind of wide open angles as you do on control. So I could see that being beneficial for UCSC, a little bit easier to play sightlines compared to that previous map. But obviously, still not, enough. They need to find something. But this is just map 1. Obviously, they got at least 2 more maps to play with, maybe 3, if they win this next one. So, it's not the end of the day here for UCSC. And I think one important thing to note, this is actually going to be, the only UCSC team here at UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. Yeah. So I think it's pretty crucial that they really put up a good showing here for their school, rep that slug culture.
Yeah, go banana slugs. I agree, right? I think there are a lot more maps. There's going to be different verticalities. There's going to be different movement that they're going to have to try and distribute in order for them to play really well. The next map is going to be Escort. It is going to be King's Row. That's going to be a pretty standard map. We are going to see probably more brawly tanks, so either Hazard or most likely a Junker Queen. We also are going to probably see Widowmaker here.
Yeah, Widowmaker Tracer, pretty standard DPS here
standard,
for those.
Easy flanks, you're able to go in, disrupt. Widowmaker finishes it off. Really good pick, also really good information gathering. So I can see where UCSC is going to do really well here.
Yeah.
But I think they need to make a lot of conditions to be met.
Oh, I'm sure for sure. King's Row, obviously, when you think back to King's Row of the past, you think, okay, we're gonna go Reinhardt or these kind of more
Bastion.
these more bally death ball type comps. But now it's a little bit more mobile. You're finding the flank routes a bit more often. And I will say King's Row first point is always going to be one of those things where if you are better at rotating than the opposing team, you will always get that point 100% of the time. So I'd like to see some creative flank angles here. Looking for the high ground, especially, you need to get these players off of it if you are going to be able to take this point. But it can also be one of those points that it's just a full hold if you aren't able to get those things working. But we'll have to wait and see what that ends up happening here for King's Row.
Yeah, we're actually going to see no Widowmakers here. Pretty interesting, but I understand the reason. They know their comps, they know how to play it. I think they're really good at it. UCLA most likely going to opt for the Hazard here. Really good brawl. Hazard Genji with a standard Lucio and then some other sub support is going to be really good for the rest of their team. UCSC is going to be, possibly running the Widowmaker here as we see. Maybe they're hovering it. Zebra, once again, is going to be going on that specialty Doomfist pick here. There's a lot of verticality. Doomfist has a lot of places to go in and get out really easily. I can see where it can work here, but I don't know. If it hasn't worked earlier, do you think it's going to work again?
I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say, especially with a map so rotation heavy. Widowmaker looking for the pick here. I always love this. You're trying to find that first pick, and then you instantly just swap off. It doesn't cost you that much as far as time is concerned. Seeing UCLA on the Hazard makes a lot of sense. You get to stall a lot more compared to something like the Junker Queen, as they are looking to hold here a bit better. And this map isn't that vertical, so they have a lot more to deal with, and a lot of chokes that could be isolated using that wall there. Nevermind getting kind of dangerously low, but able to actually skirt away, trying to find the damage onto Lime. And now getting isolated. Hazard chasing up onto that player. Courier, though, in the meantime, finds Fox Deluxe, and that's the kind of common theme here for UCLA. They find the picks, but Courier's going to go down in the backside. Nevermind, able to find it, and now Lime trying to find the damage, gets interrupted in the meantime, and now is going to go down most likely here, trying to stall. It actually does survive, so that's actually a huge pick right there on to Nevermind as well to actually kind of isolate some of these angles. They now get to play a bit more safe under this building, and now they're going to go in onto Zebra, try and force him out. I need to see a pick here from Okatone.
Trying their best to contest. Lime is getting taken down very low, but these supports are supporting. They are putting in the work. Lime is really good at playing around his wall. The wall can be breaking down, though, so we just have to keep that in mind. Kansa is trying his best to kind of play almost like an anti-brawl situation here where Nevermind swapping off to Genji. Kansa taking down Okatone 87, which is going to provide pretty disaster. So you have no backline peel. They also have no burst in to try and get them. Everyone's really critical. Courier does get taken down. Nevermind getting 2. That is the shift reset that they need. Lime is alone with only 2 supports left. However, Zebra is taken down. They have no tanks with double support ult for UCSC.
Yeah, Lime is going to have to be the real showstopper here if they do want to get back on this point. Looks like they're going to actually concede a couple ticks here to maybe try and recontest as the final capture comes through. Nevermind positioning on the top ledge here. Has Blade in just a bit. Kitsune Rush going to come out for Fox Deluxe as they go down. And now with the orbital rays coming out from the sky as well, trying to find the damage. And it's actually going to kill through the orbital ray. Courier trying to find the damage. Actually goes down to Zebra. Lime able to trade over the kill onto Nevermind. Puts down the downpour. Not going to be able to find too much there, as now Xerxes is going to clean up Psych there as well, and they are able to hold the first point here. 1 minute 40 seconds on the clock.
That is something that you just don't want to see, Daniel. That's double support ultimate, and unfortunately you just can't break through the sheer amount of damage that UCLA is pouring out. UCLA still has the sound barrier to dissuade that Dragon Blade, the overclock. Although the Doom's ultimate may not provide a lot of damage, it does provide a lot of disruption as well as a lot of sustain. We can see the overclock come in.
Yeah, overclock comes in. Blade comes in as well. Nevermind, not able to find anything on the backside with the help of this overclock. Just finding so many kills here. Consta and Courier 1+1 able to find so much here. Fox's Deluxe gonna go down as well. Consta chasing out Nevermind here. They want to get this pick on a delayed late kill, and that's gonna be a great stagger there for UCLA, as now they, 1 minute left on the clock. You really have to dig deep. I think it really comes down to this overclock. It's going to be the last ult they have on the table here, but the Blade is still in the pocket of UCLA, and if they dive properly, they are going to be able to find that, I think.
They have no defensive ults to try and persuade Consta off any of their really good teams. The overclock does come out. UCSC is trying their best to try and dissuade it. Nevermind take down Consta.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was scared of, and now Lime is going to force out the Sojourn from UCSC. Courier getting dangerously low, but not able to finish the kill. Xerxes also able to barely skirt away, trying to get killed by Zebra, and finally finds it. 25 seconds left on the clock. Not much time left. Trying to survive here. Lime getting dangerously low. Gonna actually go down, and that might be the point here for UCSC. You lose your tank. You lose so much of your pressure. So UCSC somehow, some way finds the angle to actually be able to win that. And I really think it came down to Zebra finishing that kill on the Juno to not allow a reset to come through now. And now Nevermind trying to find the damage. Has to be a bit careful. The entirety of UCLA trying to converge on that position. Lime now diving past Zebra here, trying to find any damage they can, but not able to actually let any of it stick. The Kitsune Rush is going to come out. Zebra trying to find the damage. Finds it onto Tropic Gem. And now Lime kind of isolated on the backside. Just surviving, doing what Hazard does best. Maybe going to get taken down here with the stun of the Doomfist. Not going to go down. Consta's going to trade the tank. No tank for either of these teams. As now, Nevermind and Consta getting dangerously low. Orbital Ray does come down from UCLA. They're trying to get these kills on the board, but in reality, it's just a little bit of stall, and they're actually able to force UCSC off the point. 1 minute 50. They don't have that much time coming out of that last point here. So they definitely have a bit of breathing room here.
We do have Downpour ready to try and hopefully dissuade that Genji ultimate if they do get the snare or the root in time. We do have Orbital Ray, however, which is going to provide a lot of damage, and I'm pretty sure Orbital Ray plus the Dragon Blade combo can provide, I believe, almost a 1 to practically 1.5 shots for the support.
Yeah, Nevermind trying to go forward, has the Blade. The Orbital Ray does come down on the point here. Zebra has the Meteor Strike in their pocket, but Consta just takes down 2 on the backside. Both your DPS already down in this one. Lime trying to get taken out. Meteor Strike still in the pockets, trying to save it, but Lime is just so persistent on surviving. That damage reduction is just insane there, and Zebra goes down. UCLA, a nice wipe here with only 1 minute left on the clock.
we have to commend Courier and Consta here. It's absolutely insane. I know the supports are doing their work. I see your unsung heroes. You guys are absolutely spectacular. But they're putting in the work. They're hitting their shots. They're getting every single pick that they need.
Overclock coming through now. Finds Fox's Deluxe in the sky. Now they're going to dash forward. They want to end the game here. They don't want to have to deal with any more contests, and finds another one onto Psych. Will get taken out, but it's just too little too late here. Zebra probably will be able to get the touch here for one last contest. They still have the Meteor Strike, they still have the Blade, but they have no crucial support ultimates, while UCLA still has Beat and that Orbital Ray in the pocket soon for Xerxes. I'm pretty concerned.
I have to agree with you, Daniel. It is very concerning. He's going to use the Meteor Strike most likely to try and touch, get the HP back when he has it. Consta trying to find an angle on the Dragon Blade. Isn't enough right now, though. I don't think it is going to be enough. He is on their support. The Suzu does go out. He's on 130. The Dragon Blade hits.
Yeah, it's not doing any damage right now, though. It's kind of wasting their time. They're actually kiting this out so beautifully here. Zebra able to survive, but Lime finds Nevermind with that downpour. Now diving in to try and find another, but so far nothing happening. And the Orbital Ray comes down here for UCLA, but they're able to secure Lime right before it does. Courier now has to do so much work, only able to find the Kiriko. Now it's up to Xerxes and Tropic and Consta trying to find it with the Beat coming down. They don't have any of those big ultimates left in their pocket, but neither does UCSC. Xerxes finds it onto Psych, and now the point is being full contested. Zebra trying to survive here, but with no supports, it's just highly unlikely going to try and squeak away. Genji back on point, never mind. They want to keep this touch going. Overtime in the pockets. Downpour going to come through, going to root up that Genji, and now Zebra isolated. The wall comes down. They're looking for the supports of UCSC, trying to survive so well here on that Moira, just as a desperation swap, not able to do it. Lime is finding the kills here onto Okotok, and then finally finds another kill onto Psych here as UCLA finds the full hold here on the second point.
That was a beautiful hold, Daniel. It was insane. They got their ultimates. They also did have the spawn advantage over there. As you talked earlier about the desperation switch on the Moira to try and hopefully phase through to get that movement speed, but it's just not going to be enough. We are seeing Hazard and the Doomfist. I'm not going to say either of these picks are, you know, doing much more than the other. I think all these players are just playing perfectly at their own will. But sometimes in Overwatch, it just come down to what ultimates you have left, when are you going to use them, and how well can you survive. I honestly think UCLA's sound barrier is, you know, just helping them so much more than the double aggressive ultimate that UCSC has to offer.
Yeah, I think they're just playing it so well here for UCLA. I feel like they just get more value out of these ults compared to UCSC. You know, there are so many times UCLA identifies, okay, this person most likely has ult here. Let's isolate them. Let's try and force Nevermind out to using that blade or finding the overclock when Okotonk does actually go for it. But yeah, it just feels very difficult to play now. And now Lime back on the Junker Queen. Gonna try and just make it through the choke with pure damage threat here, as you know, Lucio, Juno really seeming like a very good combo here for UCLA. They definitely love the kind of benefits you get from having these two supportive speedsters, I'll say. So definitely a lot more rotation ability, and I talked about how important rotations are on this first point, so I'm very curious to see how UCLA will actually play this.
It does assist really well into their brawl heavy comp that we are seeing, especially with the Junker Queen switch here. I honestly think the Junker Queen is going to provide really good, especially against the Doomfist. Fox's Deluxe actually taking down Consta, so a very early pick. I think right now they're just going to try their best to play the map here, try and see if they can get any picks over here. Never mind getting taken down very low, has to use the recall.
Yeah, with that first puck pick, it actually does give them a good position here to at least hold for a bit more. Still got 3 minutes 20 on the clock, so nothing too concerning. Lime getting forced out a bit, has to use that overhealth. Not able to find it, actually does blade Zebra back in. Nice return there, but they are getting kind of surrounded. The gameplay of UCSC working out properly. The headshot, though, comes through. Fox Deluxe does go down. And now it's just two players left on this high ground, going to get forced out by Tropic Gem. There's still one more up there, but they want to make sure they keep all these members alive. It's a lot more detrimental to get picked on this defensive side compared to offense. And they're able to take a couple more off. UCLA grabs the point here. Nevermind trying to find the kills on the backside, but it's not so easy. Zebra looks for it. Pulse Bomb goes wide here for Nevermind. Not able to find that Junker Queen. Zebra getting dangerously low, forced off the point. Still not secure. They can still go for another touch in just a second. Zebra not able to find the damage. They're walking forward to maybe potentially find this. But Consta takes out Okotonk right at the start of that fight. Courier trying to find the headshot here with that Pulse fire there, and then also Psych getting dangerously low. They're forcing out Zebra, trying to find the damage onto Courier. It's not landing fully. Juno healing up extremely well here. Finally goes down, and that's going to be the point taken out. The kill's just not going the way of UCSC.
These supports are so beautiful. They're keeping everyone up so well. Consta taken down to almost dead. He had 22 HP, but the supports were able to try and help him to take that pick off. We do have the Orbital Ray online. We also have Dragon Blade, and we also have the Overclock for UCLA. UCSC is going to get the Meteor Strike, Overclock, and Kitsune Rush, and Orbital Ray very soon. UCLA, however, does have the Sound Barrier to dissuade practically almost all that damage that they're going to have. Never mind, did go for that Tracer Switch instead of the Genji here on that defense to hopefully maybe try their best to flank. But UCLA playing very tight.
Warrior trying to find it. The Suzu comes through, able to teleport away, trying to find the look back headshot, not able to get it. Consta finds the Psych, and Lime finds Nevermind to start this off. They might be able to snowball this to a full cap here. There's definitely going to be a touch for sure before that happens, though. But it's still such a dangerous position. They didn't end up committing any of those ults, so it's going to be a massive fight in just a bit.
A massive fight is going to happen. Courier is trying his best to try and find an angle here on the orbital. I'm sorry, not on the orbital ray. They're going on the overclock, and there it is, the overclock.
Yeah, here comes the orbital rays coming down. Consta's finding the damage here as the overclock comes through. They're actually killing through this orbital ray plus Kitsune Rush combo, and they're just going to be able to full cap the point. UCLA makes it look clean.
UCLA didn't even make it look clean. They were clean. we have to say that point blank. Their timing of ultimates was really well. I honestly think they got the damage out before the orbital ray even committed down from UCLA. I think UCLA played phenomenal. However, do want to say I think their comp superseded a lot of their individual skill as well. That might be a hot take for some of you guys, but I just think the supportive ultimate on the Lucio kind of triumphed over this aggressive sort of playstyle that UCSC had to offer.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this Lucio Juno is really putting up a good case for why it's getting played. The Kitsune Rush obviously has had many nerfs over the years. It's not as strong. The Suzu as well has gotten nerfs, but Kiriko is still very standard just because of the support, especially the Suzu. It gets so people out of jail, free card every single time. So I understand why, UCSC sticks with it. I think it's still a good pick. It's not exactly the problem. I think just the maneuverability of UCLA, they're not using something like a Doomfist who gets to dive in and out pretty much on rotation. But they're kind of able to supplement that a little bit with the double speed that Lucio does provide. And, the survivability of these supports is just a little bit better, it seems. Maybe because of how they're playing and how UCLA kind of is isolating the DPS out to make sure that they can't do damage, Offense is also defense sometimes, and I feels like UCLA understands that perfectly.
I 100% agree. I also, you brought up a really good point on how they are being able to get the really good offense. The offense also, I think, has a lot to do with targeting, right? UCLA, you can tell that they're all targeting a lot of the same people one by one by one by one. Their target and focus is absolute perfection. And looking at that perfection over here in this replay, we are going to see Nevermind getting taken down very low, but it's just not going to be enough. Consta, honestly, on the supports like daylight. Courier once again here. Look, that's another support unfortunately getting taken down. They know who to focus and when to focus them. The overclock absolutely showing beautiful. He unfortunately does get taken down there at the end.
Yeah, and this one, I mean, I'm just so surprised you're dying through the orbital ray plus Kitsune Rush. It's just unheard of, to be honest. So, I mean, that just goes to show that their target selection, which is really what these hero shooters come down to, the target selection is always the most important, and they're executing that perfectly as these fights move on. And obviously now, Santa Cruz is in a tough position. They're down 2-0. What do you think changes?
I think target, honestly, because I could say anything about composition. I could say my own whatever bias and possibly not correct choice of support utility. I really do like the one defensive ult, one aggressive ult. I think that's just a personal favorite, but it's here or there, whatever. But I think when I'm looking at their fights, right, I'm seeing lots of focus is being split on UCSC, right? We have Zebra on one carry, but we also have a lot of their DPS either not being able to reach or they're just unfortunately not going to be able to finish them off. I also am not seeing a lot of the DPS on Santa Cruz being able to block out a lot of that defensive utility that their supports have. I feel like Lucio still has Boop whenever he has the Zebra go in. I still feel like Kiriko always has Fly and the E whenever she needs to escape. I never really see them caught in a moment where they are lacking on cooldown rotations.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a little bit dangerous, but we are moving on to our next map. It's going to be Watch Point Gibraltar here. So Excuse us for the kind of switch up here. It was hybrid in the last one, and this one's going to be escort. So Gibraltar obviously known to be, I mean, kind of a hard point to play, especially early on with those high grounds to deal with throughout the entire map for the most part. And then, you know, I haven't seen this map as much lately, just because, to be honest, I haven't watched as much Overwatch as I used to. So I'm curious to see whether it'll be Hazard, Winston, something like that. Not too sure what we'll end up seeing on this one.
Most likely, I was going to say Winston. The verticality on Winston here is just absolutely insane. He can go from ledge to ledge, map to map. He just can go in and out so much. Once again, we see UCSC on that Doomfist. On these types of, as you said, these hybrid S maps, right? No, sorry, this is
escort, but it's a high ground map.
Yes, sorry, escort. Apologies. But on these escort maps, we do see a lot of Brig on it because they just play so well together. We are going to be opting in for the Ashe here instead of the Widowmaker. So give or take, they're both snipers. They both have a really good utility. Look at all this Zebra hype in the crowd. Love y'all. You guys are doing absolutely amazing. And we're actually going to be opting for the Echo Tracer here. Echo Tracer is something that we've seen a bit earlier. You see Tracer get the utility off an Echo, try and combat them, or vice versa.
Yeah, Echo just provides a lot of extra damage that you wouldn't expect on some of these high ground positions. So I think it's a great swap here to actually be able to find it. Xerxes in a pretty dangerous position, and Brig on the right side. They're not able to find all the damage, but they've broken through this first choke beautifully. As now Consta getting forced back. Gonna have to try and survive this. Actually forcing Okatung out there as Lime finds Fox's Deluxe on the high ground, and that advantage that I thought UCSC had is kind of getting eliminated. Zebra, nice remembrance there on the Tracer recall positioning, able to actually immediately delete that Tracer off the face of the planet. Courier now back on high ground, and you know, I was just complimenting how they did such a good job getting UCLA off this high ground, but guess what? They've just made it back in with no problems here at all onto the high ground, and unfortunately, tech pause.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, they got them off the high ground, and they were like, actually, let's stop. No, I'm kidding. But, you know, let's talk a little bit more about that, Daniel. I like the high ground thing. I think Overwatch's strength on a lot of their maps is how different in variability on the verticality it is, right? You can either go flank, you can go brawl, you can go up and down, left and right, and regardless, it's really hard to keep track of because Overwatch is just such a fast-paced game. We have Winston here. Winston against Echo. How do you feel? I personally think Winston does a really good job of combating the Echo. He's able to go up and down. His shift is on a very low cooldown as well. But do you think Echo can somehow
I think Bubble is more valuable, you know, than some of the other tank utility against Echo in particular. That being said, I think the extra burst damage that Echo has onto these squishies that, you know, Anna doesn't have much movement. It's pretty hard to actually get the sleep dart on a flying Echo right in front of you, I'm gonna say. So if they coordinate well, they could find the pick again and really open up UCLA's defensive line. And you know, the Winston, you know, he does damage, but it takes a while. So if they find their window, if they dive properly, if they're able to isolate the targets, you know, you could do either the Ashe, which also doesn't have that great of movement, or you could do the Ana, of course, which is a bit more vulnerable, which is what the Brig is for, but Brig also not exactly the best in the Echo. So I think it's a great look here for UCSC, but, you know, need to be consistent. They need to find, they can't let those picks slip through. When Okatunk goes down, that's a disaster, because now you just lost a lot of your kind of battering ram style that to get through that point. So, you know, maybe play a bit more careful. Not exactly sure how navigate, because UCLA is not leaving many cracks.
I 100% agree. UCLA has a pretty ironclad defense over here, and also a pretty ironclad attack going into a lot of, you know, what we've seen in the past 2 games. I think one thing that UCLA really does good as well is like marking on who they want to focus at a certain area, you know?
Yeah.
And I think what you said earlier, like when they let a pick go through, you have to push through. You have to capitalize on whatever pick that they have. But UCLA, even though they had a little bit of a crack through there, USC also has a bit of a crack. I think right now UCLA is taking more of an advantage on that than UCSC. Zebra is, however, putting in an absolute insane amount of work here. You can't lie.
As he does.
Yeah, like as he does. He's just the GOAT. But, you know, also we have to talk about the rest of their plays. I think Nevermind here is playing absolutely out of their mind. They're doing really good. They're getting the picks that they need. We've already talked about, you know, the other DPS that was on lost UCLA, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's just the players are good. That's it.
I mean,
bottom line.
There's a reason they're in this tournament. Obviously, this is the best of collegiate for the most part. These are all definitely top 20, top 30 teams in all of America. So I'd say that's pretty good nonetheless. So they definitely know what they're doing. Just needs to pick up the pieces here. As Echo trying to find the pick onto Consta there. Consta just immediately taking it out. And that Echo that we said was so crucial to what they're trying to do here on this first point, getting taken down immediately. Not exactly what you want. UCLA playing a bit split here. Winston doesn't have to worry too much. Just to make sure not getting knocked off this high ground, so Anna can't get set up here with a nice sight line. Doing a great job at that. Seeing how UCLA plays so defensively now that they know there's an Echo in the game. A lot more bunkered up, a lot more together, and not as split as they were in the last couple maps here. Echo trying to get pulse bombed, able to actually dodge away from that one. Consta not finding it now, and the damage is coming through. That rally goes through for Foxy Deluxe, trying to survive this Winston barrage here of fists as they now go back in. Now trying to find the damage with the nano boost as well in the pocket. Psych's going to go down, and that's one of your main supports going down. The rest of UCLA not really threatened that much. Never mind getting taken out by Lime on the backside. They're going to swap. They're considering a swap here, but now the Echo going to actually get taken down after that ultimate comes through, as, you know, UCLA just holds it well.
They are holding it really well, but they're still going, which is absolutely insane. They're going to try and go for a full sweep and a really good stagger, but I just don't think they're going to have enough. But right now, they're currently in spawn line, going to take down very low, but he's able to safely get out because he is Winston, and Winston has really good jumps. UCSC is going to make the executive change to opt off the Echo, go straight for the Ash. I think a pretty good play. We did see Bob come out on the side for UCLA as well. Really good, you know, situational utility, able to zone them off the point as well. We have Rally, however, on UCLA, but UCSC does still have the Meteor Strike and the Nano Boost.
Yeah, Courier getting kind of pressured out here, but actually going to get a nice ante onto the forces of UCSC. Now the Meteor Strike coming down, finds Courier, does get slipped up. Never mind, getting traded out here. Now Zebra able to make it out there. There isn't too much left in the tank for either of these teams. They still have Nano Boost, and the Rally is still up here for Tropic. They're trying to survive, and they forced UCSC out again on this point, and it's just coming dire. 36 seconds left on the clock. Remember, this is their last life in this tournament. They need to make it count. Pulse Bomb not able to land, but the damage comes through anyways. Lime finds it onto Okatunk, and then finally is getting forced at Foxy Deluxe. Zebra trying to disrupt the backline just a little bit. The Ana is pretty safe at this point. Doesn't have to worry about too much. Trying to find the sleep dart. Doesn't land it. Consta, though, finishes off Psych. And that's another pick. Stagger 13 seconds before the point is called off here. Zebra needs to go for a touch at this point now, but I don't know if it's going to matter. They still have the boop from the Brig, so that's going to be their main angle to try and deny it. Zebra able to touch at the very least, but now the Nano Boost coming through from the Winston, and this is a big monkey trying to threaten the entire front line. Tropic Gem able to take down Zebra on point, and now with the Primal Rage coming through, the stall is there, and UCLA holds it before they're able to secure that first point.
One monkey versus 4 man. Who do you think wins?
That's a big monkey.
It's going to be the big Nano Monkey, and that's going to be UCLA going in 3-0. Oh, wait, sorry, no. Oops, my bad. Guys.
Whoa, whoa. Renee, leaking the script.
I'm sorry.
Leaking the scripts.
No, who said that?
Okay, just know, if UCSC takes this to Game 5, it's all Renee's fault.
Wait, no, that's good, right?
I mean,
go UCSC! Apologies, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. I was so focused on the one monkey and no one could touch. I was so sad.
Yeah.
Well, Daniel, now we have flip side, right?
Yep.
We are probably most likely going to be seeing the Doomfist once again on UCSC. I don't know how well Doomfist really fares on defense. I think he has much more areas to play back in a way, whereas unfortunately UCLA is going to have to try their best to get them down. They're probably most likely going to be going a mirror comp, so they're probably most likely going to be having fun with this Reinhardt and Lifeweaver and Bastion pick, because if they do...
Yeah, for sure they're going to run that, you know what I mean?
Oh, actually, no, you're right. Think about it. Like, Reinhardt shifts in.
No. Wait, I got it. Reinhardt sits on the point, Bastion sets up turret. Done. Wow. They're definitely in bronze, you know? And they're definitely going to go for that strat.
Ooh.
Wow. I love that strat. I think it's so good. I think they really should play that. But no, they're swapping back.
Yeah,
exactly to what we expect. Winston, Brig, Ana, Tracer,
most likely
and
they're
of
going
course
to be going Ash here because very technical. Oh no, we have some Cassidy gameplay going in today to try and dissuade the Zebra. Lime getting taken down very early with a really good anti, and Pio going to be going on to Zebra. That's a really good early game pick that we haven't been seeing on the side of UCSC pretty earlier. Never mind trying to break through the cracks, but it's just not going to be enough for us. Courier takes down Alcatonk. Now that is going to be a 4v4, but unfortunately the Nano does hit, and they do not have any more healing. There's no Suzu. Never mind, has to fall back.
Yeah, the point of the Cassidy there is just to get that hindrance, so to actually make it so you can't use any of those dash abilities for this Doomfist, making Zebra's life a lot more difficult here. Courier trying to find the damage with Consta here. as they go into the back line, but they're able to actually peel off. The point is right in front of them. They need to actually make sure that they full hold here. They still got 3 minutes left. I mean, this is so scary.
It is really scary. Zebra is also going off the point, which means it's going to be a bit hostile, but he's trying his best to try and destroy them off the high ground. It's just not going to work. Courier trying his best. He's holding on to that flashbang like it's dear life. Ana does sleep. Kansa, however, that's going to take him down. The primary rage does go out. He does get anti, but it's not going to be enough damage.
Lime not able to find it. Maybe still finds it onto Psych, as now Ana creating a way, able to survive until Courier takes out Akatonk. And now, you know, UCSC, they're in an okay position. UCLA getting forced out as the nice... Oh no, the pulse bomb's not going to land, I was going to say. As now the anti goes through, Nevermind gets taken out. Courier finds Ana on the backside. They did end up committing that nano boost right before Xerxes went down, so that's one utility they were able to burn as the pulse bomb comes through, just eating it up there as that Doomfist, but it's still going to be too little too late here. UCLA with a clean sweep 3-0.
Yeah, that was purely chaotic, Daniel, if I have to say so myself. But UCLA now takes it 3-0 in the series. But I have to say, these players are absolutely playing out of their mind. This Cassidy going onto the switch, I think, was absolutely beautiful. I also don't even know how he was able to find the angle to flank them as a Cassidy, but he was just able to do so. There is the break rally, but he's right behind them, and that is going to be the Deadeye locking in and taking them down. No contest, unfortunately, but I have to say a pretty good game.
I mean, UCLA made it a quick one, I'm not going to lie. And that's the kind of momentum you're going to start building as you go up this loser's bracket. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to UC Santa Cruz. You know, it was a short-lived excursion here towards UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity. But guess what? They still made it here, top 4 of the UCs at the very least. So, you can at least hold your head high here for that. But now UCLA, moving on. They're going to be facing UC San Diego in that lower bracket side, and I think it's going to be a banger.
I honestly think it's going to be a banger as well. We talked about it earlier where UC San Diego is very confident that they're going to win and find UC Irvine in the finals. But from what I've seen right now, what UCLA can offer, I honestly think UC San Diego is going to have a run for their money. They're playing really well. I'm seeing really great focus, although we did not see the most showcase currently from San Diego in that first game. You know, I think they also have some tricks hidden under their sleeve.
Yeah. So, I mean, either way, I mean, I think it's just a great performance from UCLA. They showed great cohesion, and I think the best thing is all of their players seem to be hot today. You know, there's no one that seems cold. They're all playing to their capacity here. You know, we'd expect all these players from each one of these teams to actually be at their A game. But you know, as I said, lights in your eyes. Are you going to step up? Well, we got lights in our eyes, but I don't know. Are we stepping up, Renee?
I don't know. I already messed up. So
did you mess up or did you just call it?
No, you're right. I am predicting the future, and by predicting some absolutely insane gameplay, I think we actually are going to go over to a quick interview, possibly to interview one of the players to see how they held up. I'm excited to see who they chose because I think, you know, every single player was a star. How do you even pick one?
That's true, but we'll have to wait and see right now as we go to that interview right now.
We lied. No interview
we lied.
Just yet.
Hey,
We're
what's
not
up?
ready.
It's us.
I know. You're interviewing us. I'm so sorry again.
Hey, Renee.
What?
How was that game?
I honestly think that game was really well. I loved casting it. I loved watching it. Every single time I see good players play, I don't know what it is, but I'm like, whoa, like I could do that. Like they're inspiring me. I'm getting influence, you know?
You know, that was actually something that's always interesting. It's like I swear, whenever I watch good players, I play slightly better for like one game.
No, same. And then I'm like, wait, I have this positioning. A DPS can never dive me. I could be the tank that they need. But unfortunately, I'm not. But speaking of that amazing game, I think we should actually go replay some really good, some really good clips.
Yeah. Interview, just waiting up. We're trying to grab the player here.
My bad.
So don't worry about it too much, but we are going to be going to replay, so you at least watch a little bit of what made it happen here for UCLA.
Mm-hmm. I really want to see in the replay whenever they show it, I really want to see the Orbital Ray fight. I wonder if they have like an elongated version of it, because I honestly need to see when did the Orbital Ray come out, and if the Orbital Ray came out, who died before it even like touched, you know? Because you said they went through the damage, right?
No, they just, I swear what I was watching, it's just the Orbital Ray's there and everyone's dying through it. So, which it's testament you had the overclock and the blade coming through, so it makes sense that you have enough burst to actually get through those HP bars in time. But here we go, replay now.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing. we are going to be seeing some absolutely insane plays going out from every single team. Courier, I can't lie to you. Courier is just one of the absolute star players that has caught my eye through this tournament. Although, you know, I am a little bit biased. I do love to see some unsung heroes being broken out, but you can't lie. When you see these absolutely insane players take down everyone one by one, you have to wonder how they do it. Lime over here with such a great display. I think this Watch Point Gibraltar map that he has is just so well played. He was able to dissuade them off the point. He provided a lot of pressure, and I honestly feel like no one could really combat him where they needed to.
Yeah, so definitely excited for that. I mean, honestly, it was just a great match, and I think they did a great job there for UCLA. And you know, as I said, moving on, they still got UCSD and UCI, which generally, when you think of the kind of overall space of collegiate Overwatch, those are two names that do come up sometimes, especially UCI. So they definitely got some names on the table that they need to take down. And you know, LA in their history of UCEI has been up and down. You know, they made it to finals a couple times. They've also dropped out in the losers a couple times as well. So it's really up to them to actually be able to prove it here. So, I mean, I think they gave themselves a great opportunity here going into the next one.
I honestly agree as well. One thing I really want to see done well is I want to see like hazard on hazard gameplay, but I want to see it to the point where like every hazard is like 10 HP, and then the heroes are just pumping them down, and then it just goes down to like whichever DPS lands the better headshot. Because I feel like lots of times, as we've been seeing, a lot of these tanks are getting taken down to like a sliver of HP, but it's just not enough damage. But
yeah, I will say like Hazard's always very interesting just because the stats are so crazy. But we're gonna be going to interview in just 5 seconds now.
5.
Thank you so much, casters. Welcome back to UCEI presented by Xfinity. We're here and live in Santa Monica for Day 3, Overwatch Day. And here we are joined by Lime of UCLA, who fantastically took the win against the Banana Slugs. How are you feeling today?
Really good. Really excited to be here.
Yay. Can you tell us a little bit about your game plan going into the games and your thoughts? How did you guys prepare coming into these matches?
Yeah, so we had a pretty good idea of what they're going to play. We just kind of played our game, put in a lot of hours in scrims. So we felt confident going in the game and just wanted to play our style.
Yay, I'm really glad to hear that. Since you guys worked together and you guys were able to have a clean sweep into almost potentially the finals, how does it feel that you guys are going to be facing SD and then potentially making it to the finals and facing UCI?
There's a lot of history between us and SD, so we kind of have some friendly banter going on. So really excited to play them. Once again, just gonna give it our all. We put in the work, so we're just gonna show it off here.
Is there any specific player that you're looking forward to going against the most?
I want to play Zinnia. I've been waiting to play him on stage, so Zinnia, let's go.
Thank you so much for this interview, and thank you so much. I hope you guys succeed in the next games and you guys do incredibly well. And we're going to be heading into a quick little break, so we'll see you guys very, very shortly.
Love to game? With Xfinity, you can upgrade your speed to keep slaying zombies like it's your day job.
It is my day job.
Upgrade your internet speed for the ultimate gaming experience. Bring on the good stuff.
these tournaments, either in that losers semis or the losers finals. So this is a historied matchup, and I'm curious to see if it'll live up to the hype. Last year, I believe it went to Game 5.
Yeah.
So, maybe we'll get a Game 5 here and push back that schedule. Again, no, I'm kidding. It's a broadcast joke.
Touchy subject, indeed, but that's all right. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. UCLA coming off a 2-0 there against UC Santa Cruz there. San Diego on the flip side did just come off of a 0-3 against UC Irvine, so maybe a bit of a mental advantage going over to Los Angeles, but nonetheless, they've also had a bit of a break, so maybe you can recoup that mentality a little bit.
Yeah, and, momentum-wise, I mean, coming off of a 3-0 is huge, especially on the, we always talk about it every time there's a LAN. It's different. It's a different environment than sitting in your bedroom or office, whatever you decide to play in. And actually grinding there, that's where you're comfortable. And now you're on stage, and you'll see the setup in just a little bit as the player walkouts will be soon, nonetheless. But, yeah, they're in front of a crowd. The lights are dimmed. I know some people have a problem with that, but, you got to adapt, and that's part of the LAN experience. And here we are walking out right now. We got UCLA. Their roster includes Xerxes, CC Geek, Lightspeed, Tropic, Gem, Mojave Express, Paction, Lime, Arbelly as well. So that's going to be the full roster for UCLA here, coming off of a hot victory in that losers bracket. And, I'm pretty ready to see. I feel like they had a great look on the meta as far as how they actually want to play these fights. I feel like their kind of identity was really showcased, and their target selection in particular was very, very good. So that's definitely going to be that strength as they walk in now, UCSD.
Here they come, the Tritons, walking out onto stage. For them, we've got Moosh, Denial, Reaps, MSG, Wannabe, Gloomy, Zinnia, and Obito here in front of you guys. Let's hear a round of applause for these two teams as they get themselves situated.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a big one. Obviously, now losers finals. UCLA had the stakes of if you lose, you're out. But now UCSD, no more lives in this bracket. This is going to have to be them carrying their way back to that UCI matchup, which they said they're confident they can make it back to actually face them again in the grand final. So we're going to have to see if they can live up to that talk.
Yeah, we talked about how close it was in the past. It's been a year since then. So let's see if these teams have improved, gotten worse. We've had roster change-ups, of course, a couple familiar faces from last year. But nonetheless, these teams have seen each other before. And what you were talking about earlier, being here at LAN, right? There we can see them putting in the white noise. They're trying to lock in, but even then, there's a presence of that crowd. When they roar, you can feel it through the ground, and it's a feeling like no other.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it definitely does apply some pressure, but some people love the pressure. That is what gets them locked in and ready to play. So it really does come down to that. UCSD, obviously, if you think of kind of historically, they're a very good Overwatch team. Probably only second to UCI as far as the UC system is concerned. So they definitely are coming in with as a bit of favorites, I'd say. And also, they get to keep up the legacy. If they somehow win today over UCI in the grand finals, because, to be frank, it's definitely a hard matchup for them. That would be huge considering yesterday. I mean, their sister team, the Valorant team, ended up taking the trophy. So if they come away with two trophies in this weekend, I mean that's as much as you can ask for. So definitely want to see them step up and really give it to UCLA so they can make it back. But as I said, I think UCLA played really well. So I think if UCSD isn't firing on all cylinders, it's going to be pretty tough for them.
Absolutely, the momentum not in their favor. I like what you mentioned there about Valorant winning yesterday. Before yesterday, UCSD had not won a trophy before. I think ever, if my information is correct, and having two away in one weekend, it's in the cards. It's a possibility. But as you mentioned, UC Irvine already sitting, waiting in the grand finals for us. Now, Overwatch. Let's talk about it. We just have a new hero released.
Yeah, Hazard, of course.
Yep.
Everyone's favorite. I spoke on it earlier in the last match, but if you didn't see it, there was this clip floating around that went super viral of, I don't remember who, but someone was looking through the top 500 tank players, and every single one, without a doubt, had Hazard as their most played. And it's for good reason. This character is pretty centralizing to the meta, especially because has great movement, vertical and horizontal, which is something you don't always see. Great damage reduction, has a pretty good ult. It's basically a better Earth Shatter for the most part. So honestly, extremely well-rounded character and just does it all right now, which has created a lot more kind of unique scenarios where the tank is definitely a threat piece in this comp as well. But besides that, the meta, pretty stagnant, I'd say. It's been about the same. It's been Genji, Sojourn, Kiriko, Lucio for the most part, which, if you recall, all the way at the beginning of Overwatch 2, that was the comp, but with Junker Queen instead.
Crazy.
So not much has changed, but
Yeah.
things have changed nonetheless, and you're seeing some sort of cracks in that meta form. You know, sometimes you'll see the Widowmaker come out depending on the map with the Tracer supplement. So, and last game we saw the Echo as well, just make a brief appearance, as well as Ashe. So there's definitely some gaps here and there. And Juno, another one that I'd like to shout out. Obviously, UCLA last time they just played Juno Lucio every single map, gives them a lot of rotational flexibility, which is kind of what you like. Especially considering your tanks are a lot more mobile than before. So, making sure that your supports can stay safe and stay together is extremely important going into this one.
That makes sense to me. And I believe we saw earlier UCLA were piloting that Hazard. UC San Diego on the other side, I don't believe they were playing Hazard earlier. I could be wrong about that, but that maybe shows us how attuned UCLA are to the meta. They're willing to play these meta picks. UCSD maybe a little bit less practiced, but as you glance at your screen, ladies and gentlemen, the beautiful foreheads of our players here. Bright lights here on the main stage, as we do love to see. Getting situated, no doubt we'll get into game here shortly.
Someone get them some white balance, you know what I mean? Like they are getting blasted out by that light. But either way, that's what I mean. You're in a dark room. It's not exactly what you'd be used to if you're, okay, most people, I know there's this whole conception, gamers just love to play in the dark and have nothing, but, I think it's definitely not something everyone is used to here. But here we see the bracket actually in its completion here. UCSD pretty much uncontested until it came to that semifinals match, dropping down to the lower bracket, and UCLA, crucially, getting sent there initially by Irvine. So obviously both of these teams are going to have a rough time against Irvine, but right now this is how you get to that second place. You need to win this match, pretty much last chance for it, and put yourself in that grand finals where really you can make things happen.
Yeah, and the way this bracket kind of works out, the team that does end up going into loser's bracket and winning, which, one team will end up in that situation, they're playing all day, right? Yeah. It's 3 series back-to-back, some breaks in between for lunch and whatnot, but that takes a toll a little bit. Whether you're the kind of player that gets fired up after playing that much Overwatch, or you get a little bit fatigued, which would be my guess as the more normal cause, that takes a toll, right? And Irvine will kind of have this time now to maybe do a little bit more research, take a little bit of rest, and that's going to be okay for them. So maybe a bit of a disadvantage for the underdogs.
We'll have to see. UCSD and LA definitely going to be a close one, I'd say. As I said, I think LA looked really hot after that last game. So if anything, I think it's going to be close. Game 5s, I'd hope to see it because I think they weren't really matched against UCSD very well. So when it now comes down to LA versus SD, I think, SD always known for having a great tank players. That's kind of what I feel like that's been their motto for years. Okay. And finally it's come to a meta where, hey, the tank is the main focus. And yes, you're saying they don't really play too much Hazard, but it doesn't matter as much if your tank's still doing work. So definitely going to be a big shout there. And I'm curious to see whether we'll see some sort of adaptation to trying to get rid of, try and counter this Juno Lucio that UCLA has really been just making work very well.
We did just get word here that our first map is Lijiang. So as we head in here, we're going to have to think about that. Now tell us, Daniel, what do we know about Lijiang?
Lijiang, definitely a map where you will see Hazard, 100%.
Got it.
I think just makes a lot of sense for me because there's a lot of tight corridors that the spike wall actually ends up blocking out. So can isolate a lot of tanks especially. So that is definitely the most focal point, I'd say. And then besides that, you're going to see Genji. You're going to see Sojourn. We saw actually a bit of Pharah in the last one.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, just because you can either boop off and also, Sojourn, Genji, when you think about it too much, it's like, oh, do they really do that well into Pharah? This high-flying character is a little bit more difficult to actually spot out if your supports are supplementing that pick well. So we'll have to see. I think the big thing from the last match I watched was that LA has great isolation on priority picks. So for instance, Santa Cruz ran the Pharah in the last one, and I feel like got completely choked out by the combination of the Lucio and the Genji actually just chasing out this Pharah out of a lot of positioning. That is pretty crucial. So I'd say that's the biggest strength that comes to me is hey, they rotate really well and make sure that they're able to isolate those priority targets to be actually take them out. And when it comes to pro play, what differentiates a solo queue player in pro play is how well you coordinate with your team on target selection. Target selection is already the most important thing as most hero shooters, because if you land all your abilities, all your damage on one player, they're going to go down no matter how much healing.
Yep.
Now it's about that execution, and that's where it really comes down to it. And I think, considering UCLA was there, both their DPS were hitting all their shots, so I'd feel pretty confident in that. SD obviously had a bit of time to cool down. in case they had any stress from the last one. They definitely had a bit of time to calm down on that last one, but it wasn't that long. You know, that was a pretty quick best of 5, and they're getting right back into it.
Yeah, but 45 minutes maybe tops for that 3-0 series. Yeah, I want to shout out Courier too. Was looking insane on Sojourn there in that last map. He popped overclock at some point. I'm watching this guy's hitting shots like no tomorrow. So no doubt feeling good. I really like that we're talking about target selection, right? Because it's just something that they so clearly do so much better. And I'm not sure I missed UCSD if they were really in that same element as not. The games were so quick I fell asleep.
It's always hard with you're versing UCI, who's like notoriously good right now, especially I believe they're in the top 5 collegiate rankings as far as all collegiate teams. So I definitely say that that's going to be a tough matchup no matter what. So that's why I'm not too sure what to expect coming from UCSD, because maybe it's just that UCI was good at shutting them down, but that could possibly not be the case, and they're just having an off day, and that would be terrible. But I think they definitely have their own chops for it. I believe we're just waiting on a bit of a pause, so we're talking.
Yeah, here we are. We did get where there's an audio issue on stage. And this is how it goes at these LAN events too. We're not on home setups where things are constant and consistent. These PCs were set up a couple days ago. Sometimes things go wrong. That is A-okay, especially with the white noise being in there and everything like that. But our TAs are on it. Don't you worry. And as a matter of fact, I've just got word we're going to game very soon here.
Let's go. Finally getting into game Lijiang Tower. Obviously, we're going to see I think we will see Tracer at some point on this one. It just makes sense, especially if they're going to run Pharah. You kind of want the Tracer for a little bit more consistent damage. Yes, Sojourn's very good, but I think it's just a little bit better to get some of the heat off of the Pharah.
I agree with that.
But on top of that, Genji, I haven't seen too many crazy blades, but the main thing is he provides a lot of kill pressure that you would lack on some of the other characters, especially when you combine it with the Sojourn. Has been nerfed a decent amount. You can't one-shot headshot across the map.
Right.
You need to be a bit closer to actually get that railgun shot to actually finish. So having the supplementary damage with the Genji is always pretty important as we finally get into game 1 of UCLA versus UCSD Lijiang Tower.
And on the side of San Diego, going to be piloting that Hazard, whereas Lime picking up Mauga on the side of UCLA. Not something we saw too much in the past series. Lime, though, was monstrous. He was pranking me. We're on Hazard with his vertical movement. You know what? We're cool with it. And just as you talked about, Daniel, I see Lucio Kiriko. I see Symmetra Sojourn. We've got a mirror matchup.
Yeah, mirror matchup. Just going to be playing that full meta comp. No Juno this time for UCLA. They want to play a bit more standard, have a bit more healing here. As you're seeing that wall come up here, they're taking the position on the left side. One big thing about UCLA is they like to get on point first, but it seems like they're trying to contest this right side since UCSD is spending so much time and effort to try and secure that. So here, pretty traditional split. We saw this exact same setup last time, as now they're trying to find the damage. Courier getting pressured.
Trying to go for the boop, not quite going to be able to find it. Something I really like about having these mirror matchups is you get to see who is strictly better at the game. Right, we see mirror matchups. It's just, there's nothing else. There's nothing in Consta is showing us that he is the man with the plan right now. UCLA taking early control at this point.
Yeah, Courier and Consta, once again, kind of my favorite duo from the last one. They really knew how to coordinate and bob in and out to actually be able to bait out a lot of the utility of the supports from SC. And now against SD, it's seeming to work out pretty well here. Lime actually extremely good at isolating and surviving longer. As now they're trying to get back onto the point. They're wrapping around with the supports on the left side here, pushing them forward.
We'd like to see a coordinated entry, but Lime going to shut it down real quick. A fantastic wall. Going to isolate two members. You just talked about it, Daniel, that he's good at isolating members, and there he goes, leading the charge for his team. The rest of SD tried to run around the back on site, but it's not quite going to work as Lime is standing tall. His DPS behind him. Healers healing, no doubt in mind at all. And San Diego having a rough time so far.
Yeah, getting that early point control, I feel like is so valuable when these comps are a little bit more mobile compared to some of the metas in the past. Now, having point control is so important because you get to isolate angles that people want to flank around to, and you saw it there, the wall able to block it out. Kitsune Rush is going to come through, beat to counter it.
Incredibly early Kitsune Rush here. I like the sound barrier. UCSD can be able to TP on out of that one. Courier does find the main DPS on the side of San Diego, though, trying to do what he can. Mausch takes him to the pit, and he falls down, but Lime, just a solid rock for UCLA, unable to move, and that was a fantastic counter from UCLA's Chopic.
Yeah, very good there on the beat, able to deny a lot of pressure, but now we're going to see the reverse of that. SD about to get beat online while the Kitsune Rush is up for Xerxes. I will say there's a bit of a window here. If Kitsune Rush is committed immediately, they won't have the beat to counter it, and now we're seeing a lot of pressure here. looking for the kill here, getting very dangerously low here for Reap Zero, not able to get sniped out, and there's the Kitsune Rush plus Overclock.
We're going in. I believe that is the downpour coming in as well from Lime, excuse me, as he does get stunned up. Kitsune Rush in the back, but here comes the Dragon Blade from Constant there to shut down the back line of San Diego. The isolation from Mosh as he drops low, one off the map falls down. Lime, full health, marching on the back side, but Kiriko gets booped by Tropic, coming up huge here for the side of UCLA, and that's already .1 going to the Bruins.
And this is what I was talking about. UCLA just shooting. You know, they're hitting their shots extremely well. You saw there, Overclock was popped for Zinnia, and it didn't matter. Still went down to Consta on that Genji. So, as I said, they're just finding the damage. They feel a little bit more coordinated now, and now they're going to rotate over to that Juno pick that we were talking about before for this kind of more interior, kind of more closed-off map compared to the last.
That's what we like to see. Yeah, really. That's what I was talking about earlier with these mirror matchups, is you just get to see who's straight up skill diffing. And it's just something that makes it easy to decipher and really tell. But this time, yeah, trading out that Juno instead of Kiriko, the Kitsune Rush is not having a huge impact in that last round.
Yeah, just denied by the beat, and now you have that Orbital Ray, which provides a bit more healing, but a little less utility overall. But definitely still useful. I think Juno's base kit is maybe a little bit more useful, besides the Suzu, of course, being very useful. But nice pressure here from Lime to force Kiriko to burn that defensive utility early, and now is in a pretty dangerous position. Reap Zero is going to kind of be the requisite there, as Fangblade's going to go down here. They're trying to find the last support here. Gloomy able to dash out, but the fight is more than over.
Lime feels like a one-man army. I mean, they didn't bother walking on site first. They took the wraparound. Lime leading the charge for his team, nice and safe, and was able to just deal so much damage by himself, as now UCSD have more than enough time to regroup and try to re-hit, but the ult economy in favor of UCLA so far.
Yeah, and that's the classic there. It's kind of like the May wall, but now on a tank, you know, kind of a terrifying prospect, as they are able to isolate at least the Genji out, but Reap Zero not going down here. Now they're trying to re-engage. Lime getting dangerously low, not able to damage reduct through that, and now they have their window. They need to get forward. They need to build some of these ults up as they try and go forward into this Juno. Juno trying to survive, gonna get focused down. Moose finally able to find the kill here, and Xerxes, so Warrior gonna get taken down, and I believe it's just gonna be UCSD claiming this one up nice and easy.
Yeah, Lime falling means nothing but green lights for the Tritons. They can march forward, find as many as they can. I like that we mentioned ult utility as well. Fangblade getting rather close to his Kitsune Rush. They may have that advantage first, but on the opposite side, Lime has that downpour coming up real nice and soon. We can take it a little bit slower, only 11% on that point for San Diego, as we can bide our time just a little bit more and find a nice engage just like this. Lime leading the charge, tries to wall off, unable to get it though as Mosh backs up. But Fangblade on the side finds Courier. This may put a pause to their push here, Daniel.
Yeah, they're going to go for a full reset here. They don't want to be caught slipping. They're trying to find another pick here on the backside, but it's just a little bit too dangerous to commit fully here. They have the Kitsune Rush, but once again, the beat's online here for Tropic, so it should be a nice counterplay as soon as Courier comes back up. Getting dangerously low, and Lucio goes down before the play even starts. The play has to be called off fully.
Zinnia getting a nice pick there for his team. Kitsune Rush does come through for San Diego. Not going to opt to drop the beat because he's dead. He's not able to. Now, UCLA for the first time on the back foot. Advantage to UCSD so far. Still have the overclock and the sound barrier to dissuade Lime's engage, which will surely come. But for now, the Tritons looking fantastic.
Yeah, and this is what happens when Hazard is online with that wall. It becomes so hard to get into some of these tight chokes. So you're seeing a nice rotation here from UCLA to kind of flip the script here. Overclock going to get committed in just a second as that orbital ray comes down.
Once again, UCSD are now forced to back off. Sound barrier does come through to try to requisition some of this action here. Orbital ray does come through for those heals, trapping up Motions. He's dropping low, about half health. No healers left remaining to save him, and he will fall. Zinnia and Courier, the DPS members of both of these teams, doing so much work. Genji versus Sojourn on the side. Genji wins with the blade, but UCSD now having lost the point need to reclaim. UCLA alive on site, led by Lime as he's trying to do what he can. Is able to find one onto Kiriko. That's the healer of UCSD down, and it's looking like UCSD, with the help of Lime, is able to reclaim the site.
Yeah, a huge boop there from Tropic to secure that kill onto Fangblade means that they're going to secure the point back, and we're about even at 68% for both of these teams. No ultimates online. There's going to be a straight up 30 fight here on who can actually find the pick first. Lime taking almost no damage so far, but Tropic's getting dangerously low as Reap Zero's going to come in and clean that up. Courier finding Zinnia on the backside, finds another onto Gloomy. 2v3 on the point, but there are crucially no supports alive here for the side of UCLA. Lime trying to make it happen, not able to find it immediately. Courier is able to trade it over, but with those two players going down, it's going to be another full reset here, and we're going to stay even up here on the point. No big ultis for UCLA. I'm a little concerned for their positioning coming into this next one where they will have Kitsune Rush here on Fangblade, and that's going to be a pretty devastating ultimate if they don't find that pick early on.
Yeah, ults are the main way we retake space here. Neither teams have them. As you said, Daniel, it's kind of just going to be a fist fight unless we can wait it out long enough into overtime. Lime getting pretty close. Kitsune Rush on the side of San Diego now as well. Reeves there trying to do what he can, trying to find those healers of UC San Diego, but let's see if he can do it. Lime trying to go for the boop off. Moosh dropping low. If the tank drops here for San Diego, that may be disaster, but nobody was touching, and SD claimed the point.
Yeah, the Kitsune Rush just does so much work there, pressure-wise, to actually be able to find the positioning to be able to force UCLA out of the point, and they take that one. Now, final round here on Lijiang Tower. Are we going to see a swap up? We're seeing the Pharah already hovered here for Consta, so something I'd expect a little bit more. Maybe Courier stays on this Sojourn, maybe swaps to the Tracer. We'll have to wait and see as you do. You know, they're going to stick with the Juno. Lucio didn't seem exactly poor for them. However, it seemed like the ult utility of the Kitsune Rush was definitely something a little bit scary, and some of the picks just going the way of UCSD early on in these fights really made it difficult for them to actually break it through that choke. But this one doesn't have as many dangerous chokes as the last, so we'll have to see what ends up happening here. Pharah trying to find a nice boop off. This is a bit different of a look here, but this is kind of standard for this exact point.
Yeah, Pharah, a fantastic hero on this map. I really do like this map as well. It allows for heroes like this. I like to be able to switch it up once in a while. A lot of damage here coming out from Consta. A lot of ult charge, importantly, as well, already nearing 40%. Tries for the boop to reposition some members of UCSD, but looks like with the help of this Pharah, UCLA will be able to take some pretty dominating presence on site. Trying to block off with that wall. Masha drops low. Lime has no teammates around him, but he's A-okay for now.
Lime just taking up a bunch of space. Consta getting dangerously low. Gonna get taken out by Reap Zero. This is kind of what I was talking about. That Genji and Lucio combo able to kind of isolate out that target. Now Courier found in a bad spot between a rock and a hard place. Zinnia finds Xerxes as well. This is just gonna be a full cap here for UCSD.
Yeah, very fantastically played. UCLA getting a little bit disconnected there, trying to get onto site. UCSD had the manpower and the brains to really stay on there and take control. The Pharah that I was hyping up so much fell a little bit short there in terms of damage and utility for her team, but they've got another go at it, only 12% on this one.
Yeah, they're trying to find damage, but the wall isolates out the heals, and Lime doesn't find anything. Now they need to get back to spawn to actually wait for this reset of your tank here. So far, everything going the way of UCSD. 25% on the board, and they will have 3 ultimates coming into this next one with that Kitsune Rush beat and overclock. So they're trying to go on the left side here. They haven't actually tried this angle because they've been running Pharah, which is a little bit more dangerous, and the Rock Barrage is going to come through.
A lot of damage coming out there from Consta. This is what UCLA needed to get back on site. 3 ults, excuse me. Overclock coming out for Zinnia on the side of UC San Diego. Trying to dish out some damage. Shots not quite finding. Looking for a couple kills. Nice wall there to help out his team, but Consta finds the angle and finds Gloomy inside. Courier has to get an overclock of his own, fully charged. Not going to opt to use it quite yet as the rest of UCSD was pushed back. They need to wait for Gloomy to respawn to regroup.
Yeah, Orbital Ray here is on the table, but it's pretty much both support ults plus 1 offensive ult for both of these teams coming to the next one. I will say Lime will have that downpour a little bit earlier than the opposing one on Farmouche here. He's going to go walk forward, Kitsune rushing, and overclock popped.
We're coming in, lots of damage here. Courier is the main target here. He's going to march forward onto site. Nobody in sight for now, but as he tries to march forward, Mosha a little bit caught out, but the enemy Kitsune Rush does come through for that retake. And now we have Genji Blade coming through, but he goes out the window. No, sir. Consta does end up falling to him, but Courier untouched on site, dishing out damage. Lime there to hold the charge in front of him. Downpour is available. Not going to opt to use it quite yet. Backing out, holding off for now, but a great hold from UCLA.
Yeah, saving the Orbital Ray plus... Oh, wait. Actually, Xerxes just fell off the map. So this is actually a bit of a disaster. They had such good positioning that they could combo that Downpour plus the Orbital Ray, but now they don't have that anymore, and they're kind of turning tail. They need to make sure they stay alive. They cannot get picked again. Lime has to be very careful to make sure he does not go down before this fight starts.
Yeah, point gonna go over to UCSD. We've got 1, maybe 2 big fights left in our tank here. UCLA, if they want the fight at that second one, they need to get going soon, and there it is. We've got the ult coming out from Xerxes. That Orbital Ray is gonna come. Moosh dying will be huge, but a fantastic sound barrier gonna keep him alive for a little bit longer. Lime is not having any of it though. It's gonna shut him down, and now as this sound barrier times out, Lime finds himself a bit caught out. He's gonna fall. This means UCSD have a chance to get on site here. Consta and Courier need to find something on site. Reap Zera is gonna claim it, and ladies and gentlemen, it's ticking towards UCSD.
Yeah, UCLA, I feel like just got a little bit too ahead of themselves. They go into that building and just get shredded up. despite getting the pick on Moose, they still find it with the help of that downpour, but it just wasn't enough as the damage does come through. And now Lime trying to get the touch, 90% on the board. They're trying to find the damage, but the overclock comes through. The wall is there to block it. They need to stay alive. They're looking for the Pharah right now. Nice knock away. They're going to get the positioning back. Rocket Barrage.
99, they do tap. Overtime is in full effect. Courier on site, but he's not going to last long to the likes of Mosh as he does drop low. Zinni on the side is handling the business as well. Reap Zera clearing it out. It is not looking good here for UCLA. They've got one left on site. We're just clearing out the pantry as we knock down these members. Classic Lucio moment, going to try to touch here, but unable to do so. And UCSD with a bit of a comeback.
Yeah, well played there from UCSD. It felt like UCLA just got a little bit too overeager in some of these fights, overextended. They saw blood in the water, and they tried to go for it, and it just was too much for that one. So overall, I'd say a pretty good performance there for UCSD, and now it's up to UCLA. You know, we talked about how they're not. It's not that they're playing poorly; they're hitting their shots or stuff like that. But it feels like they are not respecting UCSD as much as they should probably to actually go into these fights. So they find the pick onto the hazard, and like usually that means, hey, we have free space to do whatever we want. But you know, if they're firing back, definitely got to respect that. I will say the Kiriko Suzu has also been extremely impactful throughout this one. I feel like a lot of the big damage abilities, especially like such stuff as just the Genji diving in or the Sojourn overclock coming through, the Suzu has nullified a lot of that. So that's why Kiriko is on these teams, you know. The Suzu is definitely still that holding factor there. So pretty curious to see if UCLA can bounce back from that. You know, I talked about how this is going to be a close series. So far, it has been for that first one. But coming into the next one, we will be on Sarvasta, which is a little bit of an interesting map. We'll have to see how they end up navigating it. You know, a lot of sight lines, a lot of stuff where you got to kind of scrap it out and make sure you do end up taking that one. So we'll have to wait and see for that one.
Yeah, I can't imagine we're going to see two different of comps going into that map. I mean, Hazard, this character,
meta
right?
is meta.
Meta is meta. There's a reason we're seeing two Hazards on each of these teams. Very, very dominant in those last couple maps. He's not an old champion. He's relatively new. So it's still kind of interesting seeing these walls come up and just how, as you said, the Mei wall being on a tank, you just walk forward, you isolate someone, you kill them, and you don't really get punished for it because you're so tanky. It's rather an incredible play style that teams are going to have to get used to at least until Blizzard nerfs it.
Yeah. I know there's some people that's like, hey, this is better than Mauga meta, which is true. But it's also like still kind of annoying. Still kind of like, why is this a tank? You know, that kind of thing. I've always said, why does he have armor? It doesn't make sense. He's a dive character. Doomfist doesn't have armor.
Doomfist is a special case.
Winston has like 100 armor.
Oh, interesting.
Why does Hazard have more?
Because he's new.
There you go.
There it is.
This is not 200 years of game design experience. They might claim that, though. I don't know.
It's absolute chaos from what I've heard as we do hop into this map. Servasa. I'm a fan of this map.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty cool map, obviously. This is a relatively new one. If you haven't been watching much Overwatch 2, I believe this is going to be the Flashpoint. So, I believe the way the tournament is set up, they actually get to pick the game mode, and then you pick the map, something like that. Or actually, maybe because we're in losers finals. Someone got to check the rule book, not me. But either way, here we are, Servasa. Definitely more of a brawl style, but that's what these team comps are for, a brawl style. You got the Kiriko, Lucio, Sojourn, Genji, and, of course, Hazard. We talked about how mirror matches are all about execution, and so far, UCSD showing it how it's done here.
Absolutely. As we march our way towards the first point, first contact will be made. Of course, Hazard leading the charge on both sides for now, but it's the adaptations that come from right now what makes the difference. Lime scoots off to the side here, looking for an angle for a pick on somebody. Courier at his back, ready to capitalize on that pick. Genji giving him a little bit of a hard time, though. Consta drops down. That's the first pick going over to San Diego. This is what you need.
Yeah, well played from Gloomy there to actually secure that kill onto Consta, and that gives them their leeway to actually make it in a very funny sight there as Moose gets trapped in between two Hazard walls, as now Courier getting forced back, but Gloomy's going to walk a little bit too far forward, get headshotted there by Xerxes, and now Moose trying to isolate the angle. They're able to cap the point here, and it's going to be a little bit of a delayed take here for the side of UCLA due to that early on pick, but they're all back now, and they're looking for damage. They are able to find Zinnia. Reap Zera creeping away, barely able to survive, finds a bit of damage, but Consta's just cleaning him up. 1, 2, 3, finds all of them as well. Team kill here for UCLA. I mean, I feel like they just played that very well. They weren't anticipating Genji to be back so quickly. I believe Tropic went back to pick him up. So just a little bit quicker on the pacing there than before. Flashpoint, of course, takes a lot faster than Control. So any percentage here is good percentage. Could really snowball from one victory into the final capture here.
Absolutely. I love at the beginning of these games, you can tell who's hitting people the most just by looking at the ult charge. Courier clearly putting in work with his ult charge so far. But we did see Consta in up a couple a second ago. UCSD now forced to be on the retake here. Mosh leading the charge into side, but Lime dropping low is going to be kept up by his healers a little bit longer. This map is so interesting. Kitsune Rush does come in wall there, block it off for now. The disengage has to come from UCSD. They have their own Kiriko Rush, but they're going to opt not to use it quite yet. Reap Zero does drop, but honestly, if that's all UCLA gets, then UCSD still stand a fighting chance. There's the counter Kiriko ult. Lime here is going to get held up a little bit, diving forward. The sound barrier comes through. We find Zinnia. That's a lot of damage gone. Consta on the backside as well finds Gloomy, and Lime regroups with his team. A team wipe for UCLA. First point of this flashpoint going over to the Bruins.
So well played there for UCLA. They saw the Kitsune Rush go down, so they said, hey, we're going to make it so you can't even get to it. We're going to push you off this point, and they accurately did it. Zinnia gets taken down. Because you're not in that Kitsune Rush, you just lose a lot of the survivability you normally would have. So very well played for UCLA. Secures them that first flashpoint as they move on and have the tempo to set up on this point first.
Tempo, a big important point here to talk about on Flashpoint. Getting there first matters a lot. Moosh has the ult, Zinnia is getting close, and Zumi. But UCLA had a full advantage in terms of the ult charges here. Lime trapped up a little bit, unfortunately not dying. He's so tanky with that armor you're talking about, Daniel. As Lime now back up to full health, has the downpour available. Flashpoint is the main objective. Overclock here going to come from Courier, dishing out damage, but again, these walls proving so useful. Mosh dying does pretty much mean green lights for the Bruins.
Yeah, I mean, with the overclock of Courier coming out, they didn't want to commit the beat since someone went down so early. Zinnia's going to be able to trade kill, but gets taken down, and now the stall is going to come through. They're looking for Fangblade to at least stagger this kill as well, but Kiriko thinks, blinks out of there in time, so no big stagger there. They get away with 3 ults still in their pocket here. The downpour didn't really find that much use here, and Lime now with the choke advantage does have the downpour, which could be devastating here for UCSD. They need to make some space here as you watch Moosh go forward. The blade is also secured. There's the downpour.
Downpour going to stun us up, leading us into battle here. Lime, no fear to jump in himself. Drops up wall to try to protect his team and shove out the likes of UCSD, but all the ults coming through. Overclock, sound barrier are going to be coming up from UCSD. They want this point back, and they get it.
Yeah, they find all the kills. Constant's just going to go for the quick reset off the side of the map. They made UCSD commit all of their ults, and they still have Kitsune Rush and Blade, so this is a pretty good angle here for UCLA. One more big fight after this initial capture, and it will be it. They probably just want to commit the Kitsune Rush, and they'll hold the Blade for the next fight, possibly if they do get a pick off of it. But since there's no defensive utility just yet for UCSD, it's going to be a little bit scary here as Moosh is going to go forward, gets booped away.
Fantastic wall here, closing off Courier. Xerxes is going to fall. The healer dying this early in the fight is it's insane as Xerxes does end up falling. It did get the Kitsune Rush down, but a Fangblade dropped the one of his own. Reap Zero trying to make the most of it as he gets on point, contesting that site for UCLA. Sound barrier does come through, though, for the side of the Bruins. He's going to be soaking up all of that damage as Lime now on site here. I didn't catch it, but I believe Reap Zero did manage to make it out of there. He's trying to march forward, deal as much damage as he can. Does find Gloomy, and it looks like UCLA going to take back control of this site unless Reap Zero has anything to say about it. Healers returning onto the site, and it's tough for UCSD, but it does tick up in their favor. If they can get 99, it's pretty huge. Overtime is active. UCLA looking to tick it over, but UCSD not in a bad spot.
Yeah, they're still fighting this one out. They do secure the point, so now they're going to be getting that latent percentage here. They're trying to find Consta on the backside, and they're able to isolate out that pick. They have the downpour to actually make it through this choke, and I'm curious to see if they'll be able to find it. Now, Xerxes, they have no defensive utility. They're trying to get this point back as soon as possible. Lime forced out to make sure that he does stay alive. Warrior trying to make sure he does damage here, but it's a little bit difficult. Overtime ticking down. They need to get on point, and they finally do.
As they march their way on, downpour not going to come out quite yet, but Lime drops one of his own, stunning all the members of UCSD. Tropic finds one on the Gloomy. That's no sound barrier for the side of UCSD. Favor going toward UCLA so far. Fangblade dropping, unfortunately. Reap Zero is cleaning it up in the back, though, as Lime dropping low. He's going to fall. UCSD doing a fantastic job at retaking. Flashpoint looking to go in their favor, now just cleaning it out yet again, unless UCLA, can somehow stay alive. That's the second Flashpoint and going over to the Tritons.
Yeah, well played there from Zinnia, able to actually take down Kiriko. If Kiriko doesn't go down there, I think Courier just pops the overclock and tries to play it out. to maybe steal that point away. But now 1-1. They still got to secure 2 more for both of these teams to be able to actually get away with this map. So only a little bit scarier. And UCSD was able to carry over the Kitsune Rush into this next one. I mean, there's just so many ults about to come up for both these teams. And there's the Overclock plus Kitsune Rush. They're trying to finish it early. They want to make sure they get the foothold on this first point unlock, and they're able to do it. They did commit a lot for it, though. So they're going to be able to build a percentage, but that's the trade that they're willing to make. And it kind of just evens up the ult counts as far as I'm concerned, besides having the double support ult here for UCLA.
Yeah, that's an interesting call, right? They really want that prio early on side, I suppose. And as you said, they can kind of build up presence here, build up some stats on the site, but hang on, Lime marching forward. UCSD had it, but not for long, as the entirety of UCLA sweep through and just knocking down, as Mausch going to be the last one to fall here, most likely. The members of UCSD respawning, going to be marching back here at the point, taking over to the Bruins.
Yeah, they're able to actually secure the point. They only committed the Kitsune Rush there, so they still have quite a bit of an ult advantage coming into this one. UCSD wants to try and probably bait out a couple and then just get out, just to make sure that they're evened up, especially because they both have beat here. So optimally, they don't want to use the beat just so they could save it for the Glade that does come through later.
Right.
But they may be forced to use it if the Overclock comes through and they find a pick immediately. Now, positioning. They're going for around the right side. They want to find the supports here as Lime is forced back. Now staying with them as well, but dangerously low as the Overclock gets committed. Lime goes down.
He does fall. That's crucial for UCLA as they lose all their members due to this Dragon Blade flank that you talked about earlier. Daniel Reap Zero coming up huge for his team. UCLA were able to get about 70%, but UCSD now here to take it back. They have some ults, but this may be the final fight coming up here.
Yeah, I'm surprised they let Lime die instead of committing the sound barrier, but I guess they decided, hey, we want to save this for when the Kitsune Rush potentially comes out, but I don't know if that was such a wise decision. You could have maybe just gotten away with that fight if you do commit it. So now it's up to Consta and Tropic and Lime to actually find these ultimates to make them land, to take these kills out, but they're flanking on the left side here. They want to make sure that they have the high ground here. Maybe Courier's going to get isolated as the Blade comes through.
Going to be at the counter to that Dragon Blade. The sound barrier is going to come down. Consta unable to do much with that ult. There comes the downpour. Courier on the back doing what he can. Lime in the front line is dropping low. Healer's doing a great job keeping him alive so far. Mausch is the main target. Courier has to run for his life from this tank. This hazard of a menace coming through is going to knock him down, and it looks like UCSD going to take a lot of that site in the second flashpoint going over to the Tritons.
Yeah, they actually did commit Kitsune Rush, so I'd say a little bit over-eager here from UCD. They weren't sure if they had the point there, but Zinnia did such a good job of clearing them out before it got out of hand there. Courier able to get a couple, but it just wasn't enough. Zinnia already about to have another overclock after just getting one in the last fight, so honestly, pretty impressive stuff there. And now at this point, a lot more slow-paced, I'd say. You play this kind of slow. You try and get the point, and then you lurk up here on the high ground, try and shoot down. As now Hazard going in to maybe get a bit of pressure. Just going to dash out, going to take a bunch of damage. I think it's really going to come down to, is Courier going to get a pick? You need to find something here, as Moosh is going to take all that space. Zinnia about to have overclock up.
Looking to go with it. The time is coming soon. We saw this last time. The overwalk does come up for Zinnia. We're going to hold off on it for now. Courier in a fantastic spot up here, just dishing out damage wherever he can, charging up that ult. Mausch wants no more of it, but at the backside, Consta is going to take down Gloomy. Kitsune Rush is available for the side of UCLA, but it's going to come through in just a moment, I'm quite sure. But Zinnia, hang on, putting in work for the side of UCSD on the side, as the rest of his team standing a bit tall on the side, but as they now fall down, Lime cleaning up sight for his team. Zinnia, the last man standing, unable to do much more. The initial take going over to UCLA.
Yeah, pretty well played there. Zinnia not able to find enough. And they're going to actually pick Fangblade, so that means you need to get a full reset here. That is your Kiriko. That is your main source of healing as you walk forward here. So just going to need to go for reset. And that's going to give them another about 20% on the board here. And UCLA does need this one if they want to extend this map, so they're going to have to play a little bit more aggressive. I think they're just going to commit their ults when they need to instead of trying to save it for the next fight. I think that might be more wise, as now Genji and Lucio finding the 1+1 on the right side, trying to isolate out Courier here, going to make it more difficult. Kiriko TPing in, and there's the Blade.
Blade coming in, it's going to be huge damage. This is where UCSD wants to take the site back. Rip Zera is going to drop low. He's doing what he can on the side. UCSD looking good in terms of presence on site for now, thanks to that pip in the bottom corner. There comes the Kitsune from UCLA coming through. They want to hold this site. They do not want to give it, but unfortunately for them, they're going to fall here as the Tritons take control.
Hazard doing Hazard things, finds the kill on to Courier and Consta there. And, you know, double Kitsune Rush is committed, and now UCSD finds himself on the point. It did take 84% to get there, so UCLA, if they get a nice team kill wipe, they might be able to just snowball that into a full-on cap, and Mubas take that last point. But now they're trying to find Moosh here as he goes forward, trying to find the damage on the Courier. Where is anyone else to help out as the downpour comes through, and Reap Zero is able to get Xerxes on the start, and Courier's going to go down as well. Reap Zero is doing so much work on this backside. They're able to take down Consta as well with the help of that deflect from Moosh, and now Lime going to make it out alive. Tropic Gem trying to get the carry back for the teammates to make it back all the way around, but so far there's a little bit of a difficult hold, and that overclock for Zinnia is about to come back up again.
An insane amount of work he's putting in on the front line, no doubt. This over guy has been deadly with the overclock. Percentage is getting high on site. UCSD do not want to give it. Overclock is going to come through just as the Dragon Blade is for Constant, but he gets knocked down immediately. Zinnia, you have to watch out for this guy because he's going to take everybody down. That's a team kill for San Diego. I think there's no way they touch. That's going to be it, Daniel.
Yeah, they're going to be able to secure this one nice and clean after that initial point doesn't go their way. I feel like they're just hitting on all cylinders there. You saw the denial of the Dragon Blade by that ultimate there from the Sojourn. Zinnia doing a lot of work here, but I feel like all of UCSD has been very coordinated and made all of that happen here. As you see Reap Zera with the play of the game here, just doing Dragon Blade things, you know, classic. Just able to pick up a couple kills here. It makes it look clean. And I mean, honestly, now UCLA, dire stakes. They're down 0-2. There is no best of 7 in this one. That's only grand finals. So they're really going to have to dig deep for this next one. They have map pick again. They have some adaptations they can make. I mean, they obviously went towards the Kiriko this time instead of that Juno that did push them through that UCSC matchup. But honestly, it's looking kind of scary. It's not that they aren't hitting. It just feels like UCSD kind of playing the map very well, kind of curtailing them around the map to make sure that they are actually, you know, taking a lot of pressure off of the back of their supports to be able to actually take that space.
Yeah, and it may read 2-0 on the scoreboard, but it feels far from that throughout these games. UCLA, it feels like the recurring theme here is they're getting to site first. They're getting the points first. It's just that they're unable to hold it down. It really has been UCLA favored up until the last maybe 20% of the match, whereas San Diego comes back in and does end up knocking it down. So they're doing a fantastic job at taking it in the first place, getting that priority, but holding on to it is what they need to work on.
Yeah. But we're going to go to a quick break. I think it's well-deserved here for UCLA. They need to get that mental reset. So go into a quick break real quick, and don't go anywhere because it's not going to be that long.
Our new Xfinity gateways can support hundreds of devices.
Up your internet gay. Am I right?
I'm over here.
Am I close?
Get a strong connection to power hundreds of devices with ultra-low lag.
Marco?
Bring on the good stuff.
Love to game? With Xfinity, you can upgrade your speed to keep slaying zombies like it's your day job.
it's like, okay, well, if you're playing mirror matchup, what excuse do you have? You know, it's kind of like you don't have any excuse. This is what you're playing. So I could see it getting pretty heavy on the mental here as we move into map 3. And this is obviously their last chance too. So the pressure is definitely coming on. And so far, SD talking. Well, they're matching what they were talking. You know, they said they're gonna make it back to Grants to face UCI again in the finals there, but I wasn't sure if they could make it. And so far, they've proven me dead wrong as we move into map 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And this entire last series was incredibly close, first of all. But what it felt like time and time again, as we talked about this off stream a little bit, UCLA were the first to point, the first to getting there, first to capping it, but then they just weren't able to hold on to it. UCSD doing a fantastic job of using that ult economy and really making calls together, focusing targets to reclaim that space. And then UCLA fell apart a little bit from there. But it's close. That goes to say this can easily go either way, but UCSD firmly have the upper hand.
Yeah, for sure. They're going into this third map, which will be Rialto. So, pretty interesting stuff to see UCLA go for Rialto. You know, not something we saw in the last series either, but also they didn't have map pick at all last series because they didn't have to deal with it. So, you know, Rialto definitely more of the same, I'd say. I don't think you're going to see anything too crazy. I think it's going to be a mirror matchup yet again. Maybe the Juno comes back for UCLA, but I feel like the Kitsune Rush has been very, very impactful. And yes, I feel like Tropic's been doing a great job of building the beat extremely quickly. Has definitely been outpacing the opposing Lucio throughout that, but I don't think it's mattered that much. I feel like some of the offensive utility that UCSD has been using has been more effective than just being able to farm the beat quick enough. So I'd say a little bit of adaptation on actually isolating out and finishing those DPS players. I mean, Zinnia and it escapes my brain, but Zinnia and the Genji obviously doing extremely well in that last one there. So definitely going to need to see some adaptation here for UCLA, but it's not so clear when you're playing mirror matchups.
Yeah, not at all. And we've talked about this a little bit as we do head to game here shortly. It's a bit of mirror matchups. I think we've seen 6 unique heroes in all of these series so far. So it really just does come down to who's playing it better. And man, I would like to take a boat ride through here.
Yeah, looking nice, weird modern day. I guess like 20. I'd say like 2090. 2090-ish Venice. Rialto, actually, but, you know, same thing.
Same thing.
Someone's going to hate me for that, but it's fine. Either way, they are going to be playing out the Widowmaker here, so I expect Tracer. Yep, there you go. Zinnia, Reapsera on that Tracer-Widowmaker combo here. And UCLA, if they're not prepared for it, could really get caught off guard immediately. And Widowmaker was something that is definitely played a lot. You do get those opening picks, and that's kind of what makes this character powerful. Still has the power, and especially with some good aim like Zinnia's, can really be detrimental for you. So it's really going to be up to whether they can actually force Zinnia off these sight lines with that Hazard Genji combo. So now they're going to spot it out. Lucio now knows that they are playing around a Widowmaker, so going to have to try and play the sight lines properly. Make sure you don't get picked out.
Yeah, the jig is up. Half your character's potential kind of gone right there. As soon as they know you have a Widow, you've already, it's already too late. Now they have to work around it, avoid those long sight lines because you do not want to get picked off. UCLA treading lightly through here as Reapsera looking around for that Widow. Now his #1 job is to disrupt this Widow, Zinnia, from doing what he really wants to do. Payload slowly marching forward here. UCLA have not done much to stop them for now. Excuse me, UCSD have not done much to stop them.
Yeah, they're trying to find the damage onto Lime. Actually going to force him off top high ground and then has to commit the dash back up. Trapped in between 2 walls and a Hazard, so definitely not exactly optimal there as Moosh is going to find the first pick. And so far the Widow is creating enough pressure, so they have to take the high ground from UCSD, but it hasn't really worked out. But now Moosh getting a little bit too overeager, gets taken down. Zinnia, the shot's not landing just yet. Tropic is pushing forward. They're trying to find Fangblade before anyone else shows up. Now Lime back in the fight, trying to isolate the angle, able to block off the sightline with the help of that Hazard wall. Finds the kill on Reapsera, and now the point's wide open.
Consta can make a lot of movements here as he does drop low, has to back up just as I was hyping it up, but the payload coming in large here. The tank getting caught out for UCSD is detrimental. That's a lot of time and a big green light for UCLA to move forward. Moosh up on the high ground here, but UCLA going to go ahead and contest it. Mego has the boot ability to try to get them off, but now dropping down low. UCSD trying to make amends, but it's not going to work quite out for them. 2 picks already gone. UCLA looking dominant, pushing this payload forward, Daniel.
Yeah, they're able to leverage the pressure that the Hazard is kind of applying, as well as the damage that Consta's doing, to actually be able to make it up onto this next area. Fangblade trying to survive the Suzu coming out, able to get a trade kill onto Xerxes, so a nice delay there, but I don't think it's going to matter that much as we're seeing the swaps come through. Zinnia, Reap, Zera back on that standard meta here with the Sojourn Genji back in their pockets here. So going to be more of the mirror matchups that we expected. As we move on to this next point here, as UCLA trying to take the high ground here. Genji getting dangerously low in that room. Lumi able to skirt away Lime now. Walking forward back to rejoin the team. Moosh kind of in a bad position. Gets walled off, but it's not going to matter too much considering Rush does get committed for both of these teams, as well as the overclock comes in. No, not yet.
As we move in here, Downpour going to come through from Moosh, but the rest of UCLA holding strong behind Lime. He does have Downpour available as he's marching forward. Lime now with the re-engage. He's going to drop that Downpour for himself. Nice wall there coming out of Moosh to try to dissuade that engagement, and it is going to do so. 3 ults available for the Bruins. They have a lot of time to work with here as the payload does just keep moving. It's really in UCSD's court. The Kiriko going to come through. Sound Barrier comes off to dissuade them, but Consta has a lot of health and a lot of damage as he slices through the back line of UCSD. Now, as Consta forced to fall back, the payload is a #1 priority. Remember, Courier has the overclock available as we're sliding forward. UCSD struggling to slow them down.
Yeah, Moosh trying to take the space, but it's not working out just yet. Warrior might just pop the overclock in just a second once he gets a nice sight on someone, but Lime needs to be full HP for them to want to commit here, as the overclock is in the pockets. Reap Zero trying to do the damage. Here comes now. Gloomy trying to find the shots, and it's going to land with Lime finding the kill. Finally, Zinnia walking it out, trying to get the damage over cross, but Warrior is not finding it. Xerxes able to find Reap Zero on the flank, trying to disrupt on the back line. Not going to be able to get it. Now, UCLA has a good foothold here, and Zinnia is forced out. Moosh going down as well. It means that they're going to grab the second point here. They don't want to stagger too much. Suzu's going to come through, but Zinnia, nothing left in the tank, is going to go down.
Yeah, just wants to get that reset there and to regroup with his team. UCLA looking fantastic. Courier there opened up with that overclock into a firing range of the back line of the Tritons. Able to find a lot of important picks there, and it's really tough to do anything when your back line is being scrambled. So you have to regroup. Now do what you can. More than enough time on the clock here for UCLA. 3 ults for UCSD here. They have to make something happen.
Yeah, if they don't make something happen here, it'll be a pretty dangerous position. Now, Consta getting dangerously low. Lime's able to find anything. Dawnpour going to go straight onto that Kitsune rush. Not going to be able to find it just yet. Zinnia looking for the headshots here with the overclock. Not able to do it as the Bruins are not holding on anymore. UCSD finds the kills, finally forces them out, and they got 3 minutes left on the clock, but that was at least some sort of life in UCSD. They find the hold here. They don't have that many ultimates. They will have the beat to at least defensively survive. Lime able to survive. The 65% damage reduction coming in clutch there.
Yeah, you love to see that. Lime getting picked there. Would have cost UCLA a little bit of time, but now fully recovered. He's going to march forward. Zinnia in the main focus, going to drop that Downpour, stunning them up. The wall going to come through, not going to help him out that much, but Zinnia between a rock and a hard place yet again. But actually, here comes Reap Zero with a Dragon Blade to save his teammate, as UCSD coming up big here to stop UCLA. What they thought was another engage is actually a full dead stop, and San Diego finding a little bit of hope here.
Yeah, the Downpour did come through from Lime, but it didn't really seem to catch many people in it, as well as there just wasn't that much damage follow-up. But now UCLA with both DPS ultimates up, as well as having that beat, should mean that they have a much better time in this next one, considering there is no Kitsune Rush, there is no overclock. These things that are so good at dissuading engages here is now Consta fighting out Reap Zero on the top side. Has to get healed up a bit. The beat does get committed, and now it's going to be a full fight here.
Dropping the beat. Dragon Blade is in the pocket of Consta. Not going to use it quite yet. He does end up popping it there. He's got to watch out for the backline of his enemy team as he's looking for him. Consta looking to dish out damage. Takes down the opposing Genji. Let's see how much more he can do. Not a lot, unfortunately. The rest of UCLA marching forward, though, as UCSD forced on the back foot due to being down 1 member. Kitsune Rush going to come out from UCSD. They're trying to make something happen with them taking down Lime. They may be able to do so. UCLA have to back up. They have the Kitsune of their own in the back pocket, but without a tank, there's not much to fight for. Fangblade taking down yet another, and UCSD again showing us some life.
Yeah, not able to find that last kill on the running Kiriko, but nice from UCSD to at least hold it. But this is great progress from UCLA. It's kind of hard to make it around that corner in most scenarios on this map, so I'd say pretty well played nonetheless. Zinnia now has that overclock as well as the downpour coming up soon. It's going to be Kitsune Rush going to be the main factor here for UCLA as the overclock's going to get popped early to maybe potentially dissuade the push, and it's going to happen. Courier's going to go down, and now they're pushing forward. They're trying to clean up all these kills. Tropic, Consta, Xerxes all down. Lime going to finally go for the reset here. 1 minute left on the clock. And that's a full team kill here for UCSD.
Zinnia coming up big there. A lot of important shots they're hitting. I really liked it. They made the call to interrupt UCLA's tempo like that. Catching them off guard, rushing forward is not something they saw coming. We saw them almost scurrying into the corner as if they were scared. But now they have a lot more ground to work with, a lot of distance to that payload UCLA have to make up here.
Yeah, they're going to be walking forward now, going under the bridge. Reap Zero being annoying on the backside. Lime kind of in a bad position, getting isolated by 2 walls. Gets Suzu'd out. Downpour comes through. Courier able to secure that kill. And now it's a little bit more dangerous. Reap Zero going dangerously low. Trying to find the damage. They're not going to be able to do it. Moosh is going to be the only loss here on this first point. Trying to find some more, but it's not going to happen. It's going to be a full re-engage here for UCSD, but already good progress on the cart.
Yeah, UCLA finally back on the card here. UCSD forced back to their spawn. This is going to be it. Lime dropping a little sound barrier, forced to come out from the Bruins as they march forward. Their health bar is dropping low. Kitsune is going to come out too from the side of UCSD. They're trying to hold them back as we can see those beautiful blue pearly gates. Reap Zera is going to claim down Courier on the side, which is the main damage of UCLA. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, UCSD doing a fantastic job of holding it down. Reap Zera with a lot of important kills here. And that's a 5-player kill streak for the main man, Reap Zera.
Yeah, they're going to be able to actually stall out and not allow the full cap here. But honestly, that was great progress there from UCLA. It is so hard to get around that corner and into that final room to cap the point. But they made it basically right there. So I'd say a pretty good look either way. And we'll have to see if UCSD has such a good start and a snowball off of this first point to kind of make it there as well.
Yeah, I like this. First map was Control, if I'm not mistaken, and then Flashpoint. This is the first time we're seeing Payload. So both teams kind of get to show their stuff on the offensive. We're not doing this tug-of-war type mentality. We're just showing each other what we've got off the bat. All UCSD needs to do is make it to that finish line or even just past where UCLA got to, and they claim this map.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. Will there be a swap up of any characters here? I believe it'll be pretty much the same. UCLA currently hovering that Widowmaker Tracer, and they also have an Ana as well, which is pretty surprising. So they're going for a little bit more of a bunker style. They want to hold this high ground as much as possible, but without the Lucio, it means if someone goes down early on, this could be really dangerous for them because they could just get ripped apart after the initial pick.
Yeah. Double Widow we're seeing for now, probably just for the beginning as we saw last time, and it is such a reoccurring theme. We're going to have to see if Zinnia can find a pick. As we talked about, pretty cool skin. As we did talk about, a lot of the value in this character just comes from the early rounds, finding some early picks, some early tempo for your team.
Yeah, 5 seconds left. Here we go. We're about to get into potentially UCLA's last round. Let's see if they can extend it and make this a closer one. As Courier playing pretty far sightline, they probably won't expect this. This is actually exactly where Zinnia is going to be peeking from. Actually, not just yet. Next one. Excuse me. So trying to find out exactly where they're playing because they could tell they're playing a little bit more defensively, and I believe right there, Reap Zera did spot out Widow there, so they should know where the sightline is. But they are pushing the cart quite a bit here. Before that happens, they're going to take the high ground, and Lime's going to try and supersede that and make it there as well. But honestly, it's a pretty scrappy fight. Reap Zera getting dangerously low, able to get healed up, so it's not going to be a complete disaster. But nothing too much has happened so far.
Yeah, we're just avoiding these Widow sightlines. Courier and Zinnia having a lot of impact on this game so far. It's just a threat of knowing there's a Widow online. You have to respect it as Reap Zera gets in the back line of UCLA and he's able to take a couple down here. An important beginning here for UCSD. Reap Zera time and time again has been so good on this Genji. He's causing so much disruption as we constantly see. Courier unable to stop him at all. Already almost reaching that first tick.
Yeah, I will say that it feels like UCSD just played that so well, and nice headshot into Xerxes. And that's kind of why you don't want to play Ana. It's so immobile. It gets kind of difficult to get out of these sightlines if your tank isn't there to escort you immediately. And Reap Zera's going to go down. So despite the pick on the Ana immediately, you know, the help of the Kiriko being the main healer anyways is going to make sure that they stay topped off. Lumi getting dangerously low. If he goes down, that could be a pretty big pick here as Moosh also now in a bad position. Trying to survive, trying to do the damage with the help of the Kiriko on the backside. Gonna isolate out the Tracer. It's not gonna happen though. Widowmaker now putting up that sightline, spotting out the Widow. Wants to get this duel off. Not able to find it. And finds it on the repeat. So very well played there. And that's gonna stall out this push even more here. And UCLA doing a great job of somehow, some way salvaging that last position.
That is what we like to see. This is that Widowmaker character coming up big. That is the ult used. Consta having the pulse bomb on the side of the Bruins has to make something of it and not too long. The problem is the only really great target is like Kiriko, who can reliably hit. The rest of them, maybe, you know, the front line as well. But the Kitsune does come out from UCLA. Excuse me. Yes, from both teams, actually. Wall trying to dissuade some of that energy here. Excuse me, Lime. Holding it down on sight, but he's between a bit of a couple hard points here. Moose dropping incredibly low. He's not falling quite yet. Healer's keeping him up and alive. He's going to go get healed back up. No worries. Downpour is available for Lime here. They're just pushing them back, though. We are okay with that. UCSD have to regroup and take a step back.
I love that patience from Lime. You know, I feel like some other people would have used that downpour there as soon as that Kitsune Rush came through, but holds it, and now they have such a good position to stall out for this last kind of team fight coming up. You got 1 minute left on the clock, so maybe 2 contests left. Fangblade finds Tropic, though. That's a great start to this push, and now Consta wants to find this pulse bomb, but it's not going to happen. The sound beat comes through. The wall comes up, is nano boosted, but it really isn't finding any value, and YesD, with the help of that initial pick, is just going to take it.
Yeah, Courier has to do what he can, but he gets shut down immediately. Moosh finds himself a triple for the side of the Tritons as they march forward even more here. Now is when you begin to sweat a little bit from UCLA. Don't worry, there is still a lot of time, but it is absolutely doable for San Diego at this given moment. Reap Zera is going to kind of throw himself away there. They have time to make up. They can sit on the payload for a while. Don't necessarily need to go into a big brawl right now. But now we're going to go back, charging ults for a little bit as UCSD try to escort the payload forward.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get around this corner. Fangblade getting pressured out just a little bit, but Moosh in the meantime is going to kill down Courier. So that's actually a pretty big pick to start it off. Hansa still holding on to this pulse bomb. Probably wants it for a big priority target. The blade comes through. Reap Zera getting dangerously low. Not going to be able to survive with the help of the deflect there from Lime. And now they're going to move their way forward. Take a bit of space. They get this high ground established. They want to find a big downpour here to actually be able to secure a bunch of kills. Balled off currently, so can't get that much support. Gonna be dashing forward. No real support just yet. Pulse bomb still in the pocket of Consta. Just waiting and waiting and waiting. Kitsune Rush is available here for Fangblade, so I imagine that'll be the next trigger to be pulled.
Yeah, we're patient here on the side of UCSD, and that's okay. We really just have to worry about these corners. Kitsune is going to come out from the side of UCSD. Now is that time. Patience is gone. Fangblade is down, and as is Mosh the tank for UCSD. This push not quite going to work out in their favor. Lime putting in a lot of work with his downpour as well onto the side of UCLA. Love to see it so far. This push stopped as it does slide forward a little bit longer. Reap Zera was putting in work in the back line, but the rest of UCLA, especially their back line, are in full health. Zinnia popping overclock here. They're actually going to keep on pushing forward. I didn't think they had the means, and there they go, finally getting shoved off. Moosh has regrouped.
Yeah, they successfully kited out that overclock, which means they're down an ultimate at this point here for the side of UCSD that they really desperately need to be able to secure this point. I mean, they still got 1 minute 20. Not too crazy in the books there. Moosh is going to get forced out, trying to get back up to the team. Zera also forcing out just a little bit. They have double support ultimates for UCLA's. Now they're going to dash forward. They're going to use the downpour. Everything is coming through. The Kitsune Rushes are down as well. Down beats are coming down. Consta finds Reap Zera on the backside. Now Lime trying to regroup on the team. And Courier not doing too much here. Tropic Gem getting forced down. Gloomy trying to find the damage onto Courier, and the double supports are able to clean it up, but that is your Lucio down as well, as now UCLA getting dangerously low. Lime trying to find it, surviving with just 1 HP. The Suzu just comes up big there. Consta trying to build up that pulse bomb to potentially salvage this play. Not so easy. Fangblade trying to get the headshots. Overclock is back now. Both supports online.
It is going to go forward, and we have the overclock kids coming here. This is the chance that UCLA needs to dissuade UCSD. They need to push them back right here. 30 seconds on the clock. They cannot let them near this. The Kitsune going to come up for UCSD. They're not done quite yet despite the overclock. They're going to wait it out and march forward. Concept gets this stuck and finds 2. That's the back line. Gloomy and Reap Zera down for the side of UCSD. That spells a win for UCLA. This push deterred almost entirely Moosh, doing what he can despite his backside being down, but Lime still full HP on the site. Doesn't even need to use the downpour. The UCLA sitting pretty.
Yeah, the downpour is going to come through to try and finalize this round. Only a minute, or about 3 seconds left, excuse me, as now they're trying to get on the point. They at least are able to touch. Now, no one left up on the point. They're trying to touch. They're actually managed to do it. Zinnia is going to get isolated here, over here on the backside, and UCLA might have just held it out. Wrecking Ball now on the table just to get that stall back up. But with Kiriko going down, it's just so unlikely of anything to go on. And just like that, UCLA is going to secure that point with a nice hold on the second checkpoint there.
They're not done yet. Do not count them out. Bringing the series 2-1. Daniel, we talked about how this was going to be a close series. UCLA putting a bit of truth behind our words as we glance at Zinnia, who was going crazy this game on Sojourn.
But it wasn't enough. You know, this was a play that definitely did work out. It definitely stalled out just a little bit, but UCLA just dug deep. They found the fight after this to be able to secure it. This was a full team kill wipe there for UCSD. But guess what? We're going to Game 4.
We're doing it. You know what? Wouldn't be surprised if it went to 5. Honestly, I'm not sure we've even seen a Game 4 yet today. I think it's only been 3-0s, so we're in some exciting territory.
Hey, I did say I was expecting 5 games.
That's true.
At the start of this. So far, it was looking kind of scary, but UCLA able to find it there on Rialto. So pretty good stuff there. And the next map, we just got word, it's going to be, I just got Nevermind. So I'm Nevermind now.
It's true. We're being a little bit trolled by production. That's okay, production. We still love you despite we've locked you in jail. That's why you don't really see production.
Well, I guess we're locked in jail. We're in this, okay, guys, we're in like a storage closet. Someone come save us.
We hear
Not
banging
actually,
at the door.
That /J, right? / joke. Oh, S. Sarcasm.
We're okay, guys. Prod, though. There's a reason you don't see Prod. They're in the dungeon.
But the dungeon is appropriate because they're doing great work back there.
They are. They really are. This high-quality production that you guys have been seeing, it's been hiccup-free the entire weekend, so nothing but...
We've heard of a thing called caster curses before.
Oh, no. What did we do?
I don't know. We'll see. Grand finals are still up to come, so just wait for that as well. So, definitely got some space to do. And we just got word of actual next map. I unfortunately did not hear it very well.
I couldn't either. I won't lie. There's a little bit.
Okay, it's a push map.
One more time, production. I don't know that map.
I don't know that
that's
map
a new
either.
map. That's all right. We'll get there when we get there. That is A-okay.
I think I'll know it when I see it.
Yes.
I can't get the words out, but I will say it's push anyways, so we do know how that goes.
Yeah.
Obviously the back and forth. Some people hate this game mode. They think it's terrible. It was supposed to be the savior of Overwatch 2, but now it's like, well, we got a great push in the first 1 minute of the game. Now we wait 10 minutes for the game to end.
I'm a hater.
You're a hater.
I do not
You're one
like
of
this game mode. Straight up, I think it feels terrible to play. I hate the feeling of, we won the fight, guy.
Oh, we gotta win
push
2
this
more.
freaking robot. Yeah, it's a bad feeling. I won't lie. Maybe I'm just a noob and a bit of a normie when it comes to this game.
No, I feel like this game mode, some people love it, some people hate it. It makes sense, you get a great push on the first point. You just snowball all your ults to be able to actually secure all of it, but and then guess what? Now no one else can rival that for the rest of the match because now ultimates are going back and forth. So definitely has some problems here as we do get into map 4 here. UCLA, UCSD, losers finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, UCSD do have the chance to send UCLA home, but UCLA with, I wouldn't even call it an uphill battle, maybe like an upslope battle, because I think it really can't go either way. They just have to claim this one, and they tie it all up. Glancing at the comps here, surprise, surprise, we've got the same 6 heroes.
Who would have guessed?
I do think I have never seen this map.
Yeah, I believe it is new. It's Runasabi.
Runasabi, as we are on here. We'll get a little tour around the Toucan Cafe there.
Shout out to the Toucan Cafe. I'm sure there's one of those in real life as well, so no matter the country, go visit that. I'm sure it'll be a banger. As now we get into this next one, they're going to be going straight towards that robot. I believe they do have a name. I cannot remember it, unfortunately. As now they do make their way back over to this point itself. I will say push maps always completely even. Obviously, it's a completely mirrored map. That's kind of how it's designed, so there's no real big advantages initially, and we're seeing a bit of a different style here as UCSD is trying to break through this backline by flanking, and Reap Zero is going to find the first pick onto Courier and try and secure it on the Tropic, but Zinnia able to find it in the back line here, and UCSD making a great showing in this first one. Lime able to trade over onto Gloomy, but I think it's just a little bit too little, too late. Consta also goes down here.
Yeah, UCLA opted for that slight high ground in the back at the start, but I like what you pointed out. Going for the flank, UCSD wrapped around a bit of a pincer maneuver as well, and Reap Zero was able to just slice through the back line of the Bruins. Spell and victory so far. This is what you talked about, Daniel. It's often an early win. We push the robot, as the game mode name suggests. Excuse me. But now what as we march forward? Ult charges going up on both sides. UCSD with a slight advantage, but only time will tell.
Yeah. will say one thing, at the very least, they did swap to that Juno here on UCLA side, which is what they were playing before. Moosh able to find Courier, and Zinnia able to clean up Xerxes as well. This is going so UCSD favored early on, and the ultimates are soon to come online as well for them. They do have that Kitsune Rush for this next point, and they might be able to get the checkpoint off that.
An early checkpoint coming out of the Tritons here, trying to walk forward. I do believe they're going to get it. 8 minutes still on the clock, so UCLA have a lot of time to make it up, but now you got to start thinking about, can they go all the way? Typically what happens is you time out at some point as the robot is in the midst of the map, but they may be able to go all the way. Ult up for Fangblade here, as well as Moosh. Big advantage here. They are going to use it. I like the decision here to rip it early, because you know UCLA have no ults available. Moosh, though, holding down the downpour as the sound barrier does come out for UCLA. Going to saving his members for now. They did lose the support already. Now ST on the back foot for the first time. Downpour does come out from Mush. He's dropping low. Healers doing what they can to keep him up, but Lime leading charge on the front is going to drop him down, and UCLA find a foothold.
They got a huge pick there at the very start of the fight there for UCLA to actually deny some of the pressure despite the Kitsune Rush. So they're actually going to be able to get a foothold and push this robot all the way back before the spawn checkpoint actually gets locked in there for UCLA. So, or for UCSD, excuse me. So now they have a bit more of a foothold. They have the blade, and they're going to proc the overclock early here for UCSD. They want to get the robot back on their side as they're forcing it forward. The orbital ray is going to come down, prevent a lot of that damage to come through, and there's the beat.
Beat does drop. A lot of damage coming through from the side of UCLA, but Consta does drop. Was not able to pop that blade before dying. Courier has the overclock on the backside. Not going to opt to use it quite yet. Zinnia has been pumping out damage on the back. I'm glad we switched to his point of view. UCSD holding it down so far as UCLA trying to do what they can to dissuade Moosh, but he's just held up like a brick wall. He's dropping low, finally does go down. This spells the green light for UCLA. They can push a bit more forward. Fangblade drops. The rest of the members will follow not long after as Zinnia drops as well.
Yeah, so they're finally going to get their push out on this one. It was a bit of a scary fight. You lose your Juno immediately, but they still were able to push the momentum forward just enough to be able to find the kill onto Moosh, which translates into, we used to say this thing, no tank, no team. I still kind of stand by it sometimes, so definitely a big advantage in that one. And now they're going to try and make their way around this corner. Definitely a harder choke to get through. So they're looking for a flank here on the right side. Reap Zera kind of in a dangerous position, able to dash away before anything too dire happens. Climb just standing on the point, trying to absorb it. Reap Zera still, once again, trying to poke and prod and find something. Kitsune Rush is going to be committed as well as Dragon Blade.
Dragon Blade coming through. It's going to be dangerous here. Costa dropping low, though. Sound Barrier does keep him alive for a little bit longer, and it's destruction right now for the side of UCLA. They're doing fantastic. Reap Zera trying to say something about it, but as Consta rips through the backline of the Tritons, they're not able to do much here, expelling 2 ults for their victory. That's the Dragon Blade and the Sound Barrier.
Yeah, so now they are going to be looking to pick up everyone and make it back to the point, but the checkpoint might go the way of UCLA in that time, which means they do get the forward spawn, but they're trying to deny it. They're looking to maybe go for a touch here, as now they do have that forward spawn, so any resets will be coming through a lot quicker, as Consta is going to have to take advantage of that. They're going down immediately. Reap Zera and Moosh comboing for 2 picks to start off this fight. Lime going down as well, so yes, they get the checkpoint, but no, they don't get the overall advantage there. They didn't make it past that gray marker on the top of your screen there, so still UCSD ahead in this one.
Yeah, a little over 2 meters to go. UCSD, I like that they're not wasting time. I feel like they're not sitting around charging these ults. We're taking 2, 3, maybe even 0 ults, and we're just going in with it. Lime holding some high ground here to try to dissuade UCSD. We're going to build the ult charges a little bit more, but now the robot is on UCLA's side. They need to hold it back for now. Bit of damage coming out from Lime, who we see yet again just kind of holding it down now with the downpour available. He's going to dash forward, actually. Tries to find Fangblade. He's dropping low, but does get trapped and absolutely nuked as Gloomy takes him down. No tank, no team indeed. UCLA going to be in a dangerous spot here. But as I say, that Moosh does go down, so maybe the backline of UCLA can find something, but the numbers advantage falls to UCSD. They're going to claim it, and this robot is sprinting.
Yeah, they don't actually end up securing anything more than that initial kill on to Moosh. So a pretty aggressive play there from Lime. Expects to get a nice downpour onto 3 members, but Moosh just solo ults him with the downpour to make sure that no extra action can occur. And now Reap Zero looking for the damage here with the Pulse Bomb. Able to find it onto Courier, but in the meantime, Zinnia is going to go down. That's a big factor of damage going through. Orbital Ray is keeping UCLA beamed up, but it's not exactly working out perfectly as Reap Zero back foot trying to get out of there. Make sure to creep away. Doesn't want to get picked before this next fight does occur.
UCSD, 2 ults in the back pocket, able to do something, try to make their way back to site as Reap Zero has to dip on out of there after dropping low and eventually falling to Tropic Gem. Feeling good about himself. No ults on the side of the Bruins, 2 on the side of San Diego. If they can make a move anytime soon, it would be phenomenal, but UCLA showing some strong presence pushing back this bot.
Yeah, they're trying to make it back towards that middle point of the map, at least deny the forward spawn, but UCSD is making it hard for them. They're not allowing them to actually take up all this space, especially with that overclock and Kitsune Rush. Could be a devastating combo coming in from UCSD very, very soon. As there we go, you find it pop. Zinnia finds 2 immediately. That's both your supports dead, and that's pretty much a lights out fight here for Zinnia. Finds them all. Moosh getting a couple more kills. Courier at least able to trade over back to 1, but they secure that they keep the forward spawn, and they take all of UCLA down.
That is a bit of a heartbreaker for the side of UCLA. They do still have 2 ults in the pocket, but Zinnia, the playmaker here for UCSD, coming up huge with 2 initial massive picks on the back line of the Bruins. Courier in a dangerous situation here, does barely dodge out of that wall to get himself in a fantastic spot. Overclock going to be proc, trying to find some damage here. Moosh to focus the target, but the sound barrier coming through as well as the Kitsune. Going to be doing a lot of work here for the side of the Bruins. UCSD need to find a way to hold on as they go. But hang on, Consta's got something to say. He's slicing through the back line, unable to get some so far as he does get one. Fangblade trades back 1 kill, but the side of UCLA standing ground for now, Daniel.
Yeah, they're going to be able to at least push back the cart or the robot just a little bit. It does give them a bit of breathing room, but they did commit all of their ults there. They may have Kitsune Rush before UCSD has any defensive utility, so that'll have to be their main momentum breaker here for UCLA if they want to actually make their way forward. Hazard obviously also has the downpours very, very soon here from Moosh, so it could definitely be a scary factor here. They need to make sure they deny the forward spawn, but once again, UCSD making it hard. I believe they just did, so at the very least, if they get this pick, it's going to be pretty big. They're going to just commit the downpour. They want to find all these picks and snowball it into potentially the final push here. Moosh trying to do any damage as possible. Going to be able to at least take down a couple members with the help of the other players there from UCSD, but it's not going to be enough. Nothing committed here for UCLA besides the downpour, and they find their way back onto it. This has to be a successful push. 1 minute left on the clock. This has to go all the way, and UCSD needs to make sure it doesn't cross that line, because otherwise that could really be lights out.
Yeah, they had the opportunity here to shut down UCSD. All they need to do is make it to that little gray space within the next 45 seconds, and they've put themselves in the lead. Forward spawn does come through. UCSD falling back. Lime dropping low. Courier finds a nice shutdown in the back, but hang on. If Lime falls, it spells a bit of disaster for UCLA. UCSD doing a good job so far at shutting a couple members down. Consta, maybe one of the final members standing here trying to play around the billboard, but it's not going to work. Revenge for Zinnia as the rest of his team falls back and UCSD marching forward.
Yeah, Zinnia barely skating away with their life. If they actually go down, that could have been huge for UCLA, but it's not going to happen. They do have forward spawn, so they're all going to be in position to at least intercept this robot halfway through. Here comes Lime, trying to cut around the corner. Kitsune Rush going to be committed. They're just trying to kite out of it. It's going to be so easy. As now they're going to push forward. They're going to try and take this robot all the way. They don't have any big utility after that Kitsune Rush is committed. And guess what? UCSD on the board in just a second will be that Kitsune Rush overclock, which could be the game ender. Beat needs to come up online as soon as possible.
Overtime still ticking down. Kitsune does come out from UCSD. This is their time to shine. They have to get them off point. Overtime, if it ticks down, UCSD take the win. Overclock in the back line, trying to dissuade members of UCLA as they are dropping down. Looking good for San Diego. The Tritons want it. They want it bad. How much can Consta do? Not much, as Zinnia, the main man in the back line of the Tritons, are able to shut it down, and UCSD finds themselves victorious.
UCSD is going to take the losers finals and make their way back up to the Grands where UCI is waiting. Honestly, very close. Could have gone either way, but Zinnia really finding the pick right before the beat comes down was so crucial here. As, you know, this is that fight at the very end here. You see right there, Courier goes down right before the beat comes through, and that's just lights out there. They just don't have the damage to be able to sustain through this fight, and they win it. UCSD is through to the grand finals, and unfortunately, that means UCLA is going to be going back home. You know, they're not that far. At least it's not that long of a journey. But unfortunately for them, they are out of UCEI Invitational presented by Xfinity contention.
They are, unfortunately. I got word they were putting in a lot of work over the last couple of weeks. They were scrimming nonstop, always in their game lab over there, putting in the hours. Unfortunately, just a little bit short. But we saw a lot from them as a team. If I remember correctly, the previous years, UCLA maybe weren't one of the top contenders for the Overwatch title. This year, absolutely. They looked like they were incredibly close to being something.
UCLA's team when I was in high school, like as a substitute, right? So that's how I know them, and I played some against. I played against some of their players in high school as well.
So, okay, now that you're in the grand finals, and I know you guys had a little bit of a rough start against UCI, is there anything that you guys are going to be doing differently in this grand final?
I think part of it was nerves and not being warmed up properly.
Yeah.
The main thing is we just had really bad communication, and we were trying to do things as 5 different players rather than as one team. So we're going to be relying on each other a lot more, basically.
Yay, thank you so much for the interview, and I know you did an incredible job. I hope to see you guys play it out in the final, and we're going to be heading into a quick break. Don't worry, we're going to be in the grand final in about a couple minutes or so, so please stand by, and yeah, we'll see you guys all soon.
in the more, not committing too hard game against Irvine.
Okay, I like it. I like it. So we actually have already insider scoop. So the first map is going to be once again for the 4th time in a row, Lijiang Tower. It's a bit unfortunate that we don't get any, whatever it is, but we do have currently someone in the crowd cheering for UC Irvine. Who are these absolutely amazing people in crowd? And this person who, for some reason, isn't paying attention to us right now. Come on. Oh, hello. Oh.
Give the camera a little wave. No.
Oh, he's scared. He's scared. It's good. He's nervous. He's on edge. He wants to know who's going to win right now. Oh, and we're back to us indeed. But you know what? I'm excited. I want you to know, right? So we have Lijiang, right? Do you think UCSD is going to do anything differently? Because UCI already stomped them, essentially, on Lijiang.
I think they're going to go with the same thing, but they've gotten a couple
Okay.
more reps on Lijiang since then. I don't know if Irvine's been able to play and practice since then, but,
Okay.
San Diego's got some really quality reps against LA on Lijiang. I think they probably feel a little bit better about the map now. It's still going to be difficult.
Okay, cool. And speaking of, our amazing players, I think we are going to be looking at them having a really cool walkout. And we are indeed. Look at them. Ooh, building up the suspense. Who's going to be first? UCLA. I mean, not UCLA. Jesus. UCSD or UCI. They're just holding us on the tip of our toes. And it's going to be UCI. Woo!
This is such a stacked roster. You get Mashiro, Otters, KHD, XCal, and then the tank duo Rhino and Romani. They can cover any position, with that tank combo, all the brawl compositions, all the dive compositions you could want. Just such a strong roster from back to front.
For sure, they are a strong roster. And look at the 4 and 0 or 0 and 4. Oh, I have.
They're saying they're gonna go 4-0 against San Diego.
4-0 against San Diego. I see. It's a bit flip for us, but we understand. I believe them. Look at them. They look so dapper, so absolutely mighty fine, and they're going to perform absolutely mighty fine spectacles on the game today.
Otter's looking so good in that hat. Wish
Oh
I could
my
pull it off like he
goodness.
does.
I think that gives him a buff.
Yeah, I'm sure.
The Yoshi hat. Oh, and then speaking of that, we actually have UCSD already out, and in order, we're going to have Moshi, who's going to be, well, not in order from this, but we have Moshi, who's going to be our tank, Reeps, who is going to be our DPS, Gloomy, who's going to be our support, Zinnia on DPS, and then Fang Blade also on our flex support.
Yeah, also a stacked roster. Not quite as notable as Irvine, but you can't count them out yet. They definitely have a shot at this series. If I was Irvine, I wouldn't be getting too comfortable yet.
I 100% agree. I think UCSD really pulled up the stops. Oh, look at the hearts. UCSD really pulled up the stops and tried their best, and now they're going in for that rematch. And I think they came in, I think something cool about a rematch is they come in with a bit more like vigor. They come in with more fire. They want the revenge, and they know that they want to win. And I am all for having a close match.
And just after having this 3-1 victory, I think they've got a little bit of momentum coming into this series. It was a close one against LA. They did have to work hard for it, but I think that momentum will really help them here.
100%. Speaking of momentum, right? So we talked about how they're probably going to play practically the same comps, right? We know this, right? It's going to be, we're going to have Hazard on tank, most likely. 100% on Lijiang. Then we're going to have our duo DPS, which is going to be most likely Sojourn and Genji, and then our supports Kiri and Lucio. Let's say for some odd reason, randomly, one person just does the comp better. I don't know, right? They just do it better. Is there any type of switch you think that could potentially help them, just in case they come into a little bit of a loop?
I mean, I think your two main options are go to a dive map. We've seen teams pick Gibraltar. It's a good, good way to try and shake things up a little bit, but UCI is super, super strong on Gibraltar. San Diego as well, so it'll be a little bit tough to take them there. Or, we've seen a couple times the Queen get brought out.
Okay.
It's a little bit risky because Romani is one of the best Queen players, maybe the best Queen player in collegiate Overwatch right now.
Wow. Okay.
Haven't seen too much of it lately. It's been Malga meta, now Hazard meta. So, but he is so strong in that Queen. So, if I was San Diego, I'd be very cautious about trying that out.
Yeah, I agree, and I think we're going to have Romani on that Romazard here today. Sorry about the pen flip, I apologize. But the Romazard, who's going to be the Romani Hazard gameplay. And I definitely agree. Trying to contest on that Drunken Queen is going to provide to be very scary in a way, but I think it'll be kind of fun to see some switch-ups. And look at these absolute locked, well, UCSD looks pretty locked in. I think UCI kind of, they don't really look very locked in just yet. But
Yoshi hat stays on.
Yeah, it does stay on the entire
business.
time. I wonder if he gets a good play and he jumps, falls off, and then he
Maybe.
loses all power.
Yeah, he's got to keep his head still, no dodging.
Oh, Dang, I don't think I could do that. I'm as we can see, look at us, we're moving left and right. We're just so scared. We're anxious. We want to get into the game right now. But anyways, we talked more about comps, right? We talked more about confidence levels. We talked more about the revenge, right? Is there any map that we haven't seen today that you are hoping to see going forward?
We haven't really seen a Midtown. I think Midtown, it's a very coin flip map. You know, first point can be pretty difficult to push, but then on second point, that bridge, you know, going under bridge can be super miserable, but that can be a great place for like Zinnia to shine. A lot of open ranges if you want to play Sojourn or even Widow on that map. Definitely in the online qualifiers, we saw a lot of Widow duels on that map that really determined the the outcome of the game. So that's a possibility. I'd be very excited to see Midtown.
I agree. I love Widow duels, and I think Widow duels also keep you on the edge of your seat. We saw some Widow plays earlier on in the day, but not gonna lie, the last game versus UCLA and UC San Diego, a lot of the Widow shots, weren't hitting, and then we saw some very early swaps from Widow to Genji or Widow to Tracer.
Yeah.
Do you think this Widow-esque pick earlier on, when they're not hitting their shots, constitutes a change so early?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's just difficult because when you have Widow, in the game, you kind of have four players with, kind of a random pick off every now and then. It can be super difficult. You don't have that frontline damage onto Hazard. He can kind of have free reign. So, if you're not getting picks, it's a pretty safe decision to switch off. I think if you're a little bit more desperate, staying on the Widow can be good, though.
Okay. I like that analysis. I really wish I could play as good as these players, but unfortunately, I can't. They're just too good,
Yeah, just a little bit above us.
just honestly,
tiny bit.
Just a tiny bit. You know what? I think if we 1v1 them, like both of us against one of them, we might lose. But there's an option we could win.
Definitely possible.
A very slight option. Well, anyways, I'm really excited. But do you have anything, else to think about? Anything you want to look forward to going into the rest of these games?
This could potentially be a 7-map series. We have yet to see any Clash maps be played. So that could definitely be exciting. It's not, most teams do not like to pick the Clash. It's kind of a toss-up, very snowbally, very short game mode. And we've only seen one push so far, I believe. So, a lot of kind of untapped map pool right there. That'd be great to see, and we likely will see just because teams will run out of game modes to pick from.
Okay, nice. I like it. What's your favorite type of Clash map?
I think I like Hanaoka better.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Throne of Anubis. Depending on the tank you play, Hazard is actually super, super good on Throne of Anubis. High ground control. It's very easy to get on Hazard. Not the biggest Hazard fan myself. So
interesting. So like whenever Hazard gets picked, you're just like soul crushed a little.
Yeah, not my favorite meta.
Okay.
Not my least favorite meta.
No, I understand. I completely understand. I don't like any meta which I lose.
That's
either.
Fair. That's very fair.
I'm a sore loser, unfortunately. I like to win. So one day I hope I can, do that as well as they can. Speaking of this as well, speaking of how well they can, at the end of this series, we're also going to be choosing something called the MSI MVP. The MSI MVP is going to be what, we select in a few other staff. We look at all the games throughout the series. So this can be any team, anyone from start to finish. Whoever we think can perform to the best of their capabilities, doing the most for their team, shining a bit more than the others, but also someone who might be the underdog. This can be a really cool MSI MVP, and it's going to be someone that maybe you guys can look forward to. So maybe guess and see who you guys would pick and see how it compares with ours.
Yep. So be on the lookout for any standout players. We've loaded into Lijiang. First map is Gardens. I suspect we'll see the same exact comp that we have been seeing all day with the exception of Santa Cruz. That Hazard, Sojourn, Genji, Kiriko, Lucio.
Yeah, 100% I agree. I think something that's going to be really interesting to see moving forward into this map is how well, UCI plays, but if UCSD can change anything about their strategy going into it. We've seen UCSD, we already know that Fangblade is going to be someone who is pretty much of a Kiriko excellence and Gloomy on that support. They have played pretty well all the time, especially going into what we saw UCSD going against UCLA. They looked really good together.
And we actually see Sai in here for the first time this game. Oh, and a technical pause immediately. Not clear what this is just yet. But yeah, Sai is in instead of Mashiro, which is, the first time it's happened all series on the Pharah. I think Mashiro is more of a Tracer player, maybe the Genji. So, I think they're bringing in Sai for more of that flex pool. I'm curious what he'll play on, say, Control Center.
Mhm.
'Cause, not the easiest Pharah map. Pharah's
Okay.
still definitely playable there if it comes to Control Center.
Mhm.
But for Gardens, Pharah is so strong. We saw Consta from UCLA playing Pharah, putting in a lot of damage, being able to work a lot of angles that you just can't use on other heroes.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think Pharah is, I want to say, a pretty interesting choice. And the reason why I say she's an interesting choice is you get a lot of this aerial support, you get aerial damage, it breaks her crosshair, it breaks also a lot of your focus, right? But I would say Pharah, you kind of play her in a really weird angle where you either play her when you go pretty far, right? You play her just rocket, barrage, missile, play for your best, or you play her in a way where you kind of play with this weird flanky kind of side damage angle to try and get a back pick on your support. Which ones do you think is, I would say, more beneficial to the team, or do you think it matters on map, composition, brawl, dive?
I mean, I think on this map you got to take more off angles.
Okay.
You know, if you get caught out in range of a hazard, he can. It's hard to hit you in the air, but he can jump on you and use that slash and chunk your health. Looks like we do have an audio issue, but it has been resolved, so we should be heading back to game right now.
Oh my goodness, wow. Perfect, we're just going straight into it. We see, once again, your predictions going straight in. Sai in for that Pharah instead of the Genji. Looks like we're just going to be taking trades back and forth here and there. Nothing much, no commits just yet. I thought we were going to go possibly for an early game boot, as we do have a lot of displacement. Motion is taking down pretty low here, but currently nothing is going to connect just yet. Zena trying her best to get the fully charged in 78 HP, but it's just not going to be enough. Romani taken down very low and has to be dissuaded. Going on the health back, but he does get taken down by Zena. That's an early game pick, but Sai getting the pick onto the healer. One healer down versus one tank.
Boop off the map. We've seen too many Kirikos get booped off the map today. That should not be happening. But caught without wall climb and teleport is a risky situation. Looks like Irvine, San Diego does get first cap, but Irvine is trying to take a little bit of map control here, working their way around. Xcal finds a great pick onto Zinnia. And Reaps falling so low. Looks like, Irvine's going to be able to clean it up. Beautiful shot from Xcal. That is absurd. Moosh falling as well. Easy cleanup for Irvine. A little bit shaky there in the beginning, but they take back the point with no problem. Although, still, Stragglers getting picked off. Angblade and Gloomy going down.
Yeah, that's a bit, detrimental. They're staggered, and one thing I know about Overwatch is the moment you get staggered, you kind of crumble. You go bit by bit by bit. I think the side pick here going onto the Pharah is currently right now proving beneficial, but it's only been 33%. They just got the point. They're just getting their momentum in. Nothing is solidified just yet. Looking at our ultimate charges over here really quickly, we're going to have a pretty even split here with Pharah just going on that missile barrage a little bit earlier. They're currently going on to point. Gloomy does get taken down by Romani. However, XL is unfortunately alone, but it does not matter. He gets Reapa's Dora taken down. XL at 110 HP looking mighty fine right now. Oh my goodness, he's fully charged up. Mushi is trying his best to try and kill him, but it's just not going to be enough. Look at this amazing positioning.
Percentage is just ticking up while Moosh staggers. That was a perfect execute from Romani onto Gloomy. Gloomy just caught out wide in the open, no support near him. It's just going to be another, up to 45% now for Irvine.
Yeah, and right now they're just trying to regroup, don't get staggered. Also, they're trying to find an angle. We do have the overclock and the Kitsune Rush, but flip side, we do have a Rocket Barrage. Sending at 100 HP, he is on a pretty good angle, I would have to say so myself. I've never seen this before, but I believe in him. We also have the overclock ready as well as so many ultimates. The Kitsune Rush does get committed, but currently no kills are going to be coming up. The opposite Kitsune Rush does and fast connect. He has the boot, but it's just not going to work. He's going to fully Rocket Barrage one person that takes down Mushi all the way. Overclock tries to connect. He gets trapped, but he does not, unfortunately, get them taken down. Romani going in with a clean 2 sweep, and that is going to be a team wipe on UCSD.
Such a fast fight. Irvine, though, does overcommit a little bit. I don't think the sound barrier or downpour were necessary. And now San Diego does have the ultimate advantage. 3 ultimates to 1. I think they can really make something happen here. They got to go fast and aggressive with their ultimates. Drop that beat before anyone can fall on the side of San Diego. Overclock comes out from Xcal. Sound barrier to counter from Gloomy. Misses 2 targets, actually. Xcal, though, not being able to find anything. Chunks Moosh just for a little bit. They don't touch the point.
Wait, they didn't touch
First
at all.
round.
Oh my goodness.
For Irvine. 2 ultimates in the bank.
Indeed. Well, UCEI just gets the first tick on that round. I definitely thought they would tick. We had sound barrier on, right? We also committed the overclock early, but nothing connected.
That was absurd. Still, 2 ults left in the tank for San Diego. Nothing to count on Irvine. That is a free fight win. If I've ever seen one, and they just, don't touch point. A little bit of a miscommunication there.
You're right.
I get things under control on Control Center.
Definitely. So what do you think right now, right? We've already seen UCEI currently has already done what they've shown earlier, right? UCSD, I think, is playing pretty well, but I would say that they're playing pretty split. Do you think? I think we don't have really good focus on a lot of one person at a time.
Yeah, like Gloomy, for example, getting caught out of position pretty aggressively. Irvine's just capitalizing on all these small positioning mistakes. So San Diego's going to play a little bit of a tighter game, make sure everyone's where they should be.
Yeah, we do currently are trying to fight for this, I want to say high ground, but a little bit of this elbow position here because it's going to provide and open up the map a lot. Moosh going in, but getting taken down very low. The healers, however, are going to sustain him all the way up, but it's almost going to be enough, but just not right. He takes the cover. Romani and him are going to heal up to full. That's going to be a lot of charge on the support ultimates.
Romani's so low, and he finally gets healed up. You know, San Diego did have an opportunity there, and Romani's getting chunked. His armor is gone. He's in the back line, but Sai is able to find a pick on the Fang Blade while Romani draws all his attention. It looks like it's going to be first cap for Irvine and a first fight win as they clean up Moosh and the rest of San Diego.
Oh my goodness, they just look so split, but UCI just plays so well as a team. They're going them left and right. The health packs are unfortunately not going to connect, and there are no heals currently being pushed out. KHD as well as Otters are going to have their ultimates way before the other support ultimates, so there's going to be nothing to dissuade them from that overclock.
Yeah, San Diego's really just not able to punish Romani. Let's see if they're able to punish him here. He is playing up, but he does have that leap available. Leaps out to safety. Excal's playing up, gets cleansed though, and Kitsune rushed. A lot of damage coming out from Irvine. Can San Diego kite away from this? Fangblade falling very low. Moosh too. Romani's going to finish off Moosh. Great Kitsune rush there. Finds so much value.
You're right, such great value. There's going to be the Genji. They're trying their best to get away, but I think if they keep fighting this, they're going to stagger. Otters takes the kill onto Fangblade. He does have the sound barrier available. Fangblade unfortunately dying with that Kitsune rush. They're going to have to regroup, but they're very staggered. Romani at a tragically low HP. He does get taken down by Zinnia, and this is going to go over to UCSD. 3 ultimates, overclock, sound barrier, and the Kitsune rush ready for UCSD. Can they hold it?
Yeah, Irvine extending way too much there off the back of a good Kitsune rush, but you know, they pushed a little bit too eagerly and a little bit too split into a 4v5, a 5v4 actually, and lost it.
You're right. UCSD is going to get 5 ultimates up, whereas UCI is going to just be a little bit behind. Unfortunately, no Kitsune rush. However, I think they can make it work, and that's because the Kitsune rush is Zina and Moosh take down Romani Exile before they're even able to push their ult. Romani's ultimate does get canceled, so no downpour available. Reap Zero taking down Otters. That is unfortunately going to be the sound barrier wasted, and unfortunately does not connect. KHG with 42%, but he has to go back. Now, the tides have turned. One spawn to another. Zinnia using the overclock, but he does have to be dissuaded because unfortunately he does not have the position to take it. 40 HP and a Dream. It's not going to connect. Moosh getting taken down to very low, but Romani is going to be able to dissuade it with his amazing positioning. The Dragon Blade going off on Reap Zira. Can he finish him off? He does! That's going to be 3 picks over for UCSD. Otto's taken down to 1 HP, but thankfully the Suzu is going to save him. That's going to be another stagger, and hopefully they can regroup, but Zinni and Reap Zero do not let them. Both supports taken down. 57% left on both sides.
That's perfect play from San Diego. They're fixing their problems from last series. They're going fast. They're going when Irvine does not expect it, and they're able to capitalize so much on that.
They are going to capitalize. We have Sai currently taking a fun little 1v1. The Dragon Blade does connect. She's at 1 HP, but it's not going to work. Romani does get Xenia out here. The Dragon Blade trying to find someone swinging left and right, but the lefts and rights don't work. Mushi being able to dissuade him off. Reap Zira trying their best to focus the supports. Excal a bit out of position, but he's not going to connect the shots. Romani getting them down on their supports, beaming. Oh my goodness. All 4 of them are getting taken down, and it's going to be a swing.
4K for Romani.
Ooh, chills.
Great Kitsune rush there from KHD to really bring the fight back towards the Irvine side. But it is 1-fight territory for San Diego. If they can close this out with Kitsune rush, they do have, you know, a little bit of an ult disadvantage. But if they go fast, Kitsune can overwhelm Irvine before Otters comes up with that beat.
You're right, Romani does have the downpour ready, whereas unfortunately Mushu does not. It's going to be a bit of a dicey fight here, depending on honestly who is going to hit what. Romani at 489 HP, going all the way up to now 650. Otters at 92%. Is he going to get the down barrier? That's going to be the downpour paired with the Kitsune rush. Romani is going to take down Mushi as well as Sai, taking down the enemy support. It is now a number advantage for UCI, and oh my goodness, they went down one after the other. They're now chasing, hungry for blood. 98, 99, and 100. Round going to UCI.
Wow. A dominant first map from UCI, but San Diego had a great look there in the middle of that second point. You know, that's exactly what I wanted to see from them. You know, first series earlier today, they were pretty bad about the tempo of their play. They let Irvine control everything, but you saw when they pushed towards spawn, they really took control of the map there.
You're right, and looking at this amazing play of the game by Romani, this is where he got that 4K and absolutely changed the tides of the game. What do you think UCSD did wrong? They looked really good. They got the tempo. They pushed up the spawn. Spawn camped them twice, by the way. They had ultimate advantage, and then they crumbled.
I just think they weren't on the same page about maintaining tempo towards the end. You saw, the Sojourn on the side of San Diego back off right when the sound barrier was coming out from San Diego. If they'd been on the same page, could have stayed, a little bit more together. They went 1 for 1, but Sojourn was kind of out of the question for San Diego. So by that time, Irvine was able to really come back, regain momentum, and win that fight.
Yeah, and let's look at a lot of this replays from this absolutely amazing game. I think the first game for Lijiang Tower, I think it was a little bit dicey. You were right. I think they lost a bit of tempo, not a great focus, but UCSD was able to claim it up. But we can just look at this. Look at how split all the members are for UCSD, and that allows them to capture it, unfortunately, even though they had the sound barrier, but they just could not touch. This second game was fights and brawl after brawl. They got 4v4s left and right.
Yeah, just an XCal and Psy highlight reel here. The DPS for Irvine putting in so much work, finding so many kills. What can you do? Reaps and Zinnia, they're talented players, but, against Psy and XCal, they're just so good.
They are so good. I cannot lie. But look at this. It's just amazing. We talk about Psy, we talk about XCal, we talk about Romani. Let's just give a little shout out to our supports over there as well. They're healing them. They're keeping them up. And I also love, I talked about this earlier, right? My favorite thing in Overwatch, and you know what? I know you're a bit more knowledgeable than me. I love when there's one defensive ult, one aggressive ult, right? So Kitsune Rush paired with a sound barrier, you have something to dissuade. How do you feel about that?
I mean, yeah, when you pair two ults like that together, you get all the offensive benefit of the Kitsune Rush, and you worry zero about your health pools, anything like that, and you just go. It enables you to be so aggressive, even more so than, with two offensive ults.
Yeah, and look at the absolutely insane UC Irvine hype in the crowd. Unfortunately, it does look a little bit dark on screen for you guys, so it might be a little bit hard to see, but trust me, I can see the amazing, beautiful signs called UC Irvine. Let's go! But, although UC Irvine won the first round, I don't think it spells disaster for UC San Diego. They're learning, they're getting their momentum. It's also going way closer than it did earlier on in the game where UCI and UC San Diego fought in the upper bracket semifinals.
Yeah, much better look. And in terms of map pick, San Diego has a lot of control now. Take Irvine where they want to. In the last series, they only had one map pick. They only dropped one map against UCLA, but they did go to Runasapi, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that again. That seems like a very comfortable pick for them. They had a very strong understanding of how to kite on that point, where to hold. It just seemed very solid overall.
Agreed. What do you think is such a strength that UCI has that UCSD unfortunately does not have right now, and possibly vice versa?
I think, there are two main things going for UCI.
Okay.
I think there is just, if you look player versus player, you match them up on the two teams, UCI comes out on top in basically every matchup.
Okay.
Which, so San Diego's already fighting an uphill battle. And in terms of team coordination, San Diego did do a much better job this past map, but, Irvine, I think, still comes out on top in terms of when to engage, when to disengage. They stuttered a little bit, but they have such good control of tempo and fight planning.
Okay, I like that. So do you think if, UC San Diego, I believe, possibly UC San Diego can break it a little bit, right? You said their coordination. Maybe UC San Diego bonds together with the power of friendship and teamwork, and they just win.
And yeah, that was Irvine's map pick. So if San Diego does take it to somewhere like Runasapi, I think they'll be a little bit more comfortable. They have a very good understanding of what specific points on that map they need to fight, where they need to push, where they need to back off.
Okay, perfect. I like that. We'll be back with you guys in just a quick short break, and then we're going to go straight into Game 2. And we're back. We hope you guys enjoyed that like tiny little break, and thank you so much to all of our sponsors and everyone that shows up. We appreciate you guys so much. Going into our next map, we are going to go into Suravasa. Owen, tell me what you know about Suravasa.
We just saw San Diego play this map against LA. It was actually LA's map pick, but San Diego won 3-1.
Okay.
But it was a very close map. You know, a lot of points going 99 to 99. It wasn't exactly decisive. It wasn't as decisive as you'd want it to be for it being your map pick in the next series, especially against a team as good as Irvine. They do have a good shot at this. I think they have again, they just have to manage their ultimates carefully when they want to take a fight, when they want to disengage it, and I think they've got a real shot at this map.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I definitely think we're going to see the same comp again. I don't think there's any competition of that. The only sub picks that we can ever see here is possibility for Junker Queen, possibility for Tracer, and that's pretty much it usually. But I highly doubt that we're going to see any possibility. UCI probably going to be hovering these characters. Highly doubt they play them unless they want to have some fun. And if they want to have some fun and go for some new comps, I'm so down to watch.
You know, I don't think they're going to be rolling out on the life
Yeah,
leader, unfortunately. Yeah, it looks
yeah,
like they're
it's the picks.
swapping back to the standard comp. TP's out for both teams, and then back off to Genji and Sojourn.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta love the repetitivity of Overwatch sometimes. But here we go, going into Suravasa, going into the classic first point. You're gonna need a lot of mobility here, I want to say. You're going to try your best to take the high ground, try your best to also flank. There's a lot of unsuspecting off angles in this type of first point for Suravasa that a lot of Genjis and also Sojourns at certain points can utilize. In addition, if you go too far, there's also lots of back cover for you to take healing from, so there's no need to start soaking up damage.
An instant pick for Xcal on the Fangblade. Irvine's doing a great job taking early map control, but Rootzera trades it out onto KHD. Both teams liking their Kirikos. Moosh finding Romani, actually. This first fight is going heavily the way of San Diego. Side does pick off Xenia, but Irvine is falling low. Gloomy picks off Otters. You know, these teams are just trading out one for ones. Very sloppy fight.
You're right, it was pretty sloppy indeed. They're trading out one for ones, but the point ultimately, I believe, is actually going to go over to UCI. I think maybe they got the earlier resets as well as Exile getting that first pick kind of opened up the point for them in order to try and capitalize. Exile just trying their best to beam out, almost at 100, doesn't connect unfortunately. They're trying to go through another exit. They're playing really far back as well, and we also see Romani trying their best to try and take a 1v1 against this Genji. Sai, however, does pierce through him. That's going to be another reset. That's one player down for UCSD. Sai getting taken down very low. He's going to be able to deflect. Otters going in for a lovely Lucio div. Sojourn being able to take down Moosh, and that is going to be another 4K going in the favor for UCI.
Yeah, normally with this composition, you want to see your Genji and your Lucio playing together, but Reaps gets caught out without Gloomy to support him, cut off by a great wall from Romani. And what can you do at that point? The finisher from Sai just ends that fight super, super quickly.
You're right, and might I say, these players are playing absolutely phenomenal. I love to see some mirror comps just so I could see, you know, for lack of a better term, what type of differential that they try and play. And we're definitely see just very little tall snippets about, you know, how they're playing and what time they're going. And we're going to actually be taking a Kisune rush in very early to try and dissuade them. Reaper Zero unfortunately getting taken down by Otters again. His Lucio is nowhere to be found. Romani, however, is going to flip off for that kill. Sai is going to be going in on the Dragon Blade, getting one and getting two. That's going to open up the rest of the map. Exile does have the overclock, but he does not need to use it. He's going to be beaming him down left and right. Fangblade actually getting taken down by the Sojourn E. Exile finishing off Mushi, and that is going to be a 4-kill once again going over to UCI.
Little bit questionable on the Dragon Blade there. You know, they probably would have capped without it, but better safe than sorry. UCSD looking very healthy with the ultimate economy. Irvine down 2 ultimates. UCSD coming up on all 5. I would expect either an overclock or Kitsune engage from San Diego. They're looking to explode onto point here. Irvine has early control. Let's see what San Diego does to break this control.
They're trying their best. It kind of, unfortunately, right now just looks like a little poke fight here. We drove the overclock. However, we have the sound barrier ready to try and dissuade any type of point. And that's going to be the downpour coming out, getting 4 of them. Fangblade with a Kitsune Rush. Engage. Gloomy being able to right-click Romani and taking him down. Otters not being able to use the sound blade just in time. However, that's only going to be 1. And UCI going to just carefully back off. They know their place. They know not to utilize any more, as well as not stagger. Downpour almost ready for Romani, and there's going to have another combo. However, both teams have sound barrier.
Yeah, this fight can go anyone's way. Whoever gets the better sound barrier off, whoever can just put more damage out, can be the determiner. Zinnia pops an early overclock, so does XCal. Downpour coming out from Romani, but Romani falls very low. Gloomy counters with the sound barrier. Otters matches. This is a scrappy fight, but Romani is still very, very low. Zinnia doing tons of damage, but Romani is actually able to find Reaps in all the chaos.
In all the chaos, he's able to somehow come out on top. Zinna, however, going face tanking in. Oh my gosh, you monster! Unfortunately, however, it's not going to be enough. Mushi getting taken down. That's 2 picks over for UCI. They were at 64, but unfortunately, maybe it was a misclick. Sai, however, getting booped off the map. That's now going to be in favor for UCI.
Yeah, great stuff there. Romani is playing a very, very dangerous game. Almost every fight he falls to, 100 or so HP. Almost killable, making San Diego think they can close out the fight, but they are so far in reality. Even if they finish off Romani, the rest of Irvine is so formidable.
They are really formidable. We still have the Kitsune Rush engage, as well as kind of, I don't want to say a disengage, but more of like a support ready just in case UCSD plays any funny tricks. We're walling off both sides, trying our best to play offside. That's going to be the Kitsune Rush to poke and help for the support to boost out the extra healing. Musha unfortunately getting taken down into a corner. That's so sad. Genji 1v1, but Sai does come out on top. XCal once again going for these support picks left and right. It's absolutely disgusting. Zinna, however, saying, you know what, get off my support. But KHG says, actually, I'm his support as well. You're getting taken down. 73% to 69 and ticking.
Yeah, great stuff there from KHD. Just waits for the perfect Kitsune Rush. Once Moosh engages, waiting to drop that Kitsune, which has no escape plan at all.
Sai just have the Dragon Blade ready, but I'm not sure if they're honestly going to be able to touch for UCSD. And if they touch him, might honestly spell disaster for the next rest of the point. Sai does take down Reef Zero again. You said it before, but unfortunately Gloomy is not being able to play with him. They're trying their best to tick. It looks like he is prepping for a Dragon Blade, but I don't think he needs it. Gloomy, however, taking down Otters. Now they are down 1 support. However, Romani says, hey, I'm actually better, and I will be able to contract it back. XL as well getting the pick onto Gloomy, and unfortunately, that pick does go to UCI, 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0 for UCI, 4 ultimates in the bank. It is not looking good for San Diego. They're gonna have to make something happen. They're gonna have to be very, very decisive with the Kitsune Rush engage or the overclock engage. They don't have time to mess around on this last point.
Unfortunately, I have to ask, what can they do differently? UCI now has 4 ultimates. Their ultimate economy is absolutely great. In addition, speaking of that, let's hold my thought. We have the Dragon Blade and the Downpour coming out at all times with an absolutely insane combo. The Sound Barrier does get committed on both sides. No one is currently dropping. Romani getting taken down very low. There is Heap Zero, the first one to fall. Mushi, however, getting the return pick. No more Genjis on either side. Overclock does get popped onto Zinna. However, he just can't find anyone to connect with. They're all hiding like little scaredy cats. But speaking of scaredy cats, no one has capped the point just yet, and Reap Zero is now come back. Moosh getting the pick onto Romani. However, there's going to be flip returns left and right. He says, get off my support, Otters. I am going to win. Still no cap.
Yeah, the kite looked great from Irvine, but, San Diego was just able to collapse despite that, win from behind in ultimates. Irvine used a lot just to lose that fight. KHD actually going over to the Moira? No, swapping back to Kiriko.
Interesting. Hey, you know what? Maybe he wanted a fun little change, but his team maybe said no, get off. Romani being able to wall off Fangblade, and that's going to be 1 support down. The overclock is still ready onto UCI. However, they're going to have a Dragon Blade to try their best to fight off. Moosh playing really good from his wall, but Sai and XL, the duo demon of the DPS for UCI, are just going to take them down. That is now a team wipe for UCI, and the point is going to flip.
Yeah, nothing you can do there. A little bit of a desperation play from Moosh, but Fangblade is down. You lose that fight. 9 out of 10 times.
You're right. I think I don't want to say I'm seeing a pattern here, but I feel like UCSD does really good on the initial engage, right? But they use maybe too much, or maybe it's just not in the correct timing. But every single time we are going to have that. Sorry, everyone, we're looking a little bit at the menu, and now you're looking at us. Hey, what's up, peeps?
But unfortunately, technical pause. It looks like.
Yeah, very sad. But hey, now we have more time to talk about it, and you're super knowledgeable, and I'm just here. But speaking of that, what do you think UCSD might be doing? I don't want to say wrong, but they're getting the point. They look really good, and then they crumble. They fall. Is it overextending? Is it misuse of ultimates? Is it really not good focus.
You know, they were struggling kind of with everything earlier today, you know, in the series before, but they got their engages under control, I think.
Okay.
You know, they're doing a great job of going very aggressively, very quickly, not waiting for any cues or signals from Irvine that Irvine's frankly not going to give. But then once they have control, they're, you know, having a bit of a struggle setting up with good positioning. You know, either the Genji's getting caught out, the Kiri's getting caught out, someone's getting caught out every single time. And Irvine, you know, they see that some teams might not be able to make that play, get that kill, but Irvine certainly can every single time.
Okay, cool. That was a really great analysis. Thank you so much. And now we're actually going to go back into the thick of it with all the fire. Oh, actually, I lied. I thought there was much more going into it, but it's just not going to work out. They still have the overclock ready onto Xcal. However, Reef Zero does have a Dragon Blade. We've seen what his Dragon Blades can do. However, the foe that is Xcal is going to be hard to combat.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a downpour Dragon Blade initiation combo here from San Diego. They're taking their time. Xcal is actually able to pop the overclock first. Nothing coming up from San Diego yet. They just let Gloomy die. They don't want to fight this.
Oh my goodness, that's so sad. They have to let their support go. Maybe a miscommunication here and there. It's okay.
No,
it's just a team wipe.
I was just saying San Diego had their initiation, their engages under control. It looks like clearly not. They waited far too long there. Let Irvine take control of the fight. You have to be decisive with Irvine. You can't let them get, you know, on the right foot. You have to take them off guard.
Gloomy is able to touch, but I don't know. We've seen these touch battles unfortunately not work out that well for UCSD. However, Moosh does take sign. That's going to be the double downpour going out. Reap0 does get the Dragon Blade, but it actually does connect. Exile, however, returns pick. KHG with the Kitune Rush Otters going out for the pick onto Gloomy. Romani as well getting taken down, and the point, I think, is going to flip over to UCSD.
How did they just do that? That is insane.
I don't know. I think
Moosh gets a crazy pick onto Sai. Should never get that. Maybe Irvine's too confident. Maybe San Diego just played perfectly there. But something really went wrong for Irvine.
You know what? I'm gonna say San Diego played perfectly, just because
Yeah.
I have belief, I have hope, and I know what I've seen them do. They won against UCLA. They came back from everything. I think they are able to try and do this. However, UCI, once again, we talked about it. They just look like such a great team. Individual players all around, absolutely spectacular. Dragon Blade onto Sai, however, which might prove detrimental. However, Zina does have the overclock. The Dragon Blade does commit, but he can't find anyone. Exile does get the pick over onto Gloomy. The overclock does return, but it's not going to be enough. Both supports down for UCSD. No more healing. Zina does try their best to dissuade Sai, but that's going to be a team wipe, and UCI does get the pick and the point.
Yeah, map 2 going up 2-0 against San Diego. It is looking rough for San Diego.
I can't lie. It's looking pretty rough, you know. I have hope, though. I think, you know, maybe they might get the next pick, but I'm not sure. We have a little play of the game here. Actually, from the support for Flameblade, the GOAT. We're going to be looking at Flameblade over here. I actually did not see his point of view throughout the whole match, so I'm really excited to see what happens. Can you break it down?
Yeah, I mean, he a little bit of a he gets one kill. You know, a very solid play of the game.
You know what?
Puts in some solid damage.
He got a kill. He healed.
You know,
what else can you ask
classic
for?
assist play of the game. You know,
Yeah,
not a
what else can
flashy
you ask
play,
for?
but just super solid,
Mhm.
super solid. But you know, I think at the end there, we really saw San Diego's big struggle. They fall apart when the ball's in Irvine's court. Irvine is attacking them. They don't know what to do. It's like they wait for Irvine to make a move when they need to make a move first. You know, Zinnia was holding onto that overclock. He had a great shot on the side, taking out the Genji, but it was after two of their members already fell, you know, after there was really any chance to do anything about the fight. They just need to go first, go fast, use their ultimates aggressively, and you know, you're going to lose some fights. You're going to drop 3 ultimates and just lose, but that's okay. You need to accept that.
It has happened. I think you're absolutely correct. Making the first move, trying your best to hopefully play better than Irvine and play more aggressively than Irvine. Try your best to catch them off guard. And speaking of off guard, we're actually going to catch you guys off guard with some absolutely insane replays over here. Do you want to maybe break it down and look it over?
Yeah, Reaps was putting on a great performance on Genji. You know, he couldn't quite match Sai, but he did have some great moments. He, like there, you know, caught out by Sai actually. And Sai on the Genji is just so strong. You know, this is probably just going to be a little bit of a DPS highlight reel, you know. Mainly from Xcal and Sai. Just doing so much work. The overclocks are beautiful. Look at these shots from Xcal. Is that a collat?
Oh,
that is crazy.
Oh my goodness, how did they do this? Hey, you know what? It may be a highlight reel for some players, but Moosh and Reap0 are in here. They know what they're going to do. However, the OT, it looked like it might have UCSD to go in their favor, but it's just not going to be enough.
And you can see just from those highlights, super scrappy play. You know, no prolonged highlights, nothing. Everything is just a super aggressive pick, and then chaos ensues.
That is correct. This is actually going to be also a best of 7, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So that means instead of the first to 3, it's actually going to be the first to 5. I
Or 4.
believe. 4.
4.
Oh wait, my bad.
UCI thinks they're gonna hit the 4-0.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. It sure looks like they will.
That was embarrassing. But thank you, Owen. Owen's so knowledgeable. He always corrects me. I apologize for that. But now, sorry, 4, first to 4, and wait, what was that? What was our map, Owen?
Runasapi.
Oh my
Back
goodness,
to where we thought they would take us initially.
Oh my goodness, we're just going back to back to back on these insane maps that haven't played before. But that just means they know how to play it.
Yeah, a lot of repeats. This I think is San Diego's comfort pick. They did go for Suravasa first. LA picked that in the last series.
Okay.
Then, when San Diego went down, they went to Runasapi. They had very solid defense, especially close to the forward spawn points. They had a great hold there that UCLA tried to mimic, but just didn't do as well. So I think they have that down very solid.
You're right. I have hope for Runasapi. I think, this is going to be a push map, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Push, right? I believe in them. You said they had really good defense, but we've already talked about their defense. We talked about how they can, try their best to defend against UCI. Do you think with such a great defense, they have to just provide a better offense?
I mean, they need to improve on all fronts. They have these moments where they look so good on offense, but then it just crumbles 2 fights later. They need to make sure they're playing consistent. They're playing kind of similar, honestly, every time, a similar style. They want to go first, and they want to go faster. And, you are inevitably going to lose some fights that look pretty bad, just completely with some ultimates playing this style. But you have to go for it if you want to try and beat Irvine.
I agree. And then once again, I would love to break down the composition for you guys, but the composition is always there, same as always. Maybe we'll see some differential picks here and there, but they actually don't want to risk anything. They know what's good, they know what's meta, they know how to play it, and they know how to play it well.
Yeah, on a map like Runasapi, you do not see many teams varying up the meta.
Is there anything that Genji does differently here, possibly, that he hasn't done in any of these other maps? Does he maybe flank more, try his best to dive more? You also said that he has to play more with Lucio. Does Lucio maybe play away from his team and more forward with Genji?
You can see right here, actually, San Diego's playing a little bit split. The Genji has a lot of flank opportunities, kind of trying to collapse onto the Irvine front line, side falling very, very low. That's kind of the idea. The Genji and Lucio play separate, and they look to collapse on a target like that. It's not working out. Bush falling very, very low, and Xcal gets the finisher onto him.
Oh no, it's just too much damage on the side from UCI. Romani, Xcal, Otter's side. Look at that. It's literally a scoreboard of dreams. Everyone gets their one. Everyone cleanly picks up a kill. That's a 5-0. 5-0.
Clean first fight. It's just going to be free card push for Irvine. Let's just see. San Diego, as we've said, they look better on the engage than on the neutral. So we'll see if they can make something happen. They really like to hold on this corner here where Xcal is playing, so we'll see if they can make their way up to that. Looks like Irvine's going to try and actually deny that positioning, though.
Yeah, Romani playing very sneakily on that high ground, being able to utilize that brawl comp to its advantage. We're seeing a lot of these 1v1s, 2v2s going into it, and there, as you just said, look, we have a Lucio, we have our Genji. They're playing together, and they're doing it so perfectly. Xcal getting some really good picks here and there, as well as some nice damage. He actually gets Zinnia down, and that's going to be a number advantage for UCI.
Man, it's just... Irvine plays this map perfectly. San Diego against LA, they exploited the weaknesses. Actually, the fight's still going though. Reef Zera's trying to turn this around. Keishi does drop the Kitsune. Reef finds Otters. Everyone on UCI falling low. They're healed up with the Kitsune rush, and they're able to stabilize a little bit. Not a great counter there. They do get good spawn. They do get forward spawn, push a little bit of progress. They are forced back now.
They do get forward spawn. That's going to be the downpour coming out, but it's unfortunately not going to connect with anyone. Genji trying his best to go in. Zinnia does take down Xcal. It just looks like a push is going to go back to stabilize. We're going back to default. We're going to have a lot of ultimates actually coming out on both sides. However, UCI is going to be at a differential with no downpour nor Kitsune rush.
Yeah, you saw Irvine really denied, San Diego so much space exactly where they like to hold. LA didn't do that, and that's part of why they maybe lost the map. But Irvine is just taking this space very dominantly. San Diego now trying to hold a little bit tighter like they did against LA, but Xcal is able to find the pick onto Gloomy. Kitsune coming out from Fangblade, not able to find anything. Sai actually is able to find the kill on the Fangblade. Zinnia, though, trading out his counterpart, Xcal. Otters drops the beat. Irvine still wants to fight this. They're able to kill Moosh and close out this fight.
Yeah, the fight's closed down just like that. So both actually only UCI used the sound barrier. UCSD maybe, unfortunately, was not in a position to use the sound barrier. Maybe they want to hold it for the next fight. 4 ultimates down. 4 ultimates actually left for UCSD. However, UCI only has the Dragon Blade. On paper, right? UCSD should win this. They have 4 ultimates. UCI only has 1. There's no way they lose, right? That's going to be the Dragon Blade being committed. However, the overclock is going to try and combat it. XCal does get Gloomy. They are down 1 support. Zinnia trying their best to connect any of the shots, but nothing is going to land. Look at that positioning. They are going in and they're going fierce. They don't have an angle.
Gets the Ajax onto Gloomy. This map might be over for San Diego. A hero play from Psy.
No, don't be over. But unfortunately, it looks like it just might be Brave Zero trying their best to finish off Romani. That's a counterpart Dragon Blade going down. Romani gets taken down. KHG, unfortunately, too far in. It does fall. Otters being down to take into 1 HP, and that is going to be no supports. UCI has to back off, not stagger. Keystone Rush is available. Downpour is going to be available for UCI. They still have lots of time. 6 minutes left on the clock. Maybe a comeback, or...
I mean, San Diego, they won the fight, but it was so bad of them. They had to use 4 ults.
Oh, you're
and
right.
They barely scraped by. They have nothing left except for Kitsune. Irvine should have an easy recontest here, but Romani does file low, has to fall back, just trying to poke out that downpour. Kitsune Rush coming out from both sides. Teams want to play fast. Romani is in the back line, 99 to that downpour. Has it, but Reeps is able to pick off Otter. Downpour drop from Romani. Catches nothing, actually, and Reeps finds another kill into XCal.
Yeah, that's going for them to fall. A little bit more fights going out here and there, but actually, I thought UCI was probably going to win this fight, but it actually does look like UCSD is coming out on top. Both supports down, tank down. They can push.
That was a dominant fight from San Diego, actually. They were, at a huge disadvantage. But they went early with the Kitsune. They weren't scared to go with it. That's what they need to do for the rest of this series. Every time they have ultimates up, they just need to use them. They've been dying too many times with ultimates. They just need to go.
5 minutes left on the clock. They're still trying to fight here and there. No ultimates are currently going to be up. That's going to be impactful. So now they're going to be looking for that juicy pick that we all love. Otter's with the sound barrier ready. However, Gloomy is going to be racking his up in 10% left. XL, however, is going to have overclock, so it might provide to be a big fight or maybe just a wood.
Yeah, it looks like both Sojourns just kind of poking here, trying to get a nice railgun shot. Nothing landing for either side. XCal just waiting, sitting on this overclock. Someone finds the disruptor shot kill onto Reeps.
I know UCI now has the number advantage. Does he want to use the overclock? But I just don't think it's going to be enough just yet. Psy is going in, trying to get that last pick, but they are trying their best to not stagger. Everyone's getting taken down to half HP. Zinnia utilizes the overclock, but it does not finish XCal off. He's trying his best with the sound barrier. Goes off for Otters. Double sound barrier for UCSD. No one is getting killed just yet. We do have the overclock still holding on just for dear life on XCal, but he's not in position just yet to use it. He has his overclock, and that's not going to work just yet. Double key rush, but XCal gets taken down before he can even use it. Number advantage for UCSD. They're trying everything that they can to get that pick. And it's just going to go into the downpour. Downpour does not connect, however. Oh my goodness, 2 for 2. 3 to 3. Oh my, what? UCSD, they won the fight.
That was the scrappiest fight of this map. Ridiculous. UCI loses with 2 ults up. Normally, XCal is just so aggressive with that overclock, just holds it. What is he holding it for?
Next game.
Yeah, next
game. They want more! Unfortunately, we just actually do not know just yet. Fangblade is going to try their best to try and heal up the rest of their team. They're in a really good position. They have their shift available just in case. Reapsira does have... Oh, and there's a couple you're talking about. Downpour. They also have the Dragon Blade. That's a really good engage.
And they're backing off just to regroup with Zinnia. But now it looks like they're all regrouped. XCal, though, finds a great shot into Gloomy. Pops the overclock. Wants more. Can he find it? Finds one onto Zinnia. He wants more, though. He's keeping...
3!
He's keeping the pace up. Oh, finds another one onto Moosh.
That's 4. That's 4. XCal is just the GOAT, right? I mean, that's all we have to say. He was able to use his overclock. Really good time. He was able to get the healer. Gloomy, unfortunately, not in a position to heal the rest of his team nor boop them. However, UCSD dying with their ultimates. We talked about it earlier. Don't die with your ult.
Yeah,
it's so simple.
They're waiting for Irvine to take the fight to them. They need to fight like they want to win this.
Speaking of that, we're going to have the Dragon Blade. The Downpour is going to come up, but not going to connect. Psy and XL getting a pick. 1 on the support, 1 on the DPS. Reach Zero now finally has the Dragon Blade up. That's going to be the Suzu. He's 50 HP, but no healers are helping him. It's not enough. He does take down Otters, however, but the tank, they're dead. Moosh going 1 HP. They have the spawn advantage. They have enough to dissuade them. 2 minutes left on the clock. No ultimates for UCI just yet. Good fight, I would say, but that fight's actually still going. They're trying their best to dissuade them, push the robot back to at least a forward spawn.
Yeah, they don't want to fight from this low ground. It's very difficult, gives a big advantage to XCal in finding those headshots. They want to make sure they can get to at least even ground, if not playing from high ground above Irvine.
High ground, that is the name of the game. We do have the Kitsune Rush. They can use this for a pretty good engage or trying their best to up the healing. Reap Zero, however, gets taken down by Romani. He's out of position.
Dash
Why?
and deflect up,
oh
guys,
my
with both.
Goodness. Romani does put the down for it, but it does not connect just yet. The wall, however, is going to dissuade them. Zena gets taken down. Sai being able to cut the pick onto Zena. However, they get the counterpart on to XCal. 4v4. Otters has the sound barrier. Gloomy as well. Fangblade being taken down to 10 HP, but they are healing up. The support synergy is just so nice. Fangblade at 1. Oh no, Gloomy was not able to survive them just yet. Sai on 40 HP getting both of them. Romani playing an absolute beast of a take in the front. That's 3 people down. Sound barrier still available for both teams, as well as Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, Fangblade really trying there for a miracle, but caught out with TP and Cleanse. You know, can't do much without those two.
Just not enough. You know what? I know you're saying these fights are scrappy, but I love them. They look so fun. I love wombo combos, but I kind of like when I don't know what's going on until the very end. It keeps you on your toes. You're wondering who is going to win the fight. And speaking of that, that's going to have the Kitsune Rush engage. SL getting the pick onto Gloomy. Gloomy out of position so many times, unfortunately, with his counterpart. Reap Zero. Romani being able to get the kills off and collected. They still have ultimates available. Gloomy, however, being taken down, was not able to use that sound barrier. 30 seconds left on the clock, and they're at their spawn. Spawn advantage may be there, but I don't think they can touch.
Yeah, once again, San Diego loses a fight with a key ultimate up. They could sound barrier that fight, but they just don't react in time.
There's no more reacting, just left Reap Zero trying his best to touch. He gets taken down very low, like overclock. However, it commits. It commits. The sound barrier finally goes down on both sides, so no kills can unfortunately be taken down. Overclock return. Mushi takes down Romani. No more tank left in the gauge. Now we have, unfortunately, no more support as well. UCSD is kind of playing this really well. Downpour still available for UCSD. XL getting the pick onto that support, but Gloomy and Mushi are not going to let them win this just yet. OT.
Yeah, one fight for UCI, that's all they need. They have that Dragon Blade downpour combo coming up. So hard to avoid, especially when you have to stay on cart in overtime. You can easily force Curious Cleanse, and without Cleanse, there's nothing to defend against downpour.
Took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say the exact same thing, possibly. Speaking of that, we have Moosh going on. He does have, once again, that absolutely insane combo you talked about. It's kind of just who's going to do the combo better. UCI has the liberty of being able to push off Zina, being taken down. No more Cleanse, and there's the downpour, but it didn't connect. We do have the Kitsune trying his best. Sai, unfortunately, not being able to connect any of his shots. How the tanks are going down, however. Now we have XL on the back. Support getting taken down. They have no one left to heal on the side of UCI except for Otters. Now 2 supports and the Dragon Blade left for UCSD. OT is still in effect, however. UCI hasn't gotten the cart. Or the bot.
Even though they lose, this is not necessarily a bad fight for UCI. You know, Moosh and Zinnia, they spawn so far away, and with those OT spawns, they're going to be out of the fight for much longer than Irvine. Thankfully, they do hit the checkpoint and stall out here for a little bit. Fangblade finds a key kill into XCal. That can keep them in this.
Can't keep them in this. The fights are just going on left and right. Reap Zero does get taken down by Romani, however, but they do have spawn advantage. Let's not forget, the OT spawn timers are just so long. They need to stick on this point and not get out. Sai, the Kitsune Rush overclock coming in at 92%, 93. XCal is begging, please let me overclock. Moosh getting taken down to 100 HP. He's gone! OT is out, and that is going to be game 3 going over to UCI.
Yeah, 3-0 for UCI. I mean, it's just Irvine looks so dominant, and I think a lot of that is just the confidence that San Diego lacks. You can see San Diego's scared playing into this matchup, or at least they're playing like it. They hold their ultimates, they wait for Irvine to make the first move, and they either lose or they have to overinvest to win a fight. It should have been won from the get-go.
You're right, I agree, but you know what? UCSD might have lost the games, but they're getting play of the game, right? So.
And that's all that matters.
You have to you take your wins wherever you get them. 3-0 currently right now in favor of UCI. UCI has to win one. This is unfortunately dire. If they don't win this next map, if UCSD doesn't win this first map, it's going to provide loss. So sad.
Yeah, it's San Diego likely running out of map picks now. Control, push, flashpoint, all off the table. They're very limited. Could be escort, could be hybrid. There aren't too many options.
Yeah, and look at the absolutely insane love for UCI. Woo, yeah, let's go! And someone has, is that a Marvel? This isn't Marvel Rivals. I have no clue what that game is.
Yeah, haven't heard of it.
I know. I think it might be like pure chaos, but I'm not 100% sure because right now I love Overwatch 2 and I'm here for Overwatch 2. We're here to see the absolute spectacle that is UCI versus UCSD. 3-0. Maybe a stomp. Maybe you never. Whoa, yeah! Look at them. Oh wait, are they giving out free stuff? Oh wait, that's Cloud9. Hi.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
I know. Wait, why can't we
Maybe
go?
we gotta go sneak out
Oh
to
wait,
the crowd.
let's go.
Yeah,
let's go.
We should probably sneak out.
Wait, sorry guys. We're going to hold pass. We're actually gonna go to a quick break for 30 seconds. So we can go out, get our shirts, and then we'll be back. It was like you've never missed us. You've never seen us before. Please save 2 of them for Owen and Renee. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Loads. Wow, look at all the support coming out in the crowd.
Yeah. Irvine, I think, has a lot more fans in the crowd, but I would venture to say San Diego has a lot more supporters online. I think everyone wants to see an underdog take down Irvine, even though it's seeming pretty unlikely right now.
You know what? I want to see an underdog. I love underdog stories. The UC San Diego team, they're amazing. They're super nice. They're kind. Really good sportsmanship. The same with UCI. I think it's, maybe I'm delusional, right, Owen? You know more. You're seeing everything here and there, but I think there's opportunity. I think they can win.
I think all they need to do is press Q. I think that would solve a lot of their problems. They're very scared to engage. And, especially in this meta, your engage is usually either your Kitsune Rush, your Overclock, or maybe your Dragon Blade. And Irvine is going first almost every single time, or if they're not going first, they are waiting to counter ult. They have a lot more confidence.
Yeah, I think that's a really good opportunity. I can press Q, they can press Q as well. Maybe they can do it better, but you never know. Looking at this absolutely insane replay, we have Reapzir here over here with, I'm pretty sure this is going to be his triple on the just 2 on that Dragon Blade, but regardless, it does not matter. This was, I believe, one of the big turning points for UCSD. They got their momentum, they got almost 40 meters left onto the map, but it's just not going to be enough because, unfortunately, UCI, as you said, they're engaging more. And in addition, even if they're not engaging and UC San Diego does take the engage sometimes, UCI is just waiting a bit more. They're knowing what they can do to disengage.
And almost all of the time when UCI lets UCSD engage, they really are letting them engage. You see Irvine ready immediately to counter ult. There's no hesitation. They have faith that, San Diego won't wipe them off the face of the earth with that ult. And San Diego doesn't have that same confidence. It's like they hear a Dragon Blade and they shut down. They don't drop beat. They don't use anything. And, sometimes you'll go for a beat and you'll Ajax. I think they Ajaxed that round, actually. But you just have to go for it. You can't just turn over and lose fights like that.
You're right. I 100% agree. And for maybe some of our viewers who may not know, what does Ajax mean? What does it mean when you Ajax?
It's when you go to drop the beat, your midair gets canceled midair, you lose beat. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Named after an infamous player, Ajax. Sucks to be him, I guess.
I know,
immortalized
sucks to
in
be
Overwatch.
him. But you know what? We have UCI and UCSD players. We have Gloomy and we have Otters. They would never do that. I've never seen them do it. Even if you say they have, I've never seen them. Speaking of that and looking, we are going to be on Watchpoint Gibraltar. A bit of picks here and there that are going to be slipped. We're going to have Rhino in instead of Romani, who's going to be I believe that's going to be our Winston specialist. However, no switches are going to be made onto UC San Diego just yet. I love Watchpoint Gibraltar. I love seeing Winston maps. I think it's so fun seeing people go in and out, and I love seeing Primal Rage here and there. But what are your thoughts?
I think it's one of the best maps in the game. I think it's, even if it's something like Hazard meta, you always get something interesting. I love Winston on a break compositions. And I think, on this map as opposed to others, when you play Widow, it's so much more about map control, and it's a much more interesting duel than point and click head.
You know what? I agree. I said this before, but I love to see Widow 1v1s. I like to see who gets to come out on top. I wonder who map pick this was, if I'm being completely honest with you. I do think UCSD, we haven't seen we saw him play it, I think, not 100% sure, correct me on that, but we've seen UCI play this map, and UCI always looks really good on this map. They always look really strong. We are going to, however, swap out the Tracer. We actually are going to be going the Tracer Echo combo. The Tracer Echo combo, I believe, is really good. To my knowledge and to my extent, Owen, correct me, the Tracer Echo combo goes Tracer or Echo. They try their best to get out some utility, disrupt them with the Winston, and then after they get that utility, they go in for the pick to try and finish them off.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Sai actually goes in aggressively there, baiting so much of the utility and finding Fangblade. Does unfortunately give his life for the trade. Yeah, looks like Tracer is just going to be trying to force Cart. That's XCal's job in this comp. And actually Reaps falls trying to defend Cart. It's going to be a big setback for San Diego. They're going to have to regroup the guns back off and give a lot of space. Rhino going aggressive. Not able to find anything, forcing forcing Gloomy to back off with his Ana.
We do, however, we're still going to be helping on this Echo on the side of UCI, but UCSD is going to stay strong and they're going to stay on that Widow. Widow is, you know, Echo's a fine target in the air. They're slow. Hopefully they can do their best to try and get them. However, Rhino has eyes on Widows left and right. They do not want them to get any of their picks. Reaps here are going in for a little fun. Tracer 1v1 against Exile. Fangblade taking down Honors. However, UCI is at a disadvantage with one healer. Rhino does have the Primal Rage ready, but unfortunately, Sai is slut. That's going to be the Nano, maybe missing onto Rhino. Unfortunately, we do now have the Primal Rage, but the Primal Rage is not going to connect anyone just yet. Oh, I lied. Rhino does get Fangblade, but they're going to go in for a 1-for-1 pick, but it does look like the momentum is switching over to UCI.
It's going to be up to Zinni to hit a hero play here to save this map, or maybe Moosh. Neither can seem to get it done though. Moosh just trying to stay alive. Zinni actually somehow gets out. Thought he would fall to Rhino. Rhino so low. But Moosh overextends with his final jump on the Primal Rage. He just failed. Zinnia though gets a great pick on a KHD, potentially making this point winnable. Rally from Gloomy, just to try and get back onto point. Sai responds with a duplicate, but Fangblade puts the Nano out onto Reaps actually. Little unconventional Nano there.
Yeah, if I'm being honest with you, I think Sai possibly might have missed, because I'm not sure going on the Tracer Echo copy is going to be enough. That's going to be the post bomb. Unfortunately, it is going to go wide. Gloomy now does take down XCal, and the momentum is going to go in favor of UCSD. The copy, unfortunately, was just not going to hit. The sides are out for UCSD as well. They have nowhere to walk. They have nowhere to move. Widow has that control you were talking about earlier. Rhino is going to get their best to get on the high ground, but nothing is going to currently connect.
Yeah, a lot used on both sides there. Irvine now has the ultimate advantage though. They're getting close to that Nano, and Nano is so good on this map. You Nano the monkey in, and the monkey slow monkey pops Primal, just unkillable. XCal actually finds an early pick onto Zinnia. So much of the map control for San Diego gone in an instant. Looks like Irvine is going to be able to finish this out. Rhino does fall low, but pops the Primal. Reaps finds a pulse onto KHD, but side trades it out on Gloomy. Rally coming from Otters onto point, while Rhino wreaks havoc. San Diego backline just batting Fangblade around, eventually finding the kill, and that'll be first point for UCI.
That was really well played. They dissuaded. They honestly split up their healer, they split up their tank, and they split up their DPS. One thing I'm actually shocked about is how much Fangblade survived off that, but regardless, it worked out really well. We still have the post bomb ready for UCI so they can maybe get a cheeky flank here. Zinnia is going to be going for the Cassidy switch instead of Widowmaker here. I don't think that's a pretty good switch. It kind of helps dissuade the Echo and also get that flash bomb so the monkey cannot jump.
Great nade there from Fangblade, hitting both Winstons, but Rhino was able to get out safely. Nano going on to Echo. Sai farming up that duplicate. Otters finishing off Reaps. Looks like this is going to be a very good fight for Irvine.
Very good fight.
With the Nano boost is able to find Sai. Flipping this fight around. Rhino naded, falls very low, without the Primal Rage available.
No more Primal Rage. He's trying to go and get them out. And unfortunately, no picks are going down just yet. Ana, unfortunately, getting taken down very far. Rhino getting taken down very low. The Primal Rage is activated for UCSD. They're going in a very tight corner. Unfortunately, the heroes are trying their best to heal him left and right. The anti does go out. 400 HP and a Dream, and the Dream is crushed. Very sad. UCI now has the copy. That's going to be the monkey copy that we were looking for. We're going to be getting that Primal Rage very activated. Just one rally actually is going to be committed to trying to dissuade. The Echo does get taken down. Zinnia 100%, but he is going to be coming out the pulse bomb ready for UCSD. It does go wide and does not connect. However, Sai is getting taken down very low. Rhino finally now has the Primal Rage that we have been looking for, but Zinnia looking in for a really good angle. The angle...
Sleep comes out from KHD across the map.
I know, it's so sad. That was across the map. Two people, however, do get the pick from that. Rhino, however, getting a return pick on both the tank and the healers. No one to heal him just yet. KHG does actually boost up XCal over there. Tracer getting boosted. Rhino not in position just yet. That is now going to be the second tick for UCI. Now adding more time onto the clock. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to try and full cap.
Yeah, Fangblade hit a great nade there, and Moosh was able to follow up. But Nano Primal was just too much for San Diego to hold on to the point.
Yeah, and
Sai actually on the Tourbillon now.
You know what? I don't see the vision, but I see the vision for Sai.
No, they
because
just
this
want to
man
make
is the god.
Musha's life miserable. Musha is doing a lot of work, but now with the Torb turret, it's going to be very, very difficult to go in onto the back line.
Definitely agree. Torb is not a very conventional pick that we see here, but it can work out very well. In addition, Torbjorn does have that, I don't want to say shotgun as a capability to his kit, but he's able to try and dissuade them. Bush getting nanoed, but he does unfortunately have to fall back. Fangblade finally getting that turn off of Sai, and now Moosh finally has a bit more space to play in. However, the space that he lost is currently being taken up by Rhino. They're going to have to use the nade for the healing rather than the anti. Reaps here looking in for a pretty good position, I would say, to try and get that pulse bomb. However, Xcal taking that very low. Both recalls being activated. It does stick! Xcal does get taken down. Reaps here are now pretty healthy, and now they're at a number disadvantage again. KHG almost has the nano ready. The unfortunate turret position is not going to provide much. I know we had the Torbjorn switch, and now we're actually going to be having a Cassidy switch. What are these switches, and why? Why?
Very odd, just looking to punish Moosh essentially and make, you know, Reeps' life hard, but Reeps just sends a message there with the pulse bomb onto Xcal. He's not messing around. He is in this game still. Great nade again from Fangblade, but Moosh is not able to capitalize. There's just too much peel. Oh, actually, no, Zinnia is able to clean it up, actually.
Oh my goodness.
Excuse me.
They're in their spawn. They have 1 minute left on the clock. You talked about this earlier. Is this a one-fight scenario? Possibly two-fight scenario, but they're split. It does look like Rhino is actually now forced to use a Primal Rage to survive. He can probably get them down to pretty low. Torbjorn at 91%, but that's not going to be as 100% ult. We finally have the Nano committing, but they do dissuade. Zinnia, no more dead eye for you right now. We do have Gloomy ready on the rally. The rally has now ticked down. Gloomy is now going to be on a bit of a disadvantage. Rhino finally nanoed. Currently, though, nothing's being taken down. The anti goes on to Moosh, and he's taken down very low, and they finally get him. Sai now has the flamethrower ready and unlocked. However, it looks like they're on opposite sides. They're behind them. Zinnia pushing up a bit too far with Gloomy. Gloomy now getting taken down. They do have the spawn advantage, and UCSD going in for a desperation switch on to the Diva, and that is going to be round 1 complete. 10 seconds left.
The staggers really secured the map there, you know. San Diego had a great hold on first point, but it kind of crumbled after that. Second point is very, very difficult to hold on Gibraltar. The enemy team, the attacking team, can come with so much momentum and just cap the point before it even started. And that's kind of what happened here against Irvine. They had a very similar look earlier today when they played against Irvine, but they got full held. So they had a great first point hold, but in the last 30 seconds or so, they lost the map. Let's see if they can break through first point today, or now, unlike earlier today.
You're right. You know what? I have faith. However, Zinnia, I have to talk about that sleep from KHD, I believe. That was beautiful. Zinnia does go night-night, and that is going to spell disaster for, I believe, what could have been a really good tempo shift. We saw him. He had all eyes on them, but KHD had his eyes locked down on him. UCEI going for a little bit of a different defense comp that I was expecting. I think they're really liking the Torbjorn here to try and make Moosh, as you said, as well as Reap Zero's life kind of miserable. We have a Hanzo pick instead of a Widowmaker here, so what do you think about these comps? I like that they're different. I just... why?
I mean, the Torb is not necessarily a bad pick here. Very unconventional, but it's unexpected for San Diego and super, super annoying. Like, what can you do? If you're Moose, you're playing Monkey, and every time you try and jump up onto the backline, there's a Torb turret there, just chunking your HP. You can't break it on your own. You need help. But Zinnia has a hard time accessing high ground on Sojourn on this map.
You're right. And it looks like right now they are going to be taking that advantage onto the high ground just as we speak. They're going to get that advantage. Torb turret, I believe, is actually still out. It is still unready. They're going to try and dissuade the high ground as much as possible. Moosh's bubble is going to be taken down very low already. He can't connect. As long as they get under this bridge, we might be looking in for a pretty clean spot, but Zinnia having to fall back already. Zinnia, unfortunately, I think is playing a bit rough here and there. Moosh, however, now finally trying their best, and now they have the number advantage. Rhino possibly stepped a bit too far, maybe out of line of sight. Sai cannot do really much right now because he's just out of position with Otters. He's trying his best, but he can't break through the bubble. Sleep. Good night.
Great nade from KHD, but it's not enough to secure kills for UCI. Gloomy will clean up KHD and Sai with the help of Fangblade.
Yes, he was.
This is a very, very solid push from San Diego. This is a lot better than the first time they played this against Irvine. Sai actually swaps over to the Echo, trying to make something happen, a little bit more burst damage. The Torbjorn pick is a little bit goofy. Let's see what they can do with it. Xcal stalling out point, but falls before he's able to recall.
You're Right, and that is going to be a pretty scuffed fight on the point. XL does get taken down actually by Reap Zero. Sai is going to be anti, so he can't get in the fight. Rhino getting on a little bit of a sliver of HP, but actually, Autos gets taken down. That's now no healer. They're at their spawn. Zinnia takes down 2. I said it earlier, I thought he was playing a bit bad, but now he is absolutely demolishing. Zinnia going in for a 3K.
Great staggers there for San Diego. They're going to get a lot of push just off of those staggers. Irvine, you know, very weird disengage from them. You know, typically you kind of just commit. If you're going to touch, you got to go for it. Otherwise, you know, you lose, what, 10 seconds? Which might not sound like a lot, but it's a lot of free cart pushing past difficult zones to get by for free.
You are correct then. That is going to be the fact that I'm not 100% sure, but I think UCI actually capped this first tick faster than UCSD. We thought UCSD maybe, you know, hopefully not a 4-0 sweep going into here because we love to see an underdog story going out. Reap Zero looking pretty fantastic here against XL, holding his own with his weight. We do have the Primal Rage now activated by Rhino. He does get 2, but Moosh, however, unfortunately is going to take down his support. The Nano unfortunately does not connect. We have a Rally Nano going on the side for UCSD. Rhino going to take down very low. There's not enough person currently to combat what they have to offer. The stick unfortunately does not land, and that is going to be another overclock going down for UCSD. UCSD is absolutely demolishing UCI right now.
A lot of ults coming out from San Diego, but I like it. They don't want to take chances. They cap the second point decisively. They don't leave anything up to chance. You know, Gloomy actually made a hero play there, saving Zinnia from Rhino, allowing Zinnia to pop the overclock and secure that point.
You're right. I love what I'm seeing. They have now 5 minutes. That's insane. UCI only had 3 minutes to try and combat this point. Although UCI does respond advantage, it looks like their defense is looking pretty weak. I think you've called it. UCSD knows how to attack and they know how to do it correctly. This might be a pretty good retake as they are, you know, pretty behind on ultimate economy, which is perfectly fine. They have 5 minutes left on the clock. 1 loss of the fight, possibly 2 losses of the fight is not going to be enough. We did see, however, we are going to be switching off from the Ana into the Baptiste. Really good to try and get that res, a bit more damage out on the team.
Yeah, you know, I actually really don't like this Baptiste pick because Fangblade is doing so much with the nades. You know, normally I think it's an okay pick, switch things up, but just the impact that Fangblade is having is crazy on the Ana. We'll see if he can match it on Baptiste. If he can, then it's a fine pick, but just look at that nade coming in from KHD. Finds Gloomy in the backline, lamp forced out, Gloomy falling low. So much pressure from Rhino with the nano boost. Rhino finds Fangblade. Great play from KHD there. Just single-handedly wins the fight. Perfect nade, perfect nano.
You're
what
right.
Can you do against it?
He needs to switch. And there it is.
Yep, back to Ana.
I knew it. I called it. I had no doubt for a second that he was going to stay on that. Nope. No, indeed. So now we have UCI. They do have the copy. They also have the rally. They have a pretty much even ult economy ready. However, Rhino does have... Oh,
great sleep from Fangblade. Can they finish? Yes, they execute the Tracer with the help of Gloomy. Duke goes on to Monkey. Rally pop from Gloomy. Sai actually, though, kills Gloomy through the rally. And doing a lot with this Primal Rage. A very difficult ult to use, especially for a non-tank player, but Sai making it work.
Sai knows how to make it work indeed. That's going to be 3 kills going down for UCI onto UCSD. They have pretty good now. We're now 3 minutes and 15 seconds in. XL does have the Pulse Bomb as well as the Primal Rage and Rally to dissuade any burst ultimates that UCSD has to offer. Maybe the Overclock, possibly even the Primal Rage. XL trying his best to, you know, try and get a good angle.
Yeah, an opening pulse can end this fight so quick. Doesn't opt for the pulse onto Brig.
Oh,
finds the pick onto Zinnia. Great collapse there, but Reap's trading out Sai actually.
Beautiful. It does not matter. Pick for a pick, and now it is going to all come down to who is going to get the rest of them. Rhino being able to take down Fangblade. Now they are down 1 healer. Healers are so detrimental and essential to this game. He's playing in his bubble, and now they're going to fall back. 2 minutes and 35 seconds left on the clock. UCI is holding it on their own, but now they're at an ultimate disadvantage. Mushi, Zinna, and Fangblade. This is going to be the combo of a century if they can get it correct. Rhino hoping that he can try his best to get another ult charge for the rest of them. KHG, however, does have the nano boost, and the nano boost is going to go online. Reap Zero, however, gets taken down by Axe Scout. The rally does come out, and Mushi is holding on to that Primal Rage for his 0 until he gets to 10 HP, and there it is. Zinnia getting on the overclock, but he does not currently get anyone just yet. Rhino getting taken down to 100 HP. None of his healers can see him. He does fall. He does, however, have the spawn advantage, so if they can hold out just a little bit more to their end, it might prove beneficial, but Otters being unfortunately antied is going to possibly prove disaster. 1 minute and 50 seconds left. They do have ult. They do have spawn advantage, but can they touch in time? Getting body blocked. Exile trying their best to touch. It's the desperation that they need, and the desperation is not going to currently have. We do have a pulse bomb for the entryway, and Rhino barely touching, but none of his heroes can heal him. That is going to be 1.9 meters left on the clock. They're trying their best, but it does not look like they can currently touch in time if Exel gets taken down. Otters, unfortunately, getting right-clicked, and now that's going to be beautiful. However, UCI Sai is going to swap onto the brig, but it's not going to be enough. There's not enough healing. There's not enough that he can do to hold on to his clone just yet. Rhino still alive. 116. They're now putting a desperation play. Even if they lose, they have to get at least 10 seconds more, but maybe they won't lose just yet. They had a really good hold. They now have post on points, and now UCSD is kind of, I'm not going to say crumbling, but they are getting stuck. No! That is now one support getting taken down side, beaming on with his turret, and now that is going to prove a 5v4. 50 seconds left on the clock. They have to go back and dissuade. UCI held.
Fangblade has been putting on a hero performance this whole map, but crumbles this last fight, misses the nano onto Moosh, actually goes down to Gloomy, and then gets stuck. And the fight is over. That was UCSD's fight to win. They had Rhino dead and somehow still lost.
XCal, so skinny mini, being able to go and dissuade them with that Tracer. We now have Rhino in the back line, but he is nanoed. Fangblade getting taken down to 1 HP. He has to reload. He gets him taken down. Zinnia, however, getting down XCal, but that's a 1 healer for 1 DPS. We have double DPS, kind of, because we have a turn as a friend, being able to persuade them. Mushi getting taken down oddly very low. Reach 0, kind of trying his best to get a pick onto them, but XCal actually with a beautiful switch onto Cassidy. 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, there's no one in sight. 1, and the game goes to UCI 4-0.
UCI are UCEI Invitational champions. Another year in a row.
Oh my gosh. XL was right. 4-0. But, you know, although UCI played absolutely wonderful, especially with that last point, you have to admit, that was UCSD's window, and they played so perfectly throughout the whole map, but then 5 minutes on point 3, or tick 3, whatever you guys call it. I believe in you. You understand what I mean. Whatever they have it. 5 minutes, they couldn't cap.
Yeah, Fangblade was doing so much through the first parts of the map, but then just couldn't get it done, couldn't land the same nades. It's a very difficult point for an Ana player, but the impact kind of just disappeared, and San Diego crumbled with it.
They did crumble. It's very sad to see, but also, first of all, congratulations, UCI. You guys played absolutely amazing, individually and team-wise. UCSD, you guys performed throughout almost the entire day. You guys did your best. You guys were coming out strong. You guys played really well. We're so proud to see the work that you guys accomplished and put out. Very close games, honestly, and way closer than the first series.
Yeah, UCSD definitely put up a fight. You know, watching that didn't quite feel like a 4-0. You know, maybe felt like it should have been a 4-1, something in that range, but still very, very dominant for Irvine.
Very good to look at them walking out like champs, possibly, probably exhausted. They played so many games of Overwatch, they're probably screaming, "He's won, he's off, get him!" But at the end of the day, it does work out very well. And you know what? There it is. Those are all the games.
Yeah, all wrapped up.
I know, and it looks like we still have to decide the MSI MVP. I guess we'll wait and see who that is going to be in just a few moments. But we have our options. Our staff has their options. They have possibly who they think they should get it. And if you guys did not know what they're going to get, let me tell you. MSI came out with a handheld gaming console, and this is going to be called the Claw A1M. It looks absolutely beautiful and spectacular. You will see it when our absolutely insane interviewer goes and grabs the MSI MVP who is chosen. But you know what? Let us know who you guys think MSI MVP is. We won't tell you guys ours just yet. We'll leave it as a little bit of a secret. But that was some fun games.
Yeah, fantastic games. Much closer matches than the online qualifiers. Still, a lot of sweeps, a lot of rolls, but great gameplay overall today.
Very good. But now I'm sad, you know. We had a great weekend. It's been 3 days. We had League of Legends. We had Valorant. We had Overwatch 2. We had so much that happened here. We had some absolutely amazing spectacles going down. UCI winning on the League of Legends. We had UCSD winning as well, actually, for Valorant. And then we had UCI coming back and winning it strong for Overwatch 2. But that doesn't dissuade any of the other teams that came out. The games are absolutely insane. I've been here. Owen's been here. We've seen what the work that they can accomplish and has to offer, as well as thank you guys so much for coming, showing up. It's so nice.
Yep. And we will, we'll see you all next year for another round of great competitions.
We will.
And
We
stand
will.
by for the MSI MVP.
Yeah, and as we stand by, I'm pretty sure they're still deciding. They're still trying to see who should get it. I want to see Owen, right? We saw 4 games, right? Back to back to back. First of all, which one was your favorite out of the series?
Gibraltar, by
Gibraltar,
far, for me.
100%. I agree. But now, what do you think is one of your favorite moments of the series?
Ooh. As much as I wanted San Diego to come back, kind of that second to last fight on Gibraltar where, Fangblade misses that nano and Irvine, Irvine hits a great collapse onto Fangblade and closes out the series after a lot of uncertainty. It was a very decisive moment, crowning our champions.
Yeah, and speaking of our champions, look at them over here. Oh my gosh. Woo! They look so absolutely amazing, and you're right. The Yoshi hat it stays on. It does stay on, but look at them. I believe that's going to be their coach in the middle, as well as all of the players and, the sub-differential with their sub-players going here in and out. I wonder who is going to be getting that MSI MVP, but they're champions at the end of the day. All of them are winners. We're all winners. We are.
Yeah.
But, you said your favorite part of the game. I'm going to talk about my favorite part. I'm actually going to talk about my favorite part, at least for this series. But actually, my favorite part of the series right now is this. Look at them. They look so precious. Oh my goodness.
So happy with their win.
You know what? We might not have that trophy, but we have these trophies. Our Red Bull trophies.
Cheers.
I know. Thank you. And speaking of that, as well as speaking of, thanks to Red Bull, thank you to Red Bull Santa Monica HQ for having us. Thanks to also everyone, who just came out. These are our trophies, but they have their cool, amazing trophy.
Not quite as cool.
Yeah, you're right. Not quite as cool. They don't know the pleasure of being able to drink a Red Bull here. And every single time a really big fight happens, I take a sip and then I'm like, oh, time to go back again for more. But speaking of that, sorry, we keep backtracking. It's just look at our amazing players. You can't lie. But my favorite part of the entire series has to be, I'm going to say, Game 1. The only reason why I want to say Game 1 is because in Game 1, as well as we're probably going to see some other clips from games coming out here really shortly, we saw how UCSD different, right? They were a bit different. You could see how well they played and how well they adapted, right? Although they did not come out on top, you could see that they were evolving, right? They were adapting, especially looking at this Watchpoint Gibraltar game, right? We saw how well that they played in their 4th game. Although they may not have won and may not have stuck it out to at least maybe a 4-1, 5-1, or 5. That can't happen. 4-1, 4-2, 4-3 series, But it is going to be pretty good. But, I'm really glad that UCSD was able to show up.
And yeah, I think across the board, we've seen some great competition. I think, you can see there's like kind of an equal distribution of highlights here. Every player individually has played a great game today.
Okay.
They've all been putting in a lot of work. And I think just across the board, there's so much talent within the UC system. All 8 teams that competed in UCI, all UCI Invitational, all put up great performances. UCI Invitational presented by Xfinity. But, I'm excited for next year as well to see, I think teams like San Diego, Los Angeles can really close the gap to these more established, better-known programs like Irvine. I think we'll see, as the years go on, increasing competition.
I agree. And I think with increasing competition also comes increasing skill. Every single year there's a new meta, right? I believe last year when we had this, the Overwatch meta was very standard Junker Queen with some dive supports. Once again, Lucio and Kiriko don't usually get out of the meta, but usually we saw like Echo Tracer, or maybe we just saw some variation of Tracer comps. Although not widely different, we do have some new champions and new difference. But I think, now we're finally going to go to our interview, which means the MSI MVP has been chosen. Oh my gosh!
Let's see who it is.
I don't know who it is, but I'm excited and scared because what if what I wanted to pick was going to be the one that they didn't want, right? But you know what? Not didn't want. I don't want to say it. That's wrong terminology. I want to say the one that I picked is in my heart, but the one that they pick should also be in my heart.
Yeah, there were a lot of standout performances, and I bet there were also some we didn't quite see on broadcast that put up great performances. So I think the top MVP could be a real toss-up here.
You're right. I honestly think, the unsung heroes were definitely the supports. We've seen them happen all the time. I talk about it all the time when we look at the scoreboard. Like, Otters and Psy played so well together. It was absolutely insane. And speaking of, Otters and Psy and the Genji and the Lucio, right? We didn't really talk about why they play so good together. We talked a little about positioning, but why are they such an essential need for that comp versus something else? But actually, I lied. I don't want to talk about that. I actually want to go to interview.
Welcome back to UCEI, presented by Xfinity. I'm Kimmy Allen, joined by XCal, the UCI DPS, and they fortunately won the grand finals. How are you feeling, XCal?
I'm feeling great. It's a great experience
Yep.
being here with my teammates. I'm very happy we won.
Mhm.
GG's to the other team. They played well too.
Yeah, I know it's been a long day, and you guys played well, pretty often, and you played a really incredible DPS throughout the series. How does it feel like to come up to this point? How did you guys develop as a team?
Yeah, 2-3 weeks ago we didn't look as good as we do now, but
Development.
we just sort of we were pretty honest with each other, and we just pointed out our mistakes, just fixed it together, just worked hard, and yeah, just a lot of teamwork and trust.
Yay! I'm glad to hear that. And I was wondering, who do you think is your MVP for the entire series?
Who do I well, personally, I think I'm the MVP for the entire series.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you sure?
But if I were to choose someone else other than me, it would probably be Hyundo, our flex support, KHD. He played really well this whole series, actually.